emerges from beneath the sand. Don't you take me, girl, seem so far away. Across this universe, she lives another day. I know the reason she stays. I know the reason she's so far away. I know the reason she stays. I know the reason she's so far away. She's so far away.
Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night, erase all of these broken dreams and flight. And we'll fly. Up here, we're free, bound only by frozen memories. Lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight, and we'll
when I'm burning like fire and you walk all the sides. I'm drawn in desire and you have to think twice. It's hard to keep smiling when I try to set things straight. You don't even listen. I'm just getting late, like you're on a mission. Drawn in desire, and you have to think twice. You make me weak. You're the one I see, and I hate that I love you. I hate that I love you. If I could, and I would, carve out your heart, carve out your heart, and I recast it, and I recast it. It's hard to keep smiling when you're closing every door. I'm trying to open. I tell you love you more, and you say it's broken. You make me weak. You're the one I seek, and I hate that I love you. I hate that I love you. If I could, and I would, carve out your heart, carve out your heart, and I recast it, and I recast it. It's hard to keep smiling when you're closing every door. I'm trying to open. I tell you love you more, and you say it's broken. But it wouldn't mend mine.
This love that you never started, you once destroyed. A broken heart that was already shattered. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back. false love that you never started. You once destroyed a broken heart that was already shattered. Holding on to what we have, you take us to the edge and back. Holding on to what we have, you take us to the edge and back.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Qualifier, where 8 regions, all 8 of our wildcard regions, will be battling for 2 spots at Worlds this year. I am Max Atlas Anderson. This is Jake Spawn Type Beery. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing good. You know, it's an early start. I'm not going to lie, but you know, we're here. We're ready for an IWCQ, which should be pretty entertaining, to be honest, because, you know, we have a lot of returning teams coming into this one. And, you know, some of the favorites, looking at Turkey, they've lost a couple of their superstar players coming into this. So, you know, it's anyone's game.
There most certainly is. Of course, we have 5 returning teams this time around for IWCQ. So, of course, if you guys are watching IWCI in the middle of the year, you will be familiar with quite a few of the teams, even though some of the names have changed.
Yeah, can you name them? That's my challenge to you, Atlas. Who are the returning teams?
Well, the returning teams are Hard Random, now known as Albus NoX Luna, which is an interesting name and one that I am quite perplexed about and very excited to hear about a little bit more. Of course, Saigon Jokers are making their way back in from Southeast Asia as well. Lion Gaming also managing to re-qualify. We have Chaos Latin Gamers. They've made it back through as well. Actually, no. Icarus Gaming actually came through for them. Chaos Latin Gaming were able to come in over the top. The Chiefs, once again, are back. I'm trying to do this all from memory, and I think
pretty
we've
well.
almost made it.
Yeah, I think you've done well. I mean, INTZ were here last time around. You know, Leon Gaming, they were around last IWCT, I believe, was the last time we got to see them on the international stage. So, you know, all these guys are really familiar with it. And the reason I bring it up is that should allow these teams to, you know, play a little bit more freely. They should be loose coming into this one. And, you know, we shouldn't have any of the normal, you know, I'm not going to call them choking performances in the final. But, you know, I already said it. So let's just say it. Maybe we won't have some teams, you know. We saw the Chiefs after a great group stage last IWCQ fall down against Bangkok Titans and were absolutely ran over. We saw INTZ do a similar thing against Beshkatest. So, you know, these teams now, they're a little bit more veteran status and they should be able to get it together.
Yeah, and it's actually very interesting because, of course, the team that came out ahead at IWCI, Supermassive, are unfortunately not here. They got swept by Dark Passage coming out of Turkey. So interesting to see whether Dark Passage is going to be able to pick up that mantle, but they're missing a couple of players.
Yeah, exactly right. Of course, to be able to compete in the TCL, you only have to be 16 years old. World qualifiers, you have to be able to be 17, so, you know, they couldn't level up in that small time frame. So, unfortunately, age was a restriction there that does hurt the Turkish lineup. However, they have brought in 2 very good European players, we hear, so we'll see whether that does help them out. But as you said, you know, Supermassive not being here does open the floodgates a little bit. I think you have to say, I hate to do it to you, Brazil, because we've done it in the past and it hasn't worked out, but you have to say that INTZ comes in as like a strong favorite. I mean, home crowd advantage. They've got their team together. As I said, they've been around the track 2 years now. They've been getting it done, so you would think that they come in as pretty strong favorites.
Yeah, and an interesting story as well for INTZ, given the fact that Revolta spent some time off the team, is now back. That star jungler able to get things done here on, I guess, the international forum that is IWCQ. The other teams that we mentioned, of course, Icarus Gaming not able to make it back in. It is going to be Chaos Latin Gamers instead. And the other team that has been unable to make their way back into the IWCQ is Detonation Focus Me from Japan. It is going to be Rampage that did actually manage to rampage their way through, just couldn't topple Detonation Focus Me last time around and now have their shot.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, a couple of times we've actually heard that Rampage was the best team in Japan the whole year. And so they're able to get it done this time around. I mean, Dead FM will be missed, you know, especially Yutapon would have loved to see him play on the international stage one more time. But, you know, luck to the Japanese lineup. They kind of are a dark horse along with Oceania because no one really knows what to expect out of those 2 regions. They're a little bit further removed from the rest of the wildcard. We don't get to see them clash at all in solo queue or the like. So it's going to be interesting to see if they hold up.
Yeah, a few different metas clashing, but we are going to have a look at today's schedule, as it is going to be Chaos Latin Gamers taking on INTZ for our opening match. Interesting is 100% Brazil taking on 40% Brazil, if we have a look at a couple of the Chaos Latin Gamers players. And then it is going to be the CIS's Albus NoX Luna taking on the Chiefs from Oceania. And then, once again, Chaos Latin Gamers take Back to the Rift versus Turkey's Dark Passage.
Yeah, and then Lion Gaming will be against INTZ, and then Rampage round us out against the Saigon Jokers. So you can see it's going to be 5 best of ones. You know, we're playing a single round robin, Atlas, and we're getting into some final action afterwards. About a week and a half of competition. This one's a big one.
Yeah, it most certainly is. Of course, we can go over the format just a little bit. It is single elimination group stages, and then the top 4 teams will be seeded into the playoff bracket, which will only be 2 best of 5s, which will be first taking on 4th and second taking on 3rd. And both of those winners will be heading to Worlds. So everything is on the line. And a little bit more opportunity and wiggle room to get yourself in there.
Yeah, exactly right. You just need to get through group stage. That's what it's all about. Get yourself towards a best of 5. That's where these players thrive. You know, that's where the coaching really does come in and the quick adaptations that you have to be able to make. Of course, no one's played on this patch in competitive for these regions, so it's going to be interesting to see how they have adapted towards a couple of the changes. You know, Aurelion Sol disabled still. He was a huge mid laner on this patch. You know, we kept hearing that Talia, Aurelion Sol, they were going to be the 2 heavily contested mid laners. I guess Lissandra kind of takes that hard engaged place that Sol was going to leave in the lineup. So we'll see whether, you know, their pick bans really have caught up to the current patch, as well as a couple of disables.
Yeah, and the thing that's really interesting as well is these are such isolated regions that we're going to see sort of metas collide all over the place. We've seen, you know, there's Zyra mains in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and
spot.
even, you know, even if they're not isolated regions, they still have some weird stuff going. And in the wildcard regions, you know, you have players that are, as you said, you know, known for like Zyra. The veins come out every now and again. You have a lot more flexibility. I mean, the Chiefs have a TF main in the mid lane. I mean, it hasn't been seen all that much lately, but I guarantee it will be seen at some point in this tournament. So I really do think that, you know, there are a couple of, you know, they're not one tricks, but they have historically strong picks, you know, like the Cassidy that's going to come out of Sayer at some point. Historically, he's been a fantastic Cassidy player. Yeah. He will play it probably into Talia. I don't know why. But so there are just a lot of these different little niche picks that come out in the wildcard regions and add a lot of flavor to these tournaments.
They most certainly do, of course. Notably as well is Kira. The man can bring his Anivia potentially back to the mid lane. I'm very excited to see what the CIS region is going to bring, because they had a 13-1 season and then were taken to 5 games, had to reverse sweep their way towards IWCQ. So Vegas Squadron really giving them a run for their money in the final matchup there. So
yeah, and it's funny, we always sleep on the CIS region. I mean, we talked about hard random. They are RWCA representatives, and now obviously Albus NoX. You know, they should be one of the favorites coming in here. I expect them to finish at least top 3. Probably fighting for that second spot. So we'll see whether they really can step up, take that next, I guess, leap towards what is a world stage.
Yeah, well, eyes will be on them match number 2. But let's get into match number 1, as it is going to be, of course, INTZ taking on Chaos Latin Gamers, Latin America South taking on Brazil, of course. And both of these teams having a lot of Brazilians on both rosters.
Yeah, it certainly is, of course. Element and the Fox from Chaos Latin Gamers are not actually Chaos Latin Gamers at all. They're actually Brazilian gamers that are in Latin America, but, you know, that's a great thing, being able to bring those 2 imports over. The Fox is an absolute monster. You know, down in the bottom lane with Bear. If they do have an advantage, that's where they should be looking to exploit.
Yeah, and there are a lot of interesting things coming out of this team, as well as their mid laner Plugo, who in fact in the playoffs played Morgana in the mid lane.
Yeah, and it just goes to the fact that, you know, the Fox is actually the carry on this team. And, you know, if you can get a big 800 AP Morgana Dark Shield on the man, he runs around and is an absolute wreaks havoc everywhere. So I really do think that that's how they're going to be balancing their lineup. A lot of support, you know, a lot of hyper carries in the bottom lane, be it Kog'Maw, be it Vayne, be it Twitch, something along those lines for the Fox. And, you know, Julio Stito, he's been around for a while.
He has.
You know, actually is quite a good Gragas player. You know, Gragas hasn't been hit yet, so we'll see whether that does come out and whether he can sway any of these lanes in the favor of KLG.
Yeah, and KLG, of course, another team that is very tenacious. We mentioned the, I guess, reverse sweep, and they managed to do that as well in their final. As we are going to go over the roster, it is going to be Element, Julio Cito, Plugo, the Fox, and Bear. Chaos Latin Gamers now the first to hop on the Rift, and up against Brazil. This is a tough first matchup.
Yeah, it certainly is. They've got some IWC history as well. IWCT, they actually lost the grand final versus Brazil that sent pain to Worlds last year. Of course, the most successful IWC run into Worlds. And then, you know, 7th place in groups in IWCI last year. So going back quite a way, but, you know, weren't able to get it done there. So hoping that they can elevate their game this time around.
We'll see whether they can, as we are going to have a look at a bit of a story from the Chaos Latin Gamers. Besides INTZ, there are even more Brazilians at this year's wildcard. The Chaos Latin Gamers, champions of the LAS Closing Cup, have Brazil-born players in both their lineup and on their technical commission. Disappointing form in their first split saw the team make big changes. They said goodbye to top laner Helior, mid laner Reggie, and Brazilian AD carry Sagaz. Replacements arrived from Brazil with top laner Element and the AD carry The Fox added to their roster. Mid laner Plugo filled the last remaining spot. The KMV is ruled by Brazilian technician Pyrox and his assistant Rafat. It did not take long for the changes to reap rewards. After starting with a defeat against Isurus Gaming, it was only in the third week of competition that the team finally got their first victory. With one more victory during the regular season, the team ended up securing their place in the semi-finals, where they came up against Furious Gaming. A 3-1 victory saw them step up to the final in a rematch against Isurus Gaming for the crown. In a huge finale, Chaos Latin Gamers did not start well. Down 2-0, it looked as if Isurus were guaranteed to triumph. Chaos Latin Gamers staged an amazing comeback and recovered to overwhelm Isurus and take out the series 3-2, making sure they were the ones to represent LAS at Wildcard. Will the KMV fairy tale continue onto Worlds? Well, we'll see whether it will, and it will be a massive test at the same time as I confusingly answer myself.
I was about to say, if you're here,
yeah, I know.
Who the heck did that? No, of course, they're pre-recorded. But just break that illusion.
Yeah.
But you saw from the compositions that they're running, a lot of Karma, a lot of Morgana, a lot of mid-range AD carries. So I do think that this lineup, they have a uniqueness to them that a lot of teams won't have played against in the past, Atlas. And, gone are the days of the Juggernaut comps. I mean, protect the AD carry is, to some, a very outdated meta, but they seem to make it work.
Well, we'll see whether they can as they move on, because their opponents are going to be pretty tough. INTZ are who they're going to face, of course, the home team from Brazil. The hometown advantage, this team probably didn't need it, to be perfectly honest to you, Spawn.
Yeah, they certainly do. They've got Yang in the top lane. Revolta is their superstar jungler. Tokka's in the mid lane. Macau, their AD carry. And Jockster, their support. I saw a little bit of banter on the old Twitter between Macau, Jockster, and Mr. BRTT before this started. They were saying they're now the best bottom lane in Brazil. BRTT said, you can have it for a while. I'll come back and take it a little bit later. But, the hope of a nation riding on this lineup. And as you said, if they do have home court advantage, it is a thing. They probably didn't need it because Yang's a monster. Revolta is an absolute, I've never seen anyone like him. The best parallel I can draw is to the old SOFM, who's now running around in the LPL, absolutely smashing people in Snake's lineup. So, Revolta really is that good, in my opinion at least, and I'm looking forward to seeing if he can have another successful campaign.
Well, we'll see whether Revolta is going to be able to do that as we have a look at the story of INTZ. Representing Brazil at Wildcard this year will again be INTZ. Past performances in international competition have been disappointing for INTZ, however. With a spot at Worlds on offer, they intend to give it their all and make their mark like never before. INTZ enjoyed a strong year in 2015 in Brazil's CBLOL. In Split 1, they took everyone by surprise, taking out the title. They made their mark beating KEYD 3-0. Brazilian champions INTZ represented the region at that year's wildcard in Turkey. They didn't perform to their expectations and were beaten by Besiktas. In Split 2 2015, they lost their star player jungler, Revolta. Even so, they continued to perform strongly and made it to the finals. Up against Pain Gaming, INTZ could not find their form and lost their crown to Pain Gaming, who then went on to represent Brazil at Worlds. In 2016, INTZ decided to reform the same team that was successful previously. Revolta had returned and the team's performances improved immediately. INTZ won the first split of CBLOL in 2016 and qualified again for Wildcard.
Pode comemorar, torcida da INTZ, vão ser campeões novamente da primeira etapa do CBLOL 2016.
INTZ's performance at Wildcard in Mexico was disappointing for the team and their many fans. They were eliminated in the semi-final against the Russian champions Hard Random. Defeat again in another wildcard event saw INTZ return to Brazil determined to take out the second split of CBLOL to give themselves another chance. In a historical finale against the CNB, INTZ again were crowned champions. This now will be the third wildcard that INTZ has participated in. Brazil's hopes of representation at Worlds rest with INTZ. Can they handle the pressure and the expectations? Well, we'll see whether they can. Of course, a lot of question marks here for INTZ, to be perfectly honest. They're the only team here in the wildcard regions that qualified on 6.12. So we haven't seen as much from these guys, and I've got questions for Tockers in the mid lane. The last time we saw him, he was playing Azir and Swain spawn.
Yeah, well, I'm lucky enough to have some of the answers. I mean, I know how they've been playing against Scribs. I'm going to tell you, this is a good team. Like, they're really damn good. I think that... as I said, if these guys aren't the favorites, I would really want to know a reason as to why. Because when I have a look down the lineup, you know, they're very good in every single role. I think that Yang is especially a good top laner. And as I said, they're Revolta. So, you know, as you said, they might have Tockers running around. We'll see whether he has adapted. The mage changes did come through. I mean, Talia, she is very strong at the moment. We'll see whether it was picked up. But, you know, historically, this team hasn't been patch adaptations. It's just been a little bit of the pressure getting to the mid-game decision-making that Hard Random was able to take advantage of. And, you know, we'll see whether this time around that if they can get it back on their page, because it has slipped in the past. They've come into wildcards as favorites before and they've lost.
Yeah, they most certainly have. And I mean, now up against Latin America South, this team wouldn't be considered as one of our top ones. Of course, Chaos Latin gamers haven't been here most recently, but haven't had massively strong showings in the region. Isurus didn't do so well last time around, and we'll see whether this is going to be a good warm-up match for Brazil or whether we can have an upset straight out of the gate. But I'm looking at the top lane, to be perfectly honest, because Element has looked like a little bit of a weaker link in the Chaos Latin Gaming lineup. And Yang is a complete monster.
Yeah, and as I said, there is just that experience there as you have a look at the lineups on your screen. You know, that is the game coming up. But Yang versus Element is going to be an area that, you know, Julio Stito needs to get into the top lane. I know that they play around the Fox a lot, but I just don't think Element can survive the pressure that Yang and Revolta are going to put down on the top side of the map. They do play very good 2v2, so, you know, that is something that they're going to have to be very cautious of here. As you said, Latin America, South and North historically haven't done great at these events, and they want to have a good showing, especially now that they've sent KLG back for the third time.
And think about the incredible momentum that it will give this team as well to take down not only the home team, but most likely the favorite here as well. So having a look at the CBLOL studio, it's pretty damn good.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, have a look at that. Lights shining in the background. Talk about momentum builders. Absolutely breaking the home team spirits first up.
Yeah, I know, right?
That would be quite good. And, you know, it could be the start of a disastrous campaign for Brazil if that is what happens. So, you know, we're not expecting it would be a huge upset if that is the case. You get a look at the Brazilian jungler on your screen right there.
Yeah, Revolta looking pretty confident
He's
right
changed
now.
his glasses. That's what I'm really shattered about. He used to have great circle specs. I was a big fan of Revolta. But, you know, this is going to be one of those matchups that, you know, the first one, blow off some nerves. They're in a studio. There isn't that crowd to really distract them. They can really home in. I mean, these teams are no strangers to studio play, so it should be some pretty high-quality league.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And one thing I do want to bring up is the fact that this is single elimination best of ones. So, of course, you could imagine that coming in with a plan against each region would actually be a really good idea, considering the fact that you only need that one surprise. You only need that one upset against a specific team to be able to topple them. And if you've done the specific research, you know, bring out something like your pocket J4 pick, Julio Cito. You know, like, grab these things, find the thing that is going to work against your opponent.
I think coming into any game of League of Legends with a plan is a good thing.
Well,
I don't think
like
just
cheeky
for best
plan.
of one.
Cheeky plans.
So you're
is what I'm saying.
what you're saying is you want Latin America to just cheese
Yes.
Brazil right now. All right. Don't know if I agree with that. You know, first game going into an international tournament, you want to throw it out there? Like, be my guest. I mean, let's get some Yasuo Java combos going. But in all seriousness, I think the absolute opposite. I think that this is a building block. I don't think anyone expects them to beat Brazil. Maybe they have a little bit of belief in themselves, but pick super standard, run a comp that you're used to, run the Karma Lucian lanes, and, you know, just run to win lane, push out, be able to secure early objectives and give yourself a fighting chance. Because, you know, even if this game is close up until 30 minutes and then Brazil run away with it, I mean, that is something that Latin America can... The way I've been describing this tournament to friends, it's just come second or third. Because there's a really good chance if you come fourth, you have to play Brazil again. So just get on the opposite side of the bracket, and that should be their goal here, right? Just start that journey towards finishing in the top half.
It's going to be this massive battle for second and third, and we'll see who's going to be actually able to make it up there. Unless Brazil, you know, pull another INTZ, because this team hasn't necessarily done so well when they make it into these international tournaments.
I don't know about that. See, I'm kind of like... People say this about the Chiefs as well, right? The domestic team. So I'm going to bring it back to that. Like, why do they always choke at international? Well, they came second against Bangkok Titans. They were one best of 5 away from going to Worlds. I mean, the first time INTZ came, they lost to Besiktas, who were a very good lineup. I mean, that was the initial lineup that had a really good showing, and then they lost to Hard Random. And once again, these guys aren't slouches. I mean, it's not like they've failed to make it out of groups. I mean, INTZ both times have been able to, you know, get it going in the group stages and, you know, then just not have the best of 5s. But as I said, for both teams, it really is about getting away from these best of 1s. They really are a difficult format to play.
Yeah.
One early game gets away from you, all of a sudden you're at a deficit and you can't come back in that game. So get yourself back into the best of 5s where you're comfortable.
Yeah, and you also need to make sure that you're focusing for every single one of these as well, because in the best of 1 format, you're exactly right. I mean, surprises can happen, and we'll see whether it is going to be a slow game that these teams are going to play. Of course, the patch that we are on is 6.16.
It's not a slow patch.
No, it certainly isn't.
That's what I'm going to say. So, you know, if the slow game is coming in, I mean, pushing down turrets is incredibly potent on this patch. You can't really stall out all that much. You got bottom lanes rotating all over. Summoner's Rift at about the 5-minute mark, trying to pick up that first structure bonus. 650 gold, of course, onto any single member is going to boost that out of the world. I mean, you have a lot of gangplank running around, a lot of catch. So, as I said, definitely the potential for some slow play, but the patch does not suit that style.
Well, we are into Champion Select here for game number 1 of the International Wildcard Qualifier. It is going to be Chaos Latin Gamers on our blue side, as INTZ from Brazil are going to be taking the red. Already barred to be banned away, and there's the Zyra ban coming in here from INTZ. They've done their homework.
They certainly have. I mean, we mentioned that there are a couple of pocket Zyra players running around Summoners
This
Rift.
is the interesting thing. It was actually...
It's
okay,
not,
there's
there
the Talia. I was very, very perplexed because, in fact, INTZ are the team that plays Zyra. So, would be odd. It is going to be Nidalee locked in here. First pick. We'll update you on those bans as they come through. But, of course, both of these teams actually with Nidalee players in the jungle. That one being taken away from Revolta definitely being a big deal. Because as soon as you give him the ability to smash you across the map, it is a bad idea.
As the bans do come in, it's going to be Rek'Sai rounding out Chaos Latin Gamers. It is Zyra, Talia, as well as Karma. So the Zyra was
there it is.
Obviously, if they're willing to have that high priority on it, they also believe it is a good pick here for INTZ. So they're willing to take it off the board. I mean, I really do think the Karma is the important band here, though. Get Plugo on something that he's not really all that comfortable with. Isolate that Tokka's lane. See whether he can put in some work.
Yeah, of course, does have the Vladimir available potentially. If you would like to go towards it. But Jin is available. Mikau wanting to pick that one away, and it is going to be Na and Jin taken away here for the Brazilians.
All right, that's a potent first 2 picks. I mean, Jin at the moment, whilst he doesn't have great turret pushing ability, his siege and ability to force people off turrets really is second to none. He also has fantastic trading windows. And for me, Na and Gangplank are really the 2 top laners that are huge at the moment.
Yeah.
And Na absolutely smashes Gangplank. I mean, it's not even a contest anymore. Na really is just able to solo kill that lane over and over again. So Yang's always been a very good Na player going back to last year's IWCI. And we'll see whether he's able to continue any of that form because, as I said, historically has been there for the champion.
Yeah, Element as well played purely Gangplank Echo in the final at the same time. So definitely wanting to make sure that he's going to be at least feeling uncomfortable picking up that GP, as the Echo is going to be the option. And Ash picked up there as well, so double utility AD carries coming out for both of these teams.
And Echo doesn't do horribly in the matchup, but the thing is that you have to stay really even to be able to itemize your Trinity Force. If not, you have to go into tank, and then you get that difficult late game decision of, you know, Iceborne Gauntlet versus Trinity Force on Echo.
Yeah.
I mean, internationally speaking, every region except for the LPL seems to favor Trinity Force. LPL still sticks to the Iceborne Gauntlet quite a fair bit.
Yep.
Just because they run solo tanks a lot. So we'll see, given the fact that this is probably a solo tank lineup, out of KMV, whether they do go towards what would most likely be something close to a full tank Echo.
Yeah, Bear, of course, does have the opportunity to head on something like a Braum if he'd like to. Tahm Kench being looked at now by INTZ, but another tanky option.
So I think we can dispel the fact that, you know, INTZ might not be ready for the patch.
Yep.
This is a very good 6.16 pick ban phase that's come out. I mean, Tahm Kench pretty much ruins Ash's day. All of a sudden, you only need one QSS, and it's on the Tahm Kench of all things, and then he just eats whoever else gets arrows and runs away with them.
Yeah.
So, you know, all of a sudden, very safe lane for Macau. If they do go with a range support, something like a Nami or a Soraka here, there is the potential to bully the lane a little bit and take advantage of the Tahm Kench, or you can go the opposite and go brutally melee, something like a Trundle, and, you know, really fight the Tahm Kench early, but for right now, I would say that INTZ running away with this champion select, actually.
Yeah, and Chaos Lightning Gamers do favour the Trundle just a little bit. We'll see whether that is going to be the thought, but Braum available as well. May as well bring a door towards the bottom side of the map. Is now Vladimir being considered. Did mention this earlier on, Plugo. Most certainly comfortable on the champion, as most people are.
He hasn't got the highest skill cap.
No. You're just basically a blood blob in the mid lane doing ridiculous things.
I don't know what that means, but yeah, let's move on.
You know when you press your W button?
Yep.
Yeah, it just looks like a blood blob to me.
Okay.
Yeah, there we are. But it is going to be the counterpick opportunity here for Tockers, and this is the guy that we had questions for. Of course, considering his champion pool, of course, the answers are most certainly going to be there. I trust in you, Tockers, but we'll see what he is going to be able to bring out as Varus is being considered.
Yeah, Varus would be different. I mean, it waves clear as well. I'm not expecting to see it. That historically, Victor has been quite a good matchup. You're able to shove out the wave nice and early.
Other things would be Cassiopeia or something comes to mind as being an option.
Yeah, Mal's, you can shove him in. There is kill threat there, of course. Is a little bit nerfed on this patch, Malzahar.
Yeah.
So, you know, hasn't been seeing the strongest play, but always is going to be able to pump out a lot of consistent damage. And I guess when you do have that Jhin as your AD carry, that's really what you're looking for. A lot of catch potential, a lot of consistent damage coming out of your AD carry and mid laner.
I also really like the Malzahar picked into the Ashe as well. I mean, I know that the shield has been nerfed just a little bit, isn't going to be able to come off cooldown as quickly at later levels and only lasts for 0.25 of a second, but if he's just wandering around, you know, he's not going to get picked off by a stray arrow flying up the mid lane or something like that.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, if he's able to dodge the damage of Vladimir consistently, he won't be able to be picked off, but Vladimir has got the ability. Press escape to exit full screen. Vladimir has got the ability to be able to, you know, continue to whittle down that shield, so we'll see how it does go.
As we are having a look at Julio Cito, the jungle versus mid lane matchup here as Tockers on your screen towards the right. We'll see whether the Malzahar is going to work and is currently not quite as strong state. We still have seen a fair bit of play of the champion, though.
Yeah, we have. And as I said, like, the Baron control is still there. The flexible item build, you know, Morello's into Rylai's, into whatever the heck you want is still a very potent item build. So I certainly think he's still a good champion. It's just whether he does see the level of play that he's seen in the past.
Yeah, and of course, you know, still offers that amazing single target lockdown that you can provide. I do like their pick potential actually coming out of
that's what it's
this
really all
roster.
about. It's great late game team fight, but during the mid game, they're just going to be looking to secure vision in the jungle, get those picks, push down structures, and they do also have fantastic Baron control. Go back to it, the fact that great consistent damage, Malzahar in there, as well as the secure that can come out of Gragas. I mean, INTZ, if they get a lead, should not struggle to close this one out.
Well, we'll see whether they can get that lead. Looking over the other side of the rift, Chaos Latin Gamers, they do also have some pick opportunities of their own with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Remember, Ashe did take a little bit of a nerf. Her Q doesn't last for quite as long, and her arrow doesn't do quite as much damage.
Is that this patch? I thought that was 1.7.
Oh, it's 1.7. Oh, that's why you never read patch notes past the patch that you cast in Spawn.
Because that's how I know that it's not in there, because I haven't read the patch notes yet. That's my rule. So
I got curious. I never make that mistake normally, and see what happens. Immediately burnt for it.
So Ashe is all right at the moment. I do think that the pick potential is there. The 2v2 lane is very strong. I mean, great distance and being able to shove that one in. So might be able to put Jin under a little bit of early game pressure. Yeah,
and we'll see whether the Nidalee is going to work out coming out of the jungle as well as we hop onto the Rift for our very first IWCQ matchup as KMV are going to see whether they can do it against the home team in INTZ. So we are going to have a look at the Keystone Masteries. A couple of Deathfire touches on the side of INTZ, but otherwise, nothing really looking like it's out of place. And I say otherwise, I mean, that's pretty standard for both of those champions as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, Storm Raiders is unique on Vladimir.
Oh, that's the one I like the most. That's why I sort of glossed over it.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of Storm Raiders.
It means you can go 45% CDR, which is cool.
Yeah. All right, cool. So moving on. Let the color caster do that bit. 45% CDR, whilst cool, quite useless on Vladimir. I mean, early game strength really does help with what can be a punishable laning phase. So we'll see whether it works out for him and if running quick really is the best idea.
Thank you very much. I actually was hoping that you'd catch me up on that because I don't often make the right decisions when it comes to Keystone Masteries. Pick the ones that feel cool. That's Julio Cito. He's going to be spotted by that ward, but you can see not too much of a change in start. As it is going to be Macau and Joxter just going to take themselves a Gromp. Yeah, I'm going to help Revolta out on the top side for INTZ, whereas Bear and Fox just hanging out on their Krug. So everything all quiet on Summoner's Rift for level 1.
Yeah, it is going to be a rather quick jungle out of Julio Cito. We'll see whether if he tries to invade Revolta. I was going to say the level 1 should be much quicker out of INTZ's bottom lane. It is. Devour, so potent on Tahm Kench. See whether they go for the cheeky trade as well. I mean, there is a potential that you just walk up, start auto-attacking, and the layering of CC is enough that Joxter will be able to swallow the Braum if it gets to that point, but not deciding to go for it.
No, not just yet. And as far as the early game plan for both of these teams, I'm looking at a Gragas and thinking gank potential possibly, as Macau actually taking a fair bit of damage from the Fox. But not going to get stunned.
Yeah, he also didn't want to walk through the creep wave just because, as I said, the Devour is there already from Tahm Kench, can save the 80 carry from that stun. So Braum isn't necessarily a great matchup into Tahm Kench, although that is what they did go for. As far as early game, you already mentioned, I mean, Revolta can definitely gank quite heavily. See whether he goes into a heavy farming path or whether he does decide to try and put some early pressure out. Julio Cito, he's going to look to get his red buff and then just wreak havoc. I mean, while you don't have red on Nidalee, you're generally looking to just farm up as quickly as possible. She farms at the speed of light still. When you do have it, you can really put down some great range harass. This is the first invade of the game that we're seeing.
Yeah, already getting in amongst the jungle
like
here.
Ships in the night, Atlas.
Precisely. As that Rift Scuttler is going to get started off. Backping's actually coming down here as Julio Cito, I think, aware of the fact that there's a ward. But Revolta, completely unbeknownst to him, as far as this action, as Julio Cito's found Talker's Flash and Ghost used by the mid laner.
Yeah, it certainly is, and no pounce came out of Julio Cito. I think that might have been a little bit of a mistake. Could have led with that, then flashed after the Malzahar to secure that first blood, but they get double Summoner Spell because of some great early game pathing. Really like the activeness out of KMV's jungle.
Yeah, and of course Revolta thought that he probably had the bottom side of the map pretty scoped out. But Julio Cito did manage to make it there in time and did get some vision down at the same time as well. So we'll be able to spot where that Gragas is moving around in his bottom side jungle.
I think they also just got an eye of him on the top side, so that is going to be, a lot of pressure relief. Tracking the jungler is incredibly important on the current patch, as I said. The fact that you can push down turrets so potently after just one gank and pick up that gold is really devastating in the early game. However, you know, mid lane not necessarily going in the direction we thought it would. Malzahar was the counter pick elected here, but bottom lane heavily in favor of INTZ.
Yeah, McCown just able to get that shove in over and over again. And we talk about Ash Braum a lot of the time, and I mean, this is a strong lane. So huge props over to INTZ. There's a body slam on a Plugo, but yeah, he can turn into a puddle.
Yeah, no, they're not actually even trying to gank him. They're trying to shove out the wave and get the Malzahar a shop. The danger is if you sit around and show for that long, you are going to get flashed.
Wow,
on.
Yeah, that's the flash out of Plugo as he's looking for the Crimson Rush. Won't have it in time as he tanks up 2 turret shots. Okay,
second time, I actually think the Nidalee could have got an execute in there. I mean, body slam had already been used. Flash is available.
Doesn't use it. The pounce was used prior. Revolta actually getting pressured off this turret now. Red buff going.
Yeah, as I said, red buff Nidalee, quite obnoxious in the early game. You can see a little bit of dirty farming going through from Julio Cito. I'm sure Plugo is saying, can you please just let me farm my wave? I am dominating this lane already, up nearly 20 CS. Thank you very much, if you do not mind.
Well, a really nice hawk shot actually came down there from the Fox just to discover where Jockster had headed off to. The Master Chef going to make his way back down towards the bottom side of the map.
And all of a sudden, it's starting to bleed over. I mean, we saw a 10 CS advantage for Macau and Jockster. That's going to be about 6. But the fact that, you know, Jockster had to go for a little bit of a roam, look to help out mid lane because of this huge CS discrepancy is kind of telling of how much pressure Tokas thinks he is under at the moment.
Yeah. Also taking up a lot of Revolta's time at the same time here as Yang not able to utilize his jungler to try and get ahead here towards the top side of the map. Is still, you know, a couple of farm in the lead, but nothing to really write home about.
And it's interesting because normally as Na'Vi, you try and shove in as hard as possible, burn the teleport, because otherwise Echo is incredibly frustrating to lane against because you lose all kill threat. He can just ult back to lane over and over again without having to lose teleport advantage. But you can see level 6 is gained out of Element. So the lane becomes easier from here for the Echo player. No, I can't really catch him Mega Gnar for him. So the all-in potential really isn't all that potent. We'll see whether, you know, Element's just able to continue to survive, continue to farm up. Because this right now is looking fantastic for KMV.
Yeah. Just chilling out at the moment as the Spear is going to land onto Revolta. They do have a lot of late game scaling on this KMV roster. They must be very happy with how this one's going. Just get the Vladimir to the late game.
Yeah, it certainly is a potential. I mean, no one's going to argue with Malzahar's late game either. It does do a lot of damage.
Jin's pretty strong at the same time.
Jin's great towards the latter stages. I mean, I'm going to give the advantage to the Gragas in the jungle matchup even. So there is some scaling on INTZ. Don't get that confused. But for what we thought was going to be a pretty potent early game out of Revolta, has been quite back and forward so far as now everyone heading down.
Yeah, the Ghost actually popped from Tokas as well as
Teleport
Revolta gets in his way behind. Yeah, exactly right. Element is going to be able to get in here. Good Winter's Bite. They're looking for a disengage as in comes Mega Gnar. Yang wanting to get the jump as Bear throws up the door. The Fox getting some damage down now as Jockster goes low. There's the Gnar into the wall. Fox is the one with the focus as Element. Oh, he flashes out of the way. First blood goes over to Bear and it's all going wrong for INTZ. They trade as what the heck was that Element? He would actually make the trade, and in the end, it's won by INTZ, and they should be able to get first turret blood unless this mid lane falls down.
So they will be able to pick it up. In the end, Element flashing to trade was the right call because the dive was going to continue. So going 2 for 3, first blood secured as well as a turret trade, and even more mid lane priority because realistically, Toka's got nothing from that. Is absolutely massive for KMV. And meanwhile, I mean, all of Revolta's jungle's just been taken from him. He picks up his blue buff, but he lost his red. He lost complete control over the top side. So KMV really coming out swinging.
Yeah, I like it. As they don't necessarily have the gold lead, but you're right, opening up the map in the mid lane is a huge deal, and we'll see whether that's where they can keep pressure.
Especially because Malzahar is a pushing champion. As we have another look at this, I mean, Teleport came out. And, you know, it was just the ability to prioritize targets incredibly well. Element gets the stun because he pre-prepped it. Prepped. A lot of damage came out. And then, you know, even though it was a huge Nah, Bear goes massive here, takes out Tockers. And then they just leave Mikau by himself, and he's not really able to get the damage out.
This Fox is caught out by Mikau's ultimate. Curtain call, able to spell the death.
But it took so long, Atlas. Like, the thing is, being able to only have 4 bullets as Jhin, committing to a turret dive where you're tanking the turret, gets nerve-wracking. And you can see Mikau, in the end, ducked out, just popped the ultimate, and he did ultimately pick it up with the 3rd bullet, but definitely not what they were looking for. Would have liked a much cleaner execute on that dive, because it was a 5v3.
Yeah. Revolta now looking towards the top side of the map. Element does have his ultimate. And Julio Stito is in the area. As Yang gets the bounce onto Element. Good hyperproc there as well as phase dive. Not going to be able to close too much distance. Revolta doesn't find the ultimate, looking to predict, but it doesn't matter as Yang's able to grab that kill pretty easily.
Yeah, it certainly was. So this is a potent out of Nah. You can see that he goes towards a pretty heavy damage item build. It's going to be the Frozen Mallet first. As you can see, Plugo and Tockers just jockeying for position in this mid lane. Mikau does rotate over. Yeah,
Mikau actually going to join them here. It's KMV with a pretty fantastic start. INTZ still in the lead. Able to play cool, calm, and collected. Everything's just fine for the moment.
Whoa. Julio Stito nearly solos out in the bottom lane.
Yep, Bear dies. There's an arrow that hits the mid lane as the curtain call comes down. Plugo has to use his pull and has to flash out of the way as well. Transfuse goes down, and INTZ have just honestly taken this game in their control out of nowhere.
Yeah, scruff of the neck. I mean, it was the fact that Nah got massive, and now we're seeing the siege potential because they've knocked down bottom lane, so they rotate into the mid side, able to get a lot of pressure down, pick up another kill. However, that is quite inexcusable, getting caught out underneath your own turret.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a replay of exactly what Bear did. Fall to his demise, but...
Bear probably wouldn't.
Well, he's not watching the stream, Atlas. The good people at home are.
All right.
They want to know what happened. There are questions that remain unanswered.
Questions that need answering. It's Tockers just able to clear things out. Still so far behind, however. The INTZ mid laner probably just going to be used as a Nethergrass bot for at least this portion of the game. Almost has that Morellonomicon done as he goes back, grabs himself the Fiendish Codex. And Yang already has his Frozen Mallet done as well.
Yeah, Yang's a monster, and Element did go towards Triforce. I mean, we did say he picked up one of those kills, grabbed an assist. He was looking good, but Yang having 2 of the kills and then pretty much getting a solo rapidly accelerates that. So, you know, the Nah, he's going to be sitting pretty. Jockster hasn't really been used to, you know, move the AD carry around the map at a fast pace. Generally, if you do see the Tahm Kench picked up, you'll see an early rotation into the top side.
Yeah, and you can also, you know, push down that turret, use the Abyssal Voyage to cut off the top laner at the same time. Know what you mean?
Pick up about a 6-second rotational advantage if you do use the Abyssal Voyage. I mean, League of Legends is a game of seconds right now. Zhang going aggressive, but not overcommitting. Absolutely bullying at the moment.
Yeah, and what was a 1 versus 2, to be perfectly honest, at that stage, even though he didn't know it.
Well, he's about to go Mega, so that was never going to be a commit that the Nidalee was willing to go for, because she just would have got 1 shot. So you understand why Julio Stito not really willing to jump into Yang at the moment?
Yep. Of course, Cloud Drake is going to be the first dragon here, so 13 minutes into the game. Hasn't been looked at or touched, because people just don't seem to want to walk fast outside of combat.
It's just that structures are so much more valuable at the moment than, you know, pretty much all the Drakes. You can still make the argument for Infernal. Is now Mikau in big trouble.
Yeah, he's getting ghosted on here as Hemoplay goes down. And
message received. Don't walk into my mid lane, Mikau, says Plugo.
And then says, I've got farm to get to, but you just remember that. As he walked into the brush.
But this is what it's all about. I mean, all of a sudden, INTZ controlling the jungle. Revolta takes a couple of spears, but, you know, there is that deep vision. They've got the Malzahar into a side wave. He can farm quite safely against an Ashe. Really, it's up to Julio Stito making anything happen around the map right now, because the gold lead is starting to grow. I mean, it's only 2,000. It's definitely not the start of the game that INTZ would have wanted, but it is a gold lead nonetheless.
Yeah. On the other hand, I mean, I do like the fact that Chaos Latin gamers have been able to at least slow things down, get it back to normalcy, because it did look like it was starting to go completely into INTZ's favor. This fast-paced game has been working out for them, but Juliocito now able...
Revolta is a spear magnet.
He is.
I mean, I know Gragas is a fat man, but he is actually quite mobile. So, you know, face tanking a lot of spears. I mean, to his credit, Revolta has kept up in farm so incredibly well against... Ooh, arrow.
Wow. Yeah, going to connect onto Macau here at the same time as the spear's going to land. Big ult comes down as Juliocito wants to find the reset. The heal comes out as Revolta's body blocking. That's a good time to catch a spear as now he gets slowed down, but Body Slam gets him out.
Ooh, another body block. Revolta on fire there.
That's ridiculous. See? He's a fat man, and he's utilizing it to his advantage.
Certainly is, but they lose control over the Dragon area. We'll say that was a pretty opportunistic play out of KMV. They would be dreading the fact that they didn't pick up a kill, but a Dragon for it, as well as no lost tempo, is going to be a great thing. Didn't have to burn Element's teleport. Avoiding Yang's Gnar for the meanwhile.
Yep.
Pretty much everything about that play was fantastic.
Well, congratulations. Unable to get a kill, but did manage to get a little bit more movement speed. Jockster, he's getting some deep vision by the looks of things. Unless he wants to try and get a gank down onto Element, will know that Juliocito is in the area.
Everyone rotating up there, however, I mean, this is pretty telegraphed. Tockers is now in the jungle as well. They're standing on top of a ward. However, looking for Nidalee.
Yeah, and he is going to get caught out. Oh, no, Silence not going to land as the pounce was there, but the Ghost is going to catch him up. There's the stun to come out of the Jhin, and it's easily locked down as Juliocito is going to melt.
Yeah, and just look at the peak potential that came out. I mean, long-range stun out of Macau, following up all of Tokka's CC. They will be able to... Ooh, not fair.
There it is. Okay, so making up for his death towards the bottom side of the map that we didn't see, steals away the blue buff.
Yeah, certainly did. You know, secures that for his team. Gets it, more importantly, away from Tokka's, who needs it to be able to freely push out. Let's have another look at this failed gank. I mean, great ultimate over the wall from Revolta. Stops all three members.
Revolta.
Then Juliocito flashes forward. Heal comes out. Revolta flashes back and forward in front of his AD carry. One body block. Body blocks the door. Gets a double slow and then body blocks a second spear. I mean, pretty much everything played perfect out of Revolta there. That's why they brought him back into the lineup. Really is the star player of this INTZ lineup.
Yeah, just incredible. In fact, every movement that he made was perfect. I have a feeling Macau would have died if he hadn't done any of the things that he did. Now you can see Juliocito now towards the bottom side of the map, looking to try and grab some pressure, but Revolta is here once again.
Going towards Rylai's Crystal Scepter, I mean, it's an age-old debate. I'm pretty famously a big fan of Rylai's Crystal Scepter on Nidalee. However, you know, with the changes that did come out of the likes of Rod of Ages, you know, also, we've seen some weird dash cannon builds for Nidalee.
I love dash cannon Nidalee.
Also just the fact that you can go towards cooldown reduction quite effectively on Nidalee.
Things like Abyssal Scepter could be good.
Yeah, Abyssal Scepter into Sheen item. I mean, there's lots of things that people are picking up. You can see that Element's being punished pretty hard in the top lane now. But it's just not as black and white as it was at MSI Atlas, is what I'm trying to say.
Ah, yes. Well, Revolta is going to be able to steal that one away. Tongue Lash is going to get doored by Bear as Plugo now looking to hold onto this mid lane. Spears still coming through thick and fast. They should be able to defend this relatively easily, but INTZ just claiming ownership over this jungle.
And that's what they want to do, you know, guarantee the bottom wave can't be farmed because they knock down that turret. They're trying to isolate that quadrant of the map. Then they'll look to siege in, you know, use a Gragas barrel to knock people out from underneath the turret. I mean, Braum is going to be great late game against the Gragas. Guess it's fair to point that out. But as of right now, it looks like just... We have these in Oceania all the time. We call them the Great Ose A-Ram.
Mm-hmm.
But just a little bit of, you know, head ramming coming in, honestly. They're just trying to get down that turret.
Bit of a stalemate. Somewhat. Still a 2,000 gold lead. Not much of a swing at all since the early kills that came in for INTZ. Good spear. Scuttlecrab, of course, the most difficult to hit unit on the map.
Yeah, a little bit caught out. Gets chunked. Yep, no Scuttlecrabs. They duke like you would not believe. This is really surprising, honestly, out of INTZ. I feel like they have a great opportunity, you know, repetitively dive top lane Element. He's not tanky at all at this stage. But really, they are just holding it down in the mid lane. Finally, the rotation is coming out. But once again, it's 5 members strong.
Actually looking at the Rift Herald here as Yang will be able to solo push this top outer turret. Claim themselves a 3,000 gold lead.
That's a pretty big luxury to just be able to rely on Yang to solo win a lane after getting a good teleport play in the bottom lane. I mean, he had one gank the entire time where Revolta whiffed the keg. So it's not like he was camped for. And 302 solo pushing down the turret, 10 CS advantage over the Echo, who is a pretty good laner at this stage. Nice to see Yang still playing very good League of Legends.
Oh, yeah. We'll be able to get a big shove, and we'll see whether it's going to be about the Gnar, whether he can actually start up these fights for INTZ.
Well, now they really have opened up the map. You can see their deep vision line coming in, especially towards the top side of the map. Now they can really isolate that mid lane, and Plugo has to walk into the wave-to-wave clear, is the most important thing to note there. You can see now KMV trying to get a rotation into the bottom lane, but being matched quite quickly from INTZ. Turret will fall.
Yep, outer turret in the mid lane looking to be the answer here for INTZ if they can make it. But this one's going to fall down much faster. The wave not quite there yet. And Element does have his Time Winder. Can actually clear out that minion wave as it's only Macau that's in there to try and push.
And you'd have to say one more time that, you know, INTZ, they come up with a great play. They knock down Rift Herald. Guarantee that for Yang. It's going to be a very long Rift Herald, about 38-ish minutes.
Yep.
Until that expires. And they grab top lane turret. But in saying that, good rotation into the bottom side of the map, gives them control over that lane, pushes it out, denies a lot of the vision. So KMV definitely putting up a very good fight.
Yeah, seem to have the answers. Plugo, he's got 30% CDRs. There's the arrow that lands onto Revolta. He's going to be stunned forever as Element's able to pick up the kill. Can they find more, though, as Deadly Flourish stuns up Plugo? There's flashes coming out of everyone as Element is going to be able to catch up to the Tahm Kench. Oh
my goodness.
What the heck was that? Plugo gets the exhaust out, trades it for a flash. I like it.
It certainly does. All of a sudden, they do have potential to siege down this mid lane. Would have liked them to hold on to some ultimates because Yang now does have a flank, and in comes Talkers.
Yeah, does still have the Nether Grasp as Element turns up as well. Curtain calls in here. Big flank as Julio Cito is going to get caught out by the ult. He's going to take a lot of damage, but doesn't fall down. Good primal surges. Now Yang is getting converged on, but picks up one of the kills. Gets another one there for Talkers as Element's running as fast as he can. Ults himself back into INTZ. It's not really where he wants to be, but at the moment is able to get out. Wrong side of the map. We'll see whether he can actually survive. Cue the Benny Hill music, I think is what this one calls for. Parallel convergence, dodge, takes a turret shot and dies.
So in the end, it is going to be a massive team fight win for INTZ. That's why we were asking, don't burn the ultimates. I mean, all of a sudden, Plugo burnt double summoner spell ultimate for absolutely nothing on that turret dive. Doesn't end up dying, but I mean, he could have created a lot more pressure as that re-engage was coming out of INTZ because it was a 4v5. It's just that Yang is massive.
Yeah. And it felt like Yang was getting converged on, but he was sort of one versus 5, pretty happy to do it.
Yeah. So great Nether Grasp, locked down Julio Cito underneath the turret. So, you know, that was the first big mishap, gives us a gold lead. But this is what it was. I mean, Yang corrals him. Julio Cito gets knocked up, and all he's doing is sitting there throwing boomerangs. I mean, finally, he does get the last hit here onto Bear. Guarantees that the Malzahar are going to be able to pick up the next one. Then he just chases down and corrals Elements and zones away the rest of the team. That was not even flashy play out of Yang, just very, very good conscious League of Legends.
Yeah, and the thing that I was impressed about was the fact that, you know, this is a mini Gnar performance at the same time. I mean, often you expect that Gnar bar to be in the right spot, otherwise he doesn't do necessarily as much, but you're exactly right. Corralled was the word. Worked out very, very well.
And, you know, he has got the mini Gnar build. He's got the Frozen Mallet. He's got the Black Cleaver.
Wow, yeah.
So he's gone with it. Definitely is the potent mini Gnar build. You don't want to fight that guy in a 1v1 situation.
You don't anyway. He's 4-0-3. I feel like it could be almost any champion at the moment. Actually, that's probably not true. If it was Soraka, 1v1.
You would 1v1 a Soraka?
Yeah, I reckon. I'd probably try. Might be embarrassing.
was about to say, I'll take the Gnar and just gracefully power out and defeat. Last thing you want is that frozen mallet, Black Cleaver Soraka taking you out. Then you can't show your face internationally ever again.
No, I wouldn't be able to. Those devastating, armor-penetrating bananas. As Tockers is going to be able to defend this top lane outer turret. Almost done, but not going to fall on this wave.
He's done a good job of, mitigating a lot of the damage that was done early game as well, Tockers. He was 30 CS down when he only had 30 CS, so the fact that it's remained that gap, that he's 3-1 and 4 now, really is laying down the hurt for his lineup. Good thing. You have to say that, it was a shaky start. They gave away a lot of mid lane priority. Arrow comes out again.
Yeah, and Joxter's going to eat his jungler. Element closes the gap, though. Can they find any more? As there's the W once again. Element uses his ult, but straight back into the middle of it. The ultimate has come down as Plugo dash cannons towards the Gnar. Tockers, oh my goodness. Caught on the flank. There's now Revolta looking for more. It's a 1-for-1 trade at the moment, but Yang's found the Fox in the backline, and Ash versus Mega Gnar. Yeah, I doubt that's going to go well, as Yang is unstoppable now, and Julio Cito, where is he going to go? There's the flash double body slam, as it's the Nidalee that he wants. Knocks her back in, pounces out though, and is going to be okay. Plugo with the flash, and will tank up the Baron hit. Crimson Rush will get a lot of his health back. Yang now finds his way through. The Abyssal Voyage is going to spell the death of the Vampire, and now INTZ goes straight towards the Baron.
Yeah, what a fight out of INTZ. I mean, they pick up Tockers, but they overcommit one more time to the left to summon the Drift. Leave the Fox out to dry, who is so much of their damage in these big team fights. Julio Cito, he's trying to rear his head in there. Ooh, that was nearly a kill onto Joxter.
Revolta, of course, always takes the spear, though, so it doesn't matter who's in front.
And they have stopped the Baron, however, it looks like.
Yeah, Revolta actually taking a lot of damage. The arrow sails by majestically. Bear's going to turn up. Throws out the Winter's Bite.
Element got the TP.
Yeah, there's
no
the
one
flank.
else is with him, though.
Wow, stun comes in as Timewind is going to slow everyone down. Good dodge of the body slam, but he's dead. And that's a dominating Gnar towards the top side.
I'm going to say that's a lapse in concentration from KMV, because the call obviously that was there from Element that, I have the deep flank. I'm going to be able to, make this play.
Ash is on walkabout. Just wanders past Joxter.
Yeah, there was a Malzahar waiting in the brush.
Uh-huh.
There is no way you take that play. I mean, as much as you love a cheeky solo kill onto a support...
No, I was just wondering why the Fox was even there. Not saying go in. Just thinking, it's a bit dangerous. Julio Cito is now going to get stunned up. There's the Nether Grasp as well, as Bear's trying to get in front. Is going to defend from a lot of the damage. As Dancing Grenade not going to be able to find much. Oh my goodness, there's the ult. Doesn't quite get it as Plugo limps away. Oh, I spoke too soon. And Deadly Flourish is exactly that.
Macau 7-0-7, absolutely dominating Summoner's Rift. 14 out of 16 kill participation. Thank you very much as an AD carry.
You're welcome.
Now the Fox, get out of there. This is a bad news story for KMV all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's gone from bad to worse, I believe, Spawn. It's INTZ break down that outer turret in the mid lane. Only inners remain here for KMV. But Yang actually finds his way through the backline. Another Deadly Flourish, and the Fox is going to fall as now Element takes a Hyper Proc as Yang is just doing so much work right now. He's got 3 items. They are going to be able to take down this inner turret, and Inhibitor turret is honestly in trouble.
Yeah, and as I said, INTZ, they got, apart from the Malzahar, pretty much the dream draft on the current patch, and Tockers has held up well. So Yang really showing the potence of Gnar, both in the mini and mega form. That's a couple of times that, unfortunately, the Fox has just been soloed out.
Yeah.
And hasn't been able to get going, and he is a star player for KMV. Generally in the past, if he doesn't roll, I mean, they lose games.
It did take him a little while to get going in their final. Of course, dropping the first 2, but picks up the Vayne, goes completely nuts against Cicerus Gaming. But it's a different beast in INTZ here for the first match of the IWCQ. And already the Brazilian team looking pretty comfortable. 28 minutes.
You have to say this was a very composed performance from INTZ as well.
Yeah.
This game not over yet, but, they did have the option to fall behind early. They made the big play in bottom lane. It was well matched by KMV, but they just used opening up the map to such great advantage. And they even hid Tockers for long enough. And once again, he's 4-2-7. using that CC to great effect. And, you know, still only 30 CS behind him. Vladimir is one of those champions that if he gets ahead of you, has the potential to explode.
Yeah.
Julio Cito was giving a lot of attention to that lane, but it hasn't been the case.
Yeah, and of course, Plugo unable to really translate any of that lead
into anything.
Yeah, at all. And now Infernal Drake has been started here by INTZ to say thanks to KMV for taking down the cloud that was up earlier. 29 minutes in. Should be able to lock this one down unless Julio Cito has anything to say about it. Finds the spear. Of course, Revolta tanks it. There's got to be a Revolta spear tank count for the amount of spears that have been thrown from Julio Cito at team members of INTZ and which ones have been eaten by the Gragas. Because I think that number's big.
Baron a team member. A Dragon a team member.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
But I do take your point.
He's
tanked a lot.
He has. Seems selflessly tanked. It's like he does it on purpose.
Well, that one was definitely on purpose. Didn't want the steal to come out.
Yeah. Well, Element with his Dead Man's Plate up here towards the top side. Has himself a QSS to get out of the Nether Grasp, which has also been picked up by the Fox. Delays his next item. Has a longsword sitting there. We'll see what that's going to build into. Could mean Mercurial Scimitar as item number 3. Is Deadly Flourish. Not going to find anyone. INTZ with control once again. Yang on the bottom side with teleport at the ready.
And really, there's just no good options right now because the hard engage is only the arrow. They're going to be eaten by Tahm No one can match Yang. Mid lane inhibitor already down. And if you show too many areas else, you're just going to get collapsed on for Baron. So KMV, this is a difficult part of the game. Hard engage probably needs to be looked at. Instead, they back away. And now INTZ, they just can either bait out the Baron or just start it up.
Yeah, another pink ward in the pit. One out the front. Hawkshot's going to fly over, so KMV do know exactly where INTZ are. Only a couple of charges of that ability, though. They don't have any blue trinkets
that was
available.
A ghost, actually, out of Tokka's. A little bit hesitant to pick it up. I mean, if you see a half-health Vladimir in the mid lane, probably an okay sign to start the Baron.
He's actually going to go back here as well. I think that might be the Void Staff completed as Yang and Element were fighting towards the bottom side. You can see bottom left of your screen. But INTZ just go back, push up the minion waves.
It is a Void Staff. That's a huge breakpoint coming through for Vlad. So all of a sudden, I mean, Plugo, we said that he needs to step up, be that main carry for his team. Now maybe has the capability of being able to do so.
At the moment, just on super minion duty.
I think you honestly have to kill Joxter, though. I'm just looking down the lineup. I don't think you can pop anyone quick enough if you land the arrow. Joxter's walking towards the front of the fight quite regularly. Maybe you just try and blow up the Tahm Kench, get a good trade off the back end of it.
Well, at the moment, Revolta, of course, pretty good at catching skill shots. We'll see whether it's going to be him that can get in front of Joxter. At the 4-1... certainly coming out, of course. It feels like these super creeps in the mid lane are playing as another team member of INTZ. Julio Cito in full vision of INTZ is very far up. Plugo's going to come around the side. Does have the Ghost available as the fight has started. Joxter is going to be the option here for KMV, but the teleport in the perfect position from Yang and has the Meganar. Can he get the ult off as Julio Cito very, very low towards the back of this fight? Is going to be able to get behind the bear. There's Element looking to back, but look at the low health bars here in KMV. It's going to be difficult to hold on to this turret.
Yeah, turret's gone, but ultimately that was a pretty good hold. I mean, they lose 2 turrets for it, but the 4-1 wasn't successful in breaching any more of the base. They also repel what was potentially a big Baron play there, so I don't think you're all that mad if you're KMV.
Yeah, a lot of backs actually coming in here from INTZ as well. Leandri's Torment is done now for Tokka's, so big 3-item spike.
Oh, don't get me wrong. INTZ, still massive. Hugely in the driving seat. Should be able to close this one out. It is an 8,000 gold lead 33 minutes in. But the longer you repel like that, you know, not give up major objectives, the more opportunities there is for INTZ to make that mistake. Scuttle Crab goes on walkabouts.
Yep. It's cruising. Element will actually be able to get this wave towards the other side of the map. Will mean that INTZ do need to answer. At the moment, Tokka's a little bit far away with no summoner spells, of course. Can't ghost his way into any fights. As Bear looking to try and clear out some vision. Winter's Bite doesn't find anyone. Right, KMV look to have a new lease on life here as they wander up the mid lane.
Yeah, they once again pushing out lanes, getting them in a fairly good position. They have the teleport advantage this time. They should be looking to utilize it. Force Yang into starting up a Baron or something like that to get him back into the area. Problem is they just can't get in for any deep vision.
Looks like this minion wave on the bottom side of the map is slow pushing in as well. That inner turret will be under fire as there's the body slam onto Bear. Deadly Flourish comes down as well as he has to throw down the ultimate. Flashes, stands behind Julio Cito as now Element going to come over to the side. There's the stun to Revolta, gets stunned up once again, but eaten by Jockster.
And one more time, I mean, that's Bear, Summoner Spell, and Ultimate Burn, but also Macau's, which is a huge initiation tool for INTZ. Revolta still has Flash Body Slam, but the longer they can continue to stall this out, I mean, that's a huge creep wave on the bottom lane, and they're going to have to peel away from Baron.
Yeah, once again, as Yang actually, Mega is just coming up. He's going to crush his way forward as there's the Zhonya's. Plugo dash cannon's out of the way, but Macau grabs the kill. He's legendary now at 8-0 and 8. And of course, Yang's able to lock down the Nidalee. Just better microplay here from INTZ.
Yeah, Nidalee was dead. I think that was a foregone conclusion as soon as the Mininar was onto her, but Plugo that time around ran down back towards the team as opposed to up. You know, didn't even get the ultimate out. Baron will fall down, so this game for KMV, I mean, we said that they've got a good opportunity to look for a mistake, but ultimately it's INTZ that capitalize on that, extend their lead.
Well, KMV looking to grab some Scuttle Crab vision. The Elder Drake is going to spawn exactly on 35 minutes.
That's a dead Nidalee. Yes, thank you, Server.
Also a ward that Element could potentially teleport to, even though he was a couple of steps away. But Macau, he wants to push this Baron up minion wave towards the open inhibitor. And let's have a look at this pick again.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. As soon as the Mininar was on Julio Cito, I mean, he goes negative to finish it up. But that was a dead Nidalee. Revolta has a dance, dodges that spear. But it was the Vlad ghosting towards the team that really confused me that time around. He didn't drop the Hemoplague or anything.
Was that a bluff, you think?
It was a bad bluff. Got Nethergrasp upped and just blown off the face of the earth. I mean, Macau even flashed over a wall to pick him up, 8-0 and 8. So ultimately, KMV, they need to continue to stall. This game needs to go for another 10 minutes if they're going to look to pull this one back.
Well, Element does almost have his Guardian Angel. Got Infinity Edge on the way for the Fox. Only needs 1,400 gold. But look at that crit to the face from Macau. He's got 4 items on the Jhin. So much armor penetration. And look at this turret melt. INTZ will be able to take down this bottom inhibitor. And it looks like KMV just don't have an answer at all. Spears are flying through. They're just not doing the damage necessary. And the Fox, if he had taken that Deadly Flourish, I think he might have been dead.
I think he might be right there, Atlas. And, you know, they knocked down a second inhibitor as well. So ultimately this game looks like it's just going to become a stranglehold for INTZ. They back away. They're going back towards the top lane. You know, not wasting time on things like the Elder Dragon. They know they have priority on the map right now. They're using it. Yang is first to 18 by an absolute mile.
Yeah, somehow actually it's Tockers that's right behind him on the 17 mark, so he's got himself back up, at least on experience. Void stuff almost done for him at the same time, with room for that pink ward. Now INTZ, I mean, they can play this as patiently as they like. Super Creeps are going to be knocking on the front door of KMV, but they have a massive creep wave here and lots of damage to take down this inhibitor turret.
One more time, the only wave clear they have is Vladimir putting himself in the creep wave. And we've seen time and time again that just gets him killed. And now they knock down the last remaining base turret. There it is.
Yeah, Arrow is going to come in. Parallel Convergence gets a nice double stun, but it's onto the 2. Taking a massive 5-man ult from Yang. And Julio Cito is going to fall down. Double body slam comes in as well. INTZ just all over KMV right now. A beautiful team fight. And that is going to spell the first game of the IWCQ victory for the Brazilians.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Yang just made it look easy on this Nah. What a final play. I mean, congratulations to Brazil for picking up win number 1. I mean, Latin America, they actually went with them for a lot of that game.
Yeah.
But in the end, you gave over such a potent draft towards the later stages and came back to bite them.
Yeah, and the 2 big carries for this team, of course, Macau finishing 10-0 and 10. You've got an 8-0-8 Na towards the top side of the map at the same time. Just a huge performance from this INTZ roster. Really, really brilliant for building that momentum moving forward.
Yeah, it certainly is. But, I mean, other IWC teams are going to look at that game and there's going to be hope for them. I mean, a miss execution on a 5-man dive bottom lane. They got the first structure bonus. They were able to pick up the 3 kills down there, but they lost 2 in response. I mean, that wasn't necessarily the best thing. So, you know, you can see them on your screen. Not on your plane. You can see them on the screen. They're shaking hands.
Yeah, some hugs there as well.
Look pretty disappointed, honestly. They felt that they had a good grasp on that game towards the early stages, but, you know, credit to the Brazilians to pull it back, but it wasn't a flawless victory. There were definitely mistakes.
Yeah, and I mean, that lull in the mid-game is another example of that as well, not necessarily knowing what their composition was able to do at that particular point in time, and it's pretty dangerous, actually, to give up what could potentially be weaknesses this early on in the series when you've got a target on your back, honestly.
Yeah, certainly do. I mean, everyone wants to beat the Brazilians on their own soil, and they're going to be very hard to take down. I'm just going to go back to that. But the reliance on Yang to pretty much 1v1 his lane was what the mid-game was all about. And, you know, this was a mis-execution on the first dive that we mentioned. Tokas gets chunked out. Does fall down because, you know, the Braum just solos him here, Bear. And then, you know, tanking up the turret here for Macau means that another kill does go across. As Element flashes in, he was going to die regardless, so good to get the trade. But that was a risky play, and it nearly bit them incredibly hard.
Yeah, and this is another moment. I think Julio Cito is going to get caught out of position and getting that last cheeky auto attack, and Nethergrasp can never be underestimated because he just couldn't do anything here.
Yeah, certainly couldn't. You see the AoE potential that comes out of a Malzahar. Honestly, if Yang hadn't have hopped forward there and just let Tokas pick up that kill, the Fox would be dead.
Yeah.
So, you know, once again, just the tiniest of little mistakes here, but KMV ultimately paid very deeply for sticking around and trying to get that turret. That was after a good pick on Revolta. So, you know, KMV, they showed something. They had a really nice pick comp. We kept going back to it. But ultimately, the micro ability to outplay and a couple of the late game decisions were just too good out of INTZ.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of it came down to sort of that micro play as well. They did just look mechanically stronger. However, I mean, a lot of the ideas coming out of KMV were actually fantastic. Utilizing that extra pressure that they had in the mid lane, they kept that up over and over again. Julio Cito, early vision to make sure that they could spot out where Gragas was, get his location. I mean, there were a lot of really good signs coming out of this Latin American team.
There was a pick that went on to Jin that, I mean, it was 150 health that he lived on and ran halfway across the map. There were so many times that there was just fingertips away from having a good thing. But, you know, ultimately Brazil was too good.
Well, it is going to be Brazil picking up game number 1. We are going to throw to a short break, but when we get back, even more IWCQ. IWCQ, and Brazil were able to pick up the first victory here on their home soil over the Latin American team. Chaos Latin Gamers had a decent start. It just wasn't quite enough, was it, Spawn?
Yeah, and you have to think that the big sigh of relief now comes out of the Brazilian lineup. I mean, they would be incredibly nervous going into this. They have performed, not up to their high expectations in the past, but, being able to pick up that first victory over an old rival, as you said, 40% Brazilians on the KMV lineup. They did get the victory. It took a little bit longer than they wanted, but in the end, it was a pretty clean result.
Yeah, most certainly was. And as well, I mean, all of the questions that we had for this team have been answered. I mean, that was a clearly meta draft, 6.16 all over it, and they played it out, honestly, I mean, with a couple of hiccups here and there, pretty damn well.
Yeah, they certainly didn't. I mean, their strengths are just still there. Is a really scary thing. I mean, it looks like they've shored up a couple of their weaknesses, a little bit of mid-game decision-making still there, but, Yang Stillamonta Revolta still had some very nice plays in that game. Maybe not as active early game as he would have liked because Tockers did fall behind, but that is going to be, ultimately a very good victory.
Yeah, most certainly is. And I guess the only question mark that we have is Tockers in the mid lane. I mean, he was struggling quite a lot there against Plugo, whose Vladimir was difficult to deal with.
I do want to say that was a really cheeky gank. I mean, when you get Rift Scuttler and you ward the right side of mid lane on the same push that your mid lane is doing blue buff, you probably assume that they're at their red buff at that stage, and there's no way to get in from that side of mid lane. So I do understand how Tockers got ganked. I also think that it was a great setup out of Vladimir. He allowed the lane to reverse quite early on by pushing in nice and deep and getting it to bounce back. So there were some things there. The KMV set up very well. I don't necessarily think that's a criticism to Tockers. And he bounced back incredibly well. I mean, he was down 30 CS. It stayed at 30 CS. He picked up like 4 or 5 kills, was very active in the team fights, very good on the pick situation. So I think that, even though they did get camped out a little bit, they're not going to look at that and be like, that's insurmountable, because that's one error that snowballed, and then they put a pretty big halt onto it.
Yeah, sort of plugged that leak and then allowed the rest of the map to go nuts. And if you're looking at the other lanes, you've got an 8-0-8 Gnar towards the top side of the map, getting basically solo kills, with the only visit that Revolta made was basically a missed ultimate and, a look in the right direction, which I believe was what he added to that. And then you've got a 10-0-10 Jhin that looked honestly untouchable.
And the Jhin pick is a big one for me, because if they're able to play that much utility, I mean, they one lane is Jhin Tahm Kench, which is pretty much all utility in the bottom lane. That just bodes such good news, because you never have to camp that lane. They did get the 5-man dive in there, but it's so safe with the Tahm Kench because he's tanky. He can save a member from the turret damage. I mean, that was really nicely executed from the bottom lane of INTZ.
Yeah, most certainly was. And of course, it was up against sort of the star player from this Latin American team. And the Fox has been a player that we've been looking at throughout our preparation, saying if this team is going to win, it's going to be via that bottom lane.
Yeah, it certainly was, but he didn't have the best game, and, ultimately that's what it came down to.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we'll see whether, KMV can pick it back up once again, and whether Brazil is going to continue their dominant force, because this team is so incredibly frightening. Of course, every member of the team looking good, even if things didn't necessarily go earlier on. I mean, Tockers is one of those players that was known for the Azir, so known to just be able to scale into the late game.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, when you have such a good early game lineup, it's just going to mean that it can bleed into that late game incredibly well.
Yeah, most certainly can. As of course, we have Hingers standing by for an interview.
Guys, I'm here right now with Jungler for the victorious INTZ Revolta. First of all, congratulations on the win. Let me ask you, did that game go entirely to plan for you guys?
I think we had some problems in that game, especially in the early game, because they drafted really have early game jungler like Nidalee, and they had a winning lane matchup, Vladimir against Malzahar until level 6. So they pressured Malzahar really heavily, and we had some problems to keep Malzahar in the game. It didn't go as we planned, but I think we did a good job, an okay job, by keeping Malzahar in the game and planning out what you're going to do next.
What was your preparation like pre-tournament? Were you guys boot camping really hard, and how do you feel like that's transitioned into your gameplay?
Honestly, I don't think we played any close to what we learned on the boot camp. We didn't do anything we learned, because our draft was not to do the things we learned there. Our draft was let's see how they play early game, if we take them on playoffs, if we play them there. So we know how right now how they play their game.
Yeah, awesome. And finally, today, later on, you're going to be doubling up. You're playing Lyon later on. Give us a preview. What are you expecting from that match? You guys are going to go in as heavy favourites, but do you feel like that's a deserved title?
I don't know anything about Lyon, honestly. We did watch them play, but we didn't play against them, so it's kind of hard to say that if they're good or not. So we're going to see when we play them.
Excellent. All right, well, thank you so much for chatting to us, and it's back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, it's great to hear from Revolta there as well. This man, like, Hing is, I mean, asked some pretty tough questions, and Revolta just seemed to just know exactly what was going on.
Yeah, a couple of things I learned from that interview. Hingers looks fly as heck over there. The second thing is that that's pretty much what they thought. They didn't have the winning matchup in the mid lane until level 6. It got camped out early. They weren't expecting Julio Cito to be able to play such a potent early game. He was more of a teamfight jungler when we saw him last. So these are all lessons that they're going to have to learn the hard way. And the fact that he was right, they gave nothing away from that draft. They played purely for teamfight in late game. And the fact that they didn't have to pull out any wild cards against what is supposed to be one of the lower ranked IWC teams, although KMV stood up very well in that challenge, I think is only good news for the Brazilian fans.
Yeah, and we've already highlighted how important it is to keep those cards close to your chest. But let's move on to our next matchup. It is going to be Oceania taking on CIS as Albus NoX Luna take on the Chiefs. And the really interesting thing about this is the regular season from Albus NoX Luna this time around, 13-1. Chiefs used to have that sort of record every time they head into the OPL. This time around, finishing off third in the regular season for split number 2, and then managing to pip Legacy at the post in the final.
They actually had the most dominant final run we've ever seen in
Well,
Oceania.
the final run, yes, very dominant.
They 3-0'd. I don't think you can get much more dominant. As you see Kira on your screen there. Superstar mid laner for Albus NoX, formerly Hard Random. Really excited to look at what Albus NoX has got in store because, as you said, they're ramping up domestically.
Yeah.
I mean, they're getting better and better. It's still Smurf, PvP Stehos, Kira, Miracle, the Crit, all very strong individual players. And, when I have a look at this lineup, if they have shored up some of their weird aggression in the early game out of PvP Stehos, they are such a good team.
Yeah, they most certainly are, and they're a terrifying looking team as well. I'm really intimidated right now by these guys, but I love the mid lane matchup here because Swiffer was actually breathing a sigh of relief during the CIS final. It was a 2-0 at that particular point in time. Vega Squadron were looking really, really good, and then Kira's team gets the 3-0 reverse sweep, and having flashbacks to IWCA.
Swiffer didn't play in that tournament?
Oh, sorry. Well, the Chiefs in general.
Where am I going with this?
There were 2 Chiefs members on that IWCA
one
roster
of which
for
is
Oceania.
Retired from post-traumatic stress. That's all I can add. But
for good reason.
No, when I have a look at this team, so they all play on a lot of the EU servers. They're very, very good individual talents, as we said. So Kira is going to be the superstar. Plays a lot of control mages. Should be a very good meta for him moving around the map. So as I said, PvP Stehos. As long as he's not playing Grave solo invading the way he was at IWCI, this team's very good.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they're going to do. And in the meantime, we are going to have a look at their story as well and how they made their way over here. The LoL Continental League has seen significant changes for their summer split. Multi-champions Hard Random have evolved into Albus NoX Luna. While the name of the winning team has changed, the victorious players remain exactly the same. The superiority of Kira's team in LCL is amazing. In the group stage, ANL cruised through to finish in first place with 13 victories and only 1 loss. Claiming top spot, ANL went into the playoffs as strong favourites. In the semi-finals, they thumped ROX 3-0, guaranteeing another appearance in a final. ANL totally dominated throughout the split and were determined to finish off the year with the ultimate prize. They continued their strong form and overcame whatever resistance Vega Squadron could offer, and once again were crowned tournament champions. With another title, Albus NoX Luna now have the chance to challenge at IWCQ and continue their stellar year, earning a spot at Worlds. Last year as hard random, they failed to deliver. This time, the Russians have returned, determined to prove that they can match it with anyone. And Albus NoX Luna are actually looking like one of these top 4 teams, most definitely. And over the other side of the rift will be Oceania's Chiefs. And you mentioned their finals run. 3-0 against the Direwolves, 3-0 against Legacy. Of course, the Ross is going to be Swiper towards the top side of the map, Spooks in the jungle, Swiffer in the mid lane, and Raze, their new superstar 17-year-old AD carry, and Ejim on support, the alley god himself.
Yeah, and let's get realistic. No one knows where the heck the Chiefs currently sit because they haven't played very well in the most recent IWC. They looked fantastic last IWCQ and then dropped it in the final, as we keep going back to. So honestly, this team, they've only been together for, I think, about 4 weeks now, Atlas. And internationally, we just don't know how strong they are. They're a huge dark horse.
They most certainly threw the gauntlet when they made that AD carry switch out for Radiant for Raze. We are going to have a look at their story and their journey right now. If there's a team that owns League of Legends in the Oceanic Pro League, it's the Chiefs. They have 4 consecutive titles, securing the first and second split crowns in both 2015 and 2016. A lot of the team's success comes through their hours and hours of practice. In the middle of Split 2 in this year's OPL, the Chiefs looked for a change and made a bold call for the future. The average age of the team is 22 years old, and the Chiefs brought young, talented 17-year-old AD carry Raze over from the Direwolves. At the end of the 10 series played with the 8 teams that form the OPL, the Chiefs finished in 3rd place. As fate would have it, the semi-final opponents for the Chiefs were the Direwolves, which saw Raze battling it out with his ex-teammates. The Chiefs dominated, showing no mercy in winning 3-0. Victory saw them progress to their 4th consecutive final in the OPL. In the final against arch-rivals Legacy Esports, the Chiefs showed again why they are the OPL's best, winning 3-0. This will now be the 4th time the Chiefs have secured a spot at Wildcard. Disappointed with past Wildcard campaigns, the Australian team hopes to make history in Brazil and be the first team from the OPL to guarantee a spot at Worlds. I'm going to correct myself there just slightly, because it's 80% Australian and 20% New Zealand.
I was actually going to jump in with that as well. Ray's young Kiwi. First one that we've sent over in a very long time, so incredibly excited to see how he goes. I mean, as I said, when you have a look at this matchup on paper, you have to give it to the ex-hard random. Albus are just... They're so good across the board. They've been together for a very long time. They've got the experience in that regard. And, you know, recent wildcard performances would dictate that they are the informed squad. And both of these teams are very dominant domestically. I mean, take away the 3-2 victory that ANL had in their grand final, because apart from that, they were nearly flawless through the season. And the Chiefs had a very up and down start.
Yeah, they really did. And the real question mark here is internationally, how is Raze going to go? Very young player. Was fantastic in his first LAN event. The OPL final was like, he was cold steel determination. You saw him sitting there on the desk. This man was just looking at damage dealt to champions, just wasn't even caring about the fact that there was a crowd there, because he's got a game of League of Legends to win, and by gods, he's going to do it. And he most certainly delivered. We'll see whether it's going to be the same now in Brazil as opposed to, you know, on more home turf.
Yeah, and the good thing is for, you know, Oceanic fans is there's lots of information now getting out there from Raze. I think, you know, he's interviewed going over to Brazil by Foxtel. So, you know, the fact that, you know, there is all this information about what is now a young superstar player, the Chiefs are definitely confident in him. I can tell you that much. Whether he'll step up is a completely different story. As you said, pressure is on. And he's going up against a very good bottom lane in A Miracle on the crit. And, I mean, it is Lacrit's meta right now. I mean, huge Time Kench player, huge Bard player. He's going to still be able to get around Summoner's Rift and do fantastic things. So Albus NoX Luna, as I said, they're a very dominant team, and the Chiefs are going to have to play some great League of Legends to beat them.
Yeah, most certainly are. And of course, pocket picks across the board at the same time for this team because, you know, Brand was picked up game number 3 for Albus NoX Luna, and it was then banned games 4 and 5 to no avail. So, I mean, this guy has a very, very deep champion pool. And we'll see whether, you know, the bottom lane of the Chiefs that we just highlighted is going to be enough to take them down.
Yeah, and you have a look there on your little screen. That is going to be the lineup. I mean, players to watch are going to be Lecrit and Kira. I guess a wild card is PvP Stayhorse. I keep going back to it. He's an incredibly potent jungler when he gets rolling. Spooks is going to have to keep track of him. But Kira and Lecrit are really the 2 superstar players. I mean, Kira, we keep going back to it. The Vladimir, the Anivia, he plays such good scaling carries.
Yeah.
And as you said, Lecrit, no one knows what the heck he plays. He plays whatever he wants.
Yeah, and about everything that he wants as well. I mean, it's not like he's playing a select few crazy champions. He's just playing literally everything you can possibly put there towards the bottom side of the map. And PvP Stayhorse, yes, you know, this guy can go a little bit overly aggressive, but most recently, I mean, sitting on things like the Rek'Sai, like the Gragas, looks like it's business time at this end of the year.
It's not his champion pool that I have a problem with. He always played meta as we take a look at the Chiefs lineup. It's how he plays them. I mean, Swiper in the top lane, you would have to say big challenge for him. He's already said
I think so too.
That, you know, domestically, the top lane talent isn't exactly there in Oceania. He goes to these events and he gets pushed incredibly hard. In saying that, had a fantastic finals campaign against Tally, who in my mind is a pretty good top laner. But, you know, Raze and Aegim, that's where it ultimately lies. They felt like the bottom lane fell down last time with Radier and Aegim. You know, that famous play where Radier jumped into a Baron pit and got 2-shot. But we'll see whether, you know, the Chiefs, with this new bottom lane, do bring it back.
Yeah, exactly right. And of course, Aegim has always had phenomenal performances overseas as well. I mean, his debut was brilliant.
Not necessarily true, because that Radier play that I was talking about, go back and watch it, because 90% of the blame is Aegim. He pushes the AD carry into Fog of War because he messes up a combo. So, yes, technically Aegim is a big game player, but he also makes a lot of mistakes. Spook says it all the time. He's very good at getting himself in advantageous positions, but he's also very good at getting himself in very sticky positions, Mr. Aegim. And he is the wild card of the team. He likes to play a lot of roaming, likes to get in your face. Huge Alistar player, you know, huge Braum player. So we'll see whether he does go back to these champions or whether he plays a reserve champion pool like he did in the finals with Tahm Kench Karma coming out for him. The Chiefs really did.
Trundle as well, actually.
Really did play much more flexible and much more disengaged than we expected out of them.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see what Spooks is going to be able to do as well, because we already sort of identified PvP Stayhorse as being a player that does very much like to play aggressively and in your face. What Spooks likes to do is know exactly where his enemy jungler is at all times. And do you think that that's going to be difficult against a player that can be unpredictable?
No, that's when it gets easy, actually, because he's just in your jungle. I mean, just ward the entrances, you'll find him eventually. But in all seriousness, Spooks is a really good, we call them pathing junglers. I mean, he's not looking to fight anyone. He just makes plays cross map. So we'll see whether that is something that he can capitalize on. Does play to the sideways a little bit more than mid lane at the moment. I mean, Swift has been playing a lot of roam. I don't think that that's going to work into Kira, because if you continually shove into what is a great scaling mage player from all extents and purposes, does get incredibly dicey as the game progresses. So pressure on Chiefs, if they do play that style, to make things happen like sub 30 minutes and get this game closed out. But I just keep going back to it. I mean, Albus NoX are just so good. I think Smurf is a really good top laner. Is he as good as Yang? I don't know. I'm really excited to watch that matchup whenever CIS does play Brazil. Yeah. But I just think on paper, like this one, it's going to be an uphill battle. The Chiefs are really going to have to take it to them. Yeah, and I feel like as well, Smurf has a lot of flexibility there towards the top side of the map. He's the one that's been able to pick up the gangplank very, very easily. Of course, has the Nara in his back pocket as well. Swiper has that at the same time, but does prefer to play more of these tanky style champions. And will the Chiefs need to sort of build a composition around having Swiper on Comfort? No, not at all. I mean, Comfort, he plays Renekton, if you're talking about Comfort, I guess. And Tryndamere. Yeah, no, he hasn't played that in a while. Renekton kind of is the only old school one that he pulls out every now and again. He put it out in the semifinals, I think, against Star Wars. If they do pick Gangplank, I can tell you we'll pick Renekton. That's the only thing I'll give away, because he likes the matchup a lot. Well, I am most certainly ready for that, as we are ready for Champion Select at the same time. You can see already Cassiopeia has been banned away, followed by the Sivir on the side of Albus NoX, and that is the Bard being taken away from Licrit. Yeah, not surprised to see the Bard gone, although Ejim is a fairly good Bard player. They just don't want to be held down in the 2v2. I do expect the Chiefs to want to play a little bit more disengaged in that regard again.
Yeah. And you can see actually the Chiefs banning away the Shen here at the same time, respecting that as a possible first pick for Smurf. Of course, Swiper probably would have liked to play it if he could get his hands on it. But Albus NoX having that blue side, having that pick advantage. We'll see what it is going to be as far as prioritization, as Na is going to be banned on the blue side here for Albus. And that is an interesting ban, because I would have thought that Smurf would want to snap that one up, but a different idea in mind.
Yeah, potentially looking for a Gangplank first pick.
Or Talia as well, yeah.
So now the hard choice comes through. Do you ban them both or leave one up? They ban the Gangplank.
Yeah, Gangplank is going to go. Jin was left up at the same time, and that is going to be the immediate first pick.
Ooh, really disagree with that. Raze likes Jin, don't get me wrong, but he also has a really deep champion pool, and Lucian range support has historically done incredibly well versus Jin, and Raze is a really good Lucian player. I also think just taking Talia away from Mr. Swiffer in the mid lane would have been a good move, but we'll see whether they even first pick it.
Yeah. Oh, it seems like nothing changes no matter where you are, as Swiper is going to do his classic Tryndamere Alawi hovers. We'll see whether Spooks hops on the Amumu just for a moment before we get into this one, but the Chiefs still looking comfortable by the looks of things. And what do you think the sort of second round picks here should be here for the Chiefs?
Well, yeah.
That looks about right.
I was going to say Gragas and Talia, but, you know, Rek'Sai Talia is pretty much the exact same thing. Great gang potential, you know, 2 semi-global ultimates already coming out of the composition, and we said this already, they're going to want to play towards the side lanes, which is why I don't necessarily agree with the Jin, just because, you know, he's very easily ganked underneath his turret, only has 4 bullets to be able to repel, doesn't necessarily have the greatest wave clear to the earliest stages of the game. So I do think that the Chiefs, you know, historically they've always played to side lanes. Used to be, you know, get Twisted Fate, camp top lane. All of a sudden, you know, Talia back in the meta, they've been able to do that with bottom lane a little bit more. And we'll see whether Albus NoX have a plan to be able to counter that.
Yeah, do you think something like Tahm Kench would be a good opportunity to try and at least keep Jin a bit safer?
Yeah, certainly would be. I mean, Tahm Kench, we keep talking about, is a really good support. They're probably going to have to pick up Braum here out of the Chiefs to be able to stop the Gragas engage. They historically play it a lot against Gragas. I mean, Legacy are a great Gragas team as well, so this is not something that they're unfamiliar with. Echo Gragas at the same time, however, is a great brawling comp. Throughout the mid game, they do a lot of damage for people that build mainly tanky, and both have percentage health. So, you know, Albus NoX still have the potential to be able to go up against the Chiefs at this stage.
Yeah, and a frightening 2v2 towards the top side of the map as well, with Echo Gragas versus, you know, Rek'Sai, whatever Swipe is going to bring out. It's just a lot of chain CC as Raze looking to take away the Caitlyn one more time as Karma's been picked up. That is going to go into the hands of Ejim, and that bottom lane already just looks disgusting. Would never want to lane 2v2 against that.
Well, you have to lane 2v2 on the current patch Atlas, so you have absolutely no choice.
Oh, here's how you do it.
But yeah, honestly, Caitlyn Karma has fantastic range and is going to be able to get on around the map. It also has really good siege potential, but it is going to be the Brand locked in.
Yeah, Brand picked up. That's going to be the support option for Licrit. We all saw, well, you know, a lot of us saw what Albus NoX were able to do against Vega Squadron with that champion in game number 3 of their finals run.
It is an incredibly brave pick, however, because you are pretty much running 2 hybrid tanks. I mean, Gragas doesn't go Cinderhold technically, and Trinity Force is picked up generally as the first item for Echo, so they've got like a bruiser-ish comp, and it's very magic damage heavy. So, you know, if something like Maokai comes out and is built pure tank, they're going to be able to sustain through a lot of that. Maokai Rek'Sai could really ruin the day of this comp, I feel, with some hard engage. And as we said, Swiper does like to play pure tanks. And it's not necessarily the worst matchup either. You get shoved in early, but there should be relatively low kill threat on that.
Yeah, I actually do quite like it with the bridging tools that they have as well, given the fact that Maokai and Caitlyn will be so disruptive in the late game, and they are going to lock that one away. Fantastic prediction, Spawn.
Yeah,
he's on the
team
ball
quite well.
Yeah.
But yeah, so at the end of the day, like there is some great engage tools here for the Chiefs. You know, great deep flanking potential, and I'm just looking back towards that bottom lane, and you know, Brand is all about hitting the 3 chain spells now.
Yes.
All of his damage, pretty much like 40% of his damage is just purely in his passive. That thing does ridiculous damage if you're able to chain it. But in saying that, untargetable, being able to get around really quickly with this Karma and this Caitlyn, do feel like they're going to be shoved in a little bit early. And then if the teleport players, the Taliyah players can come out, will make their life a little bit miserable. As I said, don't expect much mid lane action out of this. A lot of shoving between Kira and Swiffer, but then playing to those side lanes is where the Chiefs are going to look to thrive.
Yeah, and this most certainly will be largely the focal point as far as 1 versus 1 matchups are concerned, because Kira has been the superstar of this team, and Swiffer, I mean, although yes, he wasn't at IWCA, has always been a linchpin of the Chiefs, and we'll see whether he's going to be able to play out this 1v1, because Vlad versus Talia is something that has gone in Talia's favor in the past.
Yeah, it does. Early shove is in Talia's favor, and then you're able to roam much more effectively. I mean, one thing Kira is really well known for is his wave control. That's why he can play things like the Anivia and Vladimir. As we said, he's known for both of them and scale up to the late game without being punished all that hard. So Swiffer needs to make sure that when he does shove, Kira's not holding, because if he does, there's a potential for Swiffer to lose out on a lot of CS. And as I said, Kira, he's a fantastic Vlad player. Cannot put anything past this guy. And, I like CIS's comp as well. Jim Gragas is such good initiation tools. They can fight whenever they want.
Yeah, most certainly can. And we're onto the Rift here for game number 2 of the IWCQ. As Swiper moving up towards the top side of the map will be, of course, a standard start. And we'll see where our junglers are going to start as well, or whether any deep vision is going to go down.
Yeah, generally we haven't seen that many invades, towards the earlier stage of the game. It has just been pretty much standard lanes. So we'll see whether the Chiefs go for anything cheeky. Looks like they might want to.
Well, at the moment, at least grouping up as 3 members. Ray's, of course, taking a little bit of damage from something. I think A Miracle may have just grenaded him to the face. As it's another Storm Raiders Surge Vladimir.
It is.
Looks like my tactics are creeping into the IWCQ.
You don't know if they have flat penetration or 45% cooldown reduction.
Yeah, no, they probably do have the flat penetration.
Yeah.
Never mind, there was a relatively cooldown reduction focused build coming out last time we saw it.
Vlad's always going to build cooldown. Regardless.
All of his items just happen to have it.
Incidental. Very quiet on Summoner's Rift Atlas.
As he tries to change the subject. It was okay. It's probably a good idea, as the Gromp is going to be started by Smurf and
I feel like
Steos.
So one thing I will say, this is in defense of Oceania right now. We have about 18 million people
asleep.
And most of them are asleep, is what I was going to go with. I think last time I checked, the Commonwealth Independent States were much bigger than the Oceanic community.
If we could have that in percentage, that would be good.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying. But as I said, they should still be favourites. I definitely agree that the fan vote, whilst the percentage is a little bit skewed, is there. And Kira actually, being shoved off quite early.
Yeah, of course, Talia generally wants to be smacking minions pretty early on, but good news story for Swiffer. Kira gets back in. Some cheeky auto attacks there. You can see the bottom lane. Both shoving each other back through, and there's a lot of lane dominance available here in mid and bottom lane. So who's going to get the better of it?
The push is always going to be in favor of Caitlyn. I mean, she has more than 4 bullets, so that's the way it's going to work out for this stage of the game. Really, it's about not getting caught in Le Crit and just getting exploded. This is really nice from Smurf. The lane's going to reverse. There is a dive potential being set up right now on the top side of the map. They know Spooks is on the bottom side, and it has only been a half clear out of the Gragas. So he is going to head top. Swiper needs to get the heck out of dodge.
Yeah, he's going to walk over that ward here, as well as Swiper now looking to try and get himself back out, but PvP Steos not quite in the right position. Smurf turns around once again. Good early ward.
Yeah, really nice job. They're out of PvP Steos, however, putting down some early pressure. And you can see that mid lane, Vladimir is actually winning the shove, which is not a good news story for Taliyah. As I said, she should win the shoving matchup in this. Spooks, however, goes for a deep invade. Steos.
Wow, actually, Spooks, of course, immediately seeing the fact that Steos was towards the top side. He is going to take away his Raptor camp as now Spook steals away the red, but Kira is going to get over here. E-Jim's there as well as Swiffer turns up. A big fight breaking out here as PvP Staos flashes out of the way. Spooks flashes as well. Look at the brand damage. Fantastic shove comes in, but it is going to be the burn as the brand falls down. Raze grabs the Gragas on the backside as he's the flanking Caitlyn right now, but will get destroyed for it. A Miracle's going to flash. That is all going wrong for the Chiefs as Kira's going to get over the side. E-Jim's looking for something, but it's a double kill for the Vlad. 4-1 start here for Albus NoX Luna, and it's a disaster for the Chiefs.
Absolutely disastrous. You see Spook scratching his head. I mean, he went for the deep invade, but they stood on his tunnel, means he couldn't get out. Stehos, you know, just very good awareness as a jungler to recognize he was being invaded upon before he finished off the Raptor camp. The Chiefs went one by one, Atlas. It was just marching in one at a time, and Albus NoX decimate them in response.
Yeah, just so much AoE damage. The brand needs a shout out there as well. Licrit being able to pick up that first blood, goes back, gets his Frostfang.
Let's have another look at it. So Kira standing on that tunnel is a big first thing. Means that E-Jim has to flash away, and they don't get the kill here onto Kira. Kira runs away, is able to get a heal, and then a huge rush and get out. Raze does get a return kill, but from here they should be looking to disengage, not get back into fight. I mean, have a look at how low Swiffer already was. Kira had cut off that path, and they had one option, run down. E-Jim, as well as Raze, probably could have lived, but they chose to continue the fight, and they get made to pay massively.
They most certainly did. 1,400 gold is going to be the lead, as Licrit's got double buffs on the bottom side of the map. All the spells, all the time. And I mean, he's a brand. You'd think his auto attacks should burn a little, but now they're certainly going to with the red buff.
Yeah, certainly. Once again, there should still be shoving advantage, although Spooks is being kicked out of the jungle one more time by Kira. They're doing a very good job of tracking the Oceanic jungler. But, you know, scaling's still there out of the Chiefs. They just need to get a little bit of a, you know, deep breath, calm going, because when you're playing with Caitlyn, when you're playing with Maokai, you generally don't go for those plays that early in the game.
Maybe a little bit of chilling out necessary. As Raze still able to shove, still able to get his auto attacks down. Swipe is going to go back to base. Couple of CS in the lead, but of course Smurf got the back in a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, that's a really early even top lane. I mean, it's not really going in either favor right now.
Yeah.
It's really the rest of the map that is a little bit out of control, very heavily in Albus NoX's favor.
Spook's actually not able to finish off the Tiamat on his first back, but looks like he's going towards it now. Swiffer, not quite level 6 just yet, but of course only gets the Weaver's Wall. Doesn't have any more combat effectiveness, as Kira seems pretty comfortable in this mid lane.
Yeah, it depends what you call combat effectiveness. I mean, being able to cut off a bottom lane, pretty combat good.
Oh, more in the 1v1,
yeah,
I guess.
In the 1v1, definitely agree with you. Doesn't do damage. But wow, E-Jim and Raze are really getting bullied by Licrit here in the bottom lane.
Yeah. Brand grabbing a couple of kills. He's a very, very scary prospect. It's now Swiper. You can see just dealing with Smurf as best he can.
That's really all this lane comes down to. Swiper being able to shove out, look for teleport plays. Smurf trying to wave clear. When he gets towards Trinity Force, he's going to have kill threat in the 1v1. So good news stories here. Licrit's actually gone back, so Miracle needs to be careful. Gives due respect. And this is how the Chiefs should have been playing early game. I mean, very good, calm play coming out of Albus NoX right now. They understand that they have a good scaling comp themselves, that they have the ways to initiate and get Kira onto the back line. So, you know, don't make any rash decisions this early in the game. Just be nice and calm and play this one out.
Well, Chiefs are going to be able to clear out a pink ward. Should be immediately replaced here by Licrit, who shoves his one down. And there's the Mantrid Q to come out from E-Jim. Does nail Miracle for a bit of damage as Spooks is spending some time here towards the bottom side. We'll see whether he actually decides to try for a gank or whether the Chiefs are just on full scale mode, try and get themselves into a better position.
They 100% should be in full scale mode right now, Atlas. You know, being able to regain some control over the river is a good thing. But we keep mentioning, I'm just going to go back to it. Licrit's going to top damage this game. I can pretty much guarantee, win or loss, that he has got this one covered. As now they're going for another engage onto Stehos. Don't think that's the right move, so they do back away.
No flash is going to be burnt here by Spooks, but does save his pink ward as Swiffer throws down a Q. Kira Thunderlord's proc comes in as the barrel's going to find Spooks. Just love taps from everyone here as Licorice doesn't find the Q.
Oh, dancing grenade.
Very, very high damage. As Kira is going to get the solo kill onto Swiffer in the mid lane.
Yeah, and this is what happens when a snowball Vladimir is played by a master. I mean, we said last game that Vladimir should have been able to take over Summoner's Rift. This time, Kira gets the 2 early kills in a jungle skirmish, and Raze, you're in trouble.
Yeah, Curtain Call comes down. The Ignites there as Ejim's trying to tank this, but if he gets all of the bullets, he is going to die. Oh my goodness, good heal from Raze. Saves his support.
Yeah, it certainly does, but all of a sudden, bottom lane under siege. It is 9 minutes in. They have wave clear available. Spooks has come across to try and help out. However, they're just probably going to be forced off on this one.
Yeah.
Ulti's still available for the brand, and there's only 2 members sitting underneath the turret.
Yeah, Ward is going to come in there as PvP Steos takes a Prey Seeker. And he's looking for it. Finds a body slam onto Spooks as he gets stunned up. Look at all of the damage, and they just chain it all together. Beautiful stuff
and the
from the CIS team.
In goes Swiffer.
Yeah, actually jumps on top of his wall. Has to flash over the top of it at the same time as A Miracle's just going to launch himself over. Easily picks up that kill.
And as I said, on paper, this looked very one-sided, and the Chiefs are proving that to be. So bad early game decision-making has really come back to bite the team. And Albus NoX just look incredibly coordinated across the board.
They just look like a fantastic team right now as they're trying to take down this dragon. Spooks is going to get himself over. Kira will have to use the pull as Spooks doesn't get the knock-up. Another slow comes in. Still has it if he burrows himself down. Good knock-up as PvP Steos looking for it. Will they actually overextend as Kira? The Transfuse is just so busted.
Yeah, just able to kite them out. And you know the Chiefs, they have to start taking these risks. They were chasing very deep into enemy territory. They knew that Stehos was low. But Kira does the right thing. He backs away. Didn't have to burn all that much. As Spooks going over aggressive again, this time stunned up.
Yeah, doesn't get the smite. I don't actually believe he had it at that particular point, but Stehos is going to go back home. Spooks knows that he's there. Preyseeker's going to stop the back. And Kira actually taking a fair bit of damage here from Swiffer at the moment. Almost has the Nomiconners. Let's have a look at this 1v1.
So he just goes on top of him. He's going to come out with a flash. I mean, Swiffer technically could have matched the flash there and got out of range, but probably still would have been chased down. And Vladimir, just when he gets those 2 early kills, is going to be able to do things like that.
Yeah, now Swiffer sitting on 0-3-1. Will have to do his best Tokka's impression, I believe. You know, it's a very difficult start to this game. We'll see whether he can triage the situation. Will still be able to shove waves. We'll see whether that's going to be enough.
But it doesn't just look to be the case. I mean, all across the board, the Chiefs are losing massively in CS. So you can say, you know, shoved waves, but if you're not getting that pushing potential, stun comes out one more time, passive, and that's not the right button. Ejim. That's a lot of tilt coming out now.
Yeah.
Chiefs honestly look flustered.
They certainly do. Of course, only towards the top side of the map is anything really going to change. As Swiper sitting on an island himself. You can see once again, Albus NoX Luna heading here towards the bottom side. And this tower should fall down with this push. That'll be first structure bonus. And that'll be approximately a 5,000 gold lead here at 12 minutes in. It's a big snowball beginning for this Albus NoX Luna team. And Swiper taking some aggression here from Smurf, but he's very tanky with his Balmy Cinder.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, Swiper is probably the one player that has stood up relatively well. I'm surprised the Chiefs didn't do this earlier and just try and get into his lane, make him a super tank. Because everywhere else on the map, Atlas, is an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
I mean, they're now trying to steal away a blue buff. And this is what the Chiefs normally do well. Wait for the proactive play out of the other team. Punish cross-map. I mean, don't go for the greedy plays yourself. Really was a massive hiccup in the early game. And it means that they've lost out on all the bottom lane priority. Mid lane priority was gone the time that Vladimir got 2 kills. And there's really nowhere left for them to play towards if they can't kill Echo.
And at the moment, Echo is actually pressuring this top tower, already down to half health. As Swiper hasn't teleported.
They're doing the perfect thing. I mean, they haven't seen Spooks in a long time. They know that his red buff was up, so he's playing top side of the jungle. So all of a sudden, you know, Smurf doesn't sit there and auto-attack the turret. He just backs away. If he's on wave clear duty, he's scaling up nicely. They're swapping the duo lane into the top side of the map. They've already got the push advantage. So this should mean that they can lay siege to that turret. We've already seen that the 2v2 goes heavily in Albus NoX Luna's favor. So honestly, right now, they're playing this one out pretty textbook. It's hard to win a game before 25 minutes on the current patch, but they're on track to be able to do so.
Well, 4,000 gold is currently the lead. Ejim has paired up with Swiper. You can see Spooks is on the bottom side of the map, heading back to base. As now Ejim dodges out of the way of the stun. That was so close.
Yeah, that was actually some nice happy feet, but he uses the empowered Q to try and tag up Lecrit, which means all the wave clear is gone. And once again, the power of Brand is that he can just sit there and ulti you. If there's only two of you, he's guaranteed the bounces, and it means he's going to be able to get all of that massive damage down. So you can see that in the end, they can't actually stick with their wave assignments. They have to send Swiffer back into the mid lane, where he's just being bullied over and over again by Kira.
Yeah, a fair bit of damage does go down. Gets the pull out of the Vladimir, and that is going to allow Swiffer to at least make it to the minion wave. But
so that's better out of the Talia. That's how the matchup should go. If Kira does push up, he should get punished. Although that's a massive whiff. Kira still has to burn the Ghost to get away. And honestly, right now, they just look like they're not worried about the Chiefs at all. Although Smurf
probably should be, as Weaver's Wall is going to be dodged out of. Knockup comes in, and it's going to be Spooks locking down the kill. Nicely done. Chiefs on the board with a second kill.
And this is what they said. Maybe they can still pick on Smurf's lane. It's the last one left. They're going to bleed objectives across map if they do so. I think that was fairly obvious. However, being able to pick up a kill.
Yeah, Ray's in trouble as Ejim gets himself over to the side. Big damage from the curtain call. Swiper comes in. Ejim grabs the kill. Now Ray's looking to try and follow up with more as A Miracle. Swiper looking for the twisted advance. Takes a lot of damage, but thankfully he's a big old tank and had a few extra items. Spooks now moving himself towards
Kira's
the bottom.
diving Swiffer again. Completely zoned him away from the mid lane. Both flashes have been used. Ray's, you're in trouble. You have to get the heck out of dodge. And the Chiefs, even though they win a couple of little skirmishes, they're just getting destroyed.
That was ridiculous damage out of Kira. He only has an amp tome for damage at the same time. Is Vladimir really getting into a good position now at level 11? And Spooks now just trying to clear out this minion wave, and he will actually be in trouble.
You'll be able to clear it out. So at the end of the day, you know, good proactive play on the bottom side of the map out of Chiefs. They use a couple of their globals to be able to pick it up. Teleport top lane means they pick up another kill, so able to pick up two. But the fact that Vladimir is just soloing the Talia with ease in what is supposed to be a counter pick matchup, you know, two early kills will turn most games on its head for a mid laner. But 50 CS as well as 2 solo kills now is going a bit extreme.
Yeah. And of course, this is just credit to Kira. This guy has always been a pretty incredible player. There's a reason why he won the 1v1 tournament in IWCA. It's because in a 1v1 situation, it's pretty damn strong. So let's have a look at this again.
Yeah, so one more time, they go incredibly aggressive. Curtain call opens up, so the teleport comes in. Stehos, unfortunately, doesn't have anything to follow up after that. Does get chunked down by Ejim, but this is what we're talking about. You just can't walk at a Brand, mate. That's half of your health done by Brand before the Jins even auto-attacks you with a crit. So Swiper needs to start respecting that. You can see early itemization into some magic resistance, and that's really the last hope. Get Swiper, Rek'Sai, the Maokai and Rek'Sai, combo huge with a lot of magic resistance, and then just dive Miracle over and over again, because everyone else is purely magic based off the ANX lineup. But right now, it just doesn't look like the game's ever going to get to that point because Vladimir's running over the top of them.
Yeah, Ejim is going to at least slow down PvP Stehos for the moment. Licrit, though, just free to do damage. Already half health on Spooks, who's burning down. You can see the big explosion from that Brand passive.
I can't wait to see damage dealt. This is hilarious. I mean, so much of Brand's damage is built into his passive. And it's just supposed to be too dangerous to run him as support because he's incredibly squishy at the start of the game. But they just over so many kills that it didn't matter. He could have had like 200 health. He still would have won that team fight.
Yep.
And now it just means that they have control over the whole map because the duo lane is so much more potent.
And ANX are going to take an 18-minute Rift Herald here as well.
Kira is now behind Swiper.
Thankfully, it goes into the brush. Survives for the moment, hides behind some creeps to avoid the tides of blood.
And I mean, if Maokai is able to do this, I don't really see an excuse for why Talia wasn't able to, because this is how the matchup should have gone. Now they've swapped Talia versus Echo, which if anything should be even harder for Talia to live through, because Echo's chase potential is phenomenal, and he's already finished up that Trinity Force. So we'll see whether Swiffer is able to live.
Well, at the moment, just standing out of the way entirely. And Smurf heading back to base. We'll see whether they're looking to try and make a play as, yeah, Kira's actually got his Ryle's Crystal Scepter done. So we're talking about chase potential for Echo. I feel like Vladimir's got it as well now.
Yep.
Frightening prospect.
Hasn't gone Dash Cannon, has just gone Rylai's. That's a luxury build if I've ever seen one. Generally, it's about getting, one big combo on the back line with the Proto Belt.
Yeah.
Instead, this one's going to be much more about persistent chase damage, as you mentioned. I would say that, Spooks and Swiper have actually done a relatively good job of keeping equal with their counterpart. In fact, Spooks is up 600 gold over PvP Stehos in a game where his team is down 5,000 gold at 19 minutes. I mean, that's actually pretty impressive out of the jungler of the Chiefs. Now looking for a play in mid lane. As a wall comes across, Stehos trying to solo the dragon out.
Yeah, not actually able to get anyone on the right side.
No, they did. Miracle flashed.
Keep anyone on
Say
the right
what
side.
I will. Swift is having a bad game. However, that would be all kinds of a horrible game if you couldn't land that ultimate. So Miracle did have to flash over that wave as well. So at least getting that out of the AD carry means that, once again, very low mobility duo lane sitting in the mid. Maybe a repeat game can come out. Difficulty is there's also the chance that you could jump off the wave as well and Lacrit just one-shot you. So
yeah, which is just a weird sentence, given the fact that he's the support. But this Brand situation is one that needs respect.
Certainly is, and I feel like the Chiefs missed a trick here because he did show his hand in the final. Obviously wanted to keep the pick for IWC, but was willing to pick it up in the final, and it won them the game. So I think that is not disrespectful, but, just a little bit of lack of homework done from the Chiefs.
And actually, you can see that CS team just hanging out underneath the inner turret on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and that's what you're supposed to do. I mean, Steyos steals away the wolf, but Spooks had already smitten it. Smote it? Smote. Yeah, smote it.
Smote.
They're just rotating between their two strong sides of the map. Smurf is the only one that kind of fell behind early game. He's still 30 CS up. But all the CIS region really has to do now, all ANX really has to do is bounce between mid and bottom lane and be able to chunk out this turret slowly, because eventually they will fall down, and when they do, the Chiefs aren't going to have an answer for it.
Well, there's the explosive cast as well. They look for PvP Stayos, but look at Kira on the back line. Massive Hemoplague damage. Tali is going to fall down incidentally, and A-Miracle's able to grab Spooks at the front end. Smurf just right underneath the inner turret. As now ANX just gone completely ballistic. It's only the tree alive here in this particular situation. Caitlyn got herself out early, but the Chiefs just don't look like they have any answers.
They don't. I mean, they're just too far behind at this stage of the game. 7,000 gold at 20 minutes, and now it's going to be transitioned into a Baron. It's just way too much. I mean, they do have okay Baron damage. I still think this is a risky play. Kiri's going to be able to tank it out. Actually, they have a lot. I keep forgetting about this stupid Brand. So Brand are going to be able to chunk it out, unless Sapling goes massive here, which it does not.
That would be the dream.
That's going to be a 21-minute Baron for ANX, and as well as a 10,000 gold lead. This is as one-sided as it comes. On this path, Atlas, we might be in for a shellacking.
Oh my goodness,
Chiefs.
no! The shellacking. One of my favorite words, but this particular moment, my national pride is being hurt.
That's right. I'm just going to blame the Kiwi. Not really, right? He's having a good performance. He's equal in CS. He's 1-1-1. Had to exit stage left very hard that last team fight as Kira ran for him. Incidentally killed two other members on his way. But was certainly diving for the Caitlyn quite hard. Who has gone, Infinity Edge first. So the damage is going to be there. Keep saying this, but the Chiefs, they've got a good scaling comp. All they really have to do is hope that a turret dive or something goes horribly wrong.
The issue is they've got a Gragas. I just feel like they can orchestrate any of these dives, any of these situations, how they want to.
Yeah, and I just, go back to it. Really strong laning phases picked out of ANX. As another alley-oop comes in. Spooks, you're in trouble.
Yeah, there's the pick, and A-Miracle's just going to pick that one up. Seismic shove onto PvP Stayos, but he's so tanky. Curtain Call comes in, and Swift is the target. Smurf takes down Raze, meanwhile, on the top side. As look at that damage, and the pick potential out of this squad. Licorice landing all of the Qs, and it's followed up by easy Ws out of A-Miracle.
Yeah, so in the end, this is going to be a pretty short order for them to just be able to stream into the base. 3 people are dead. Smurf's able to get the solo kill, as you mentioned. You can see Spooks. He's actually kind of confused what happened. He's probably going to have a chat to his team. He is a shot caller. maybe not just run into a jungle blind at the start of the game, but already Rylai's Crystal Scepter finished on the brand has just meant that this game is
oh my goodness,
a disaster.
Yep, I had the Watcher completed at the same time as well, so that was what he was turning that Frostfang into. As Kira gets knocked back, looks like he doesn't really care about it as Crimson Rush with a lot of healing available. Hemoplague's there, and you can see Dustblader, Drakthar, Hemoplague, whichever one's going to go off first, and it's going to be the Jhin grabbing the kill.
And flashing after already dead. I mean, honestly, for the Chiefs, this is one of the games that you just want to get the heck out of because they're a team that is emotional at the best of times, I'm going to use the word. And this is one of the games that it's a tilter. If you kick off a solo queue experience like this, you're not very happy. So I can't imagine kicking off what is supposed to be your campaign towards Worlds. In saying that, mad respect to the CIS team. They have outperformed the Chiefs pretty much across the board.
This is a class act, honestly, by this team. In comparison to what we've seen so far. Looking
of course,
like a contender for that top spot.
They did come second against Supermassive at IWCQ. We knew they were going to be one of the favorites.
Yeah.
We thought maybe, the patch wasn't suiting them because they did stumble quite hard in the final, but that's not looking to be the case at all.
Of course, actually, if we remember back to IWCI, in the semifinals, Hard Random 3-0'd INTZ.
Yeah.
So
that was not the same INTZ, is what they had the same players. They were playing a very different tournament back then, I feel.
Yep. As we do have another kill towards the bottom side of the map, just to update you guys, as Swiper does fall down.
Yeah, that's a tank, by the way, so not great news, as now Spook's caught out. He's the other tank.
Yep, flashes out of the way, makes sure he doesn't take too much damage, but look at that Pyroclasm. Liquorit, allowing that one to bounce over everyone, and this inhibitor turret's going to fall down. That's going to be 3 inhibs.
And I said it's difficult to win a game by 25 minutes.
Kira, that's not your base. But it doesn't seem to matter.
Spooks is done with the game. He's going to go farm mid lane, and that's going to be
just incredible out of the CIS team. The Nexus is going to fall down pretty soon, but that's a 25-minute victory. And Albus NoX Luna, that is a debut to IWCQ, and I honestly feel like we may have almost underestimated or at least miscalculated who the favorite was moving in, because I'm in a shift. I'm shifting to Albus NoX Luna. That is where my vote's going. Easily #1 team.
He's like, can I take my headset off? Can I go shake their hands? The call was yes from the referee. I was just pointing out exactly what was happening on his screen there, as Liquorit did a really good job. Of course, nice to see the support player given some love over, but yeah, I mean, we thought that I had them top 3, definitely. So
oh, yes.
I think that, we're right on the money around there. Are they as good as INTZ? I mean, that game dictates that, yeah, maybe they are, or we've very much underestimated the Latin American South lineup.
Yeah.
But that was an absolute massacre, Atlas. I mean,
are we going to go? Are we going to say it?
No, that was a shellacking. That was worse than a shellacking.
Oh, God.
I have not seen a affair that one-sided in a very long time.
Have not seen a shellacking to this level for quite some time. Just unbelievable. And you saw actually on your screen there just before, Swiffer and Kira having a bit of a hug, big smile on Kira's face. Didn't see Swiffer's.
And this is where it all went wrong. I mean, early invade, they go 1-for-1. It looks like it's going to be okay, but Liquorit just puts out so much damage, and then, hey, Miracle, like, what the heck? Just so much damage coming out. Kira had the other path cut off. And, when you're playing what is a scaling comp, you've got a Caitlyn. I mean, you've got yourself the Talia to get to that level 6 mark and play the sideways. I think that that's just a huge mistake. I mean, the reward is there if you make it work, but if it doesn't work, this happens.
Yeah. And of course, yeah, it was what you said in the early game as well, because Kira was completely unstoppable. But 2-0 Vladimir.
He tends to be like that.
Yeah. It's just incredibly frightening.
And you can see Swiffer's just put 2 full Qs into Vladimir, as well as a seismic shove across all of the pebbles, and he just has not blinked. I mean, he doesn't really care at that stage of the game. So as I said, I think that this is one of those games where the CIS team, they absolutely smashed them. They're going to take so much confidence out of that game. I mean, the Chiefs were probably going to be one of the teams that was pushing top 4. I mean, it's between them and probably the Saigon Jokers there, with the Turkish lineup, the Brazilian lineup, as well as the CIS lineup probably coming in as the 3 favorites. But, when you have a look at the fact that they just made such a fundamental error early in the game by being able to trade 1 for 4. That's one of the games for the Chiefs. You just throw it out the window and you say, you know what, that game was lost at 5 minutes.
Yeah, there's no need to look at the draft or anything like that. It's not like we made any tactical decisions.
No, we just stuffed up.
Yeah.
Like, that is a fundamental thing. We fundamentally stuffed up what was our biggest play of the game. Happened to be 5 minutes in. We gave 2 kills to a Brand and 2 kills to a Vladimir. So we just lost 2 winning lanes in 1 invade, which is never a good feeling.
Yeah, as well as the fact that they were relying on that Caitlyn Karma lane to be able to shove in the Brandon Jhin. They wanted to make sure that they could just take control and win conditions out the window, and that's just definitely not what you want.
And that's what they had. They had a pushing mid lane, a pushing bottom lane, as well as 2 heavy roamers in the fact that, you know, you can teleport with Maokai, you can roam around with Talia. If we keep going back to it, there was just a heck of a lot of AP damage and a heck of a lot of scaling on Albus NoX Luna's composition.
Yeah.
And they got there so quickly that no MR items had been picked up. So, you know, they weren't going towards these 2nd, 3rd item Void Staffs that you would expect to see out of a composition that pretty much has 4 AP carries. Instead, they were going towards their Rylai's Crystal Scepter, their control mage items, and they just had complete control over that game.
Yeah, and of course the game was so incredibly accelerated that it barely even mattered having, like, just as long as you've got damage, you're basically fine in that department. So we'll see whether the Chiefs can actually just brush this one off. They don't play again today, which is probably good. They can reset themselves, try and sort it out, and CIS, on the other hand, they'll just be able to take this, move it forward, and see whether they can get that top spot, because honestly, they look dominating in that game, and if the Chiefs are correctly identified as a top 4 team, it bodes so incredibly well for this squad, and bodes fantastically well for Worlds, just in general for IWC.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, when you have a look at it, I mean, the Chiefs, they're going to be between the 4 and 7. That's where you expect them to be because, you know, Saigon, you don't know how strong they are. In fact, the meta is really crazy in the GPL right now, so we just can't gauge their strength. It's like literally watching 2 5v5 teams just fight each other over and over again. And then, you know, Rampage, no one has many expectations for this team because they're just so new to international play. And then the Chiefs. So out of those 3 teams, you're probably going to have 4 through 6. You know, now with KLG making a pretty good statement in their first game against the Brazilian lineup in what was a 35-ish minute loss. So I think that, you know, all we learned from that game is that the CIS team is pretty friggin' good and they're here to play.
Yeah, they most certainly are. The only other question mark, I guess, then would be the Turkish team, Dark Passage, having a couple of subs in there. You would assume that they'd be up top just because of what they did to Supermassive in the final, but is taking out 40% of the roster going to hurt them? I'd assume so, but to what degree is, I guess, the question.
I don't know. Raz has been telling me all day, you know, this Corey guy. I know a little bit about him, of course. Raz, former Dignitas coach Corey, former Dignitas jungle. He has very high hopes for Corey in the IWC tournament. So, you know, from relegation to making Worlds is what I think Raz said. So we'll see whether it works out that way. But Dark Passage, yeah, as you said, removing 40% of any lineup, that's going to hurt you. But you trust in the organization, especially an organization as old as Dark Passage, to be able to get them in, get them boot camped relatively well. And, you know, if they're playing similar styles, it's not going to be that much of an adjustment for Dark Passage to take on the Rift. It's more individual onus on, you know, Corey to be able to step up in that situation, CosQ as well.
Yeah, exactly right. And we'll see whether they are going to be able to do that because, of course, it is now looking like things are heating up as far as the IWCQ. Already the teams that we were expecting to take victories have done so, but they've painted some targets on themselves. And, of course, INTZ already being pretty outspoken. We heard Revolta say, we didn't need to show anything. We just played what was meta. Haven't actually picked up anything that we've been sort of practicing hard for to make sure that they can stay as loose as possible, not give anything away. And we'll see whether that's the same for CIS, because honestly, it felt like their picks were pretty damn meta at the same time, apart maybe from the brand. But I mean, that's a Liquid champion. It's one that's always banned from the guy.
Certainly is. I mean, and, you know, that's a little bit of a curveball. I actually... You know, when you think about Brand, if you can clear the wave, his siege potential is massive because it means his ultimate is guaranteed to hit champion. So I actually think Lacrit's onto something here. I don't think it's going to become a mainstay because if you don't get rolling in the early game, you can get very heavily ganked, and that's what the Chiefs were obviously playing for. But we saw that if it does get rolling, if you are that good Brand player, he was able to just throw out the ultimate underneath turrets and, you know, wait for the passive to come through and force people away. So I do think that there is something to the pick. I don't think that that is arrogance. I actually think it's quite smart, and I think that he showed that he played it incredibly well. Yeah,
and I think it as well. It shows that the Chiefs weren't necessarily ready for it at the same time because, of course, early game damage, that's what Brand is all about. That is why, you know, he's able to be played in support so effectively. And AoE damage at the same time, I mean, that early level fight was honestly probably misjudged by the Oceanian team purely due to the fact that you just don't play against Brand.
Yeah, no, I just think that they, like, as I said, like, that is one of those juicy opportunities where you see the jungler topside, you want to go for your invade, you have 2 pushing waves, you should be able to rotate first, and then you just fumble in the execution. I mean, Spooks thought he could get out, then the call is, I can't get out, I have to fight, so all of a sudden, you know, you're in 2 minds about where you're exactly going, the comms aren't that clear, it's a first game of IWCQ, playing reactionary in that situation is much easier, and you saw that the CIS region was able to do that. They rotated nicely as a team. They stayed as a unit. And ultimately, the Chiefs fumbled the play. So I think that, you know, if you blow up Kira at the start, if he doesn't get the heal into the Crimson Rush, all of a sudden, different fight. There's no Vladimir to deal with. Then all of a sudden, you know, Lecrit, he had 0 mana, but managed to get out 2 full combos. I mean, there's just so many things that went wrong in that situation. I think that's where a lot of the game went down to. So they're just going to scrub that and have a look at it a couple of times.
Yeah, and we'll see whether, you know, they've given anything away, whether they're going to be asked that question as we have Hingers on side with a member of the CIS Regions team.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with mid laner from ANL, Kira. First of all, congratulations on the win. And second of all, I want to ask, that was a dominant performance. Did it go how you expected it to, or was it easier or harder?
Okay, we drafted all what we wanted, so it's like planned, especially our brand. It's open, we take it, we win. So yeah, it's planned.
What were your expectations going into the game? Did you know much about your opponents?
It's not about opponents, it's about characters. So like Talia can roam easy, so we need to like pressure her, don't die. We played versus champs, we win.
Okay, so it's a very strong opening performance. How do you feel about the rest of the tournament? Do you think you guys can go all the way?
I think if we will get brand banned, it will be not so easy. But if seriously, it wasn't so easy. Just because of that early fight, we won this game so quick. But if not this fight, it could be really 50-50 game, like for 50 minutes.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, thank you for that. And that's all from us. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hingers. And he's just so modest. I mean, we've heard from Kira before, if you guys had watched IWCA last year, but understanding that it was all about that first fight and they didn't really learn so much and they've just got to play against the enemy champions.
Yeah, I also like the fact that, you know, he called out the brand as well as a legitimate strategy. I mean, they obviously think that it's worth a ban. He's pretty much told every team now to ban it. I mean, he doesn't think that there's an answer out there for it. But he's right, you know, they got a strong draft. They got exactly what they wanted to play. Early fight swung it in their favor. I think the Chiefs could have had a good composition, if not. But at the end of the day, when it's just gifted to you like that and you get the comp you want, you're going to win the game early, and that's what they did.
You most certainly are, and it was a dominating victory as well. But ladies and gentlemen, there is more IWCQ action right after the break.
She's so far away.
Take me away from chase the night, race all of these broken dreams and flight, and we'll
Wildcard Qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Daniel C. Fedrakos, subbing in for Max Atlas Anderson, and of course, replacing Spawn on the desk is going to be Andy VODS Day. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It should be good. I'm excited.
Perfect. Of course, for those of you just joining us, you missed a very crushing defeat for the Chiefs, Albus NoX Luna, really showing us what they're made of, a very exciting brand support game. But let's hop right into our next matchup between Chaos Latin Gamers and Dark Passage. Now, we saw Chaos Latin Gamers earlier today, and it was a pretty rough road for them against INTZ, and of course, Dark Passage, a team we've yet to see play, but Turkey, a region with a very strong reputation in the international wildcard.
Yeah, and some players that we are familiar with as Europeans, because they are going to be running 2 substitutes in the mid lane and the jungle for today. They will be replacing Xerxes and Caps, and they will be filled in for by... the Kyrie and Kazku, the 2 players that you would imagine we would be extremely familiar with.
Yes, in our experiences in the European Challenger scene. But before we really focus in on them, I want to take a brief opportunity to talk about Chaos Latin Gamers. As I mentioned, we saw them earlier today against INTZ, and it was a pretty rough matchup for them overall, and I'm really wondering if they've taken this opportunity to adapt. It's a pretty short gap of time between their first game and their second one here in the group stages.
Well, I mean, they're going to have to adapt because they, as you rightly said, only have a short amount of time to be able to mix between these games. It is those single best-of-1 scenarios where you go up against every single team and you have to be prepared to play against 2 teams on some days and only 1 on the other. And given that they did experience a fairly crushing defeat against INTZ earlier on in the day, hopefully they can recollect themselves and find another opportunity to pull themselves back into it later on.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if they can start to play around the bottom lane. That is what we expected initially. The Fox, they're probably their strongest player. We saw some insane performances from him to qualify. Of course, some amazing Vayne games being busted out against a Kalista, 2 champions we don't see very frequently, but one that he obviously plays incredibly well. So I'm wondering if we're going to see a similar shutdown onto him in this coming up game, or what Dark Passage are going to do, because Dark Passage, with 2 new players coming into this lineup, we really have to wonder exactly how their team is going to function. Kira and Kazku, of course, 2 very experienced players, but matching up with a team, this is a very short notice swap for Dark Passage.
Yeah, it certainly is. Formerly of Epsilon, who we cast over during the Challenger Series. They did finish in 4th place, ended up losing to Misfits fairly one-sidedly, but it was still promising for the team when they were playing for Epsilon. Something that we talked about a lot throughout the Challenger Series was their growth and how well they adapted in their team. And hopefully they can replicate that once again today. Because as players, they still have a lot of mechanical talent, and it's just going to be a matter of whether or not they can now put that up on a stage.
Well, and the other thing, too, is that despite the fact that we've seen so much from them, or that we've seen so much from them with those other players, we have to say that these are still very strong players from Caps, swapping in for CosQ, having Kire back them up. But let's take an opportunity to look at a little bit of the story behind Dark Passage and how exactly they got here.
Regaining the crown as the premier team of the Turkish Champions League was not an easy assignment for Dark Passage. In order to achieve this milestone, they had to beat the title holders from Split 1, Supermassive. In the group stage, Dark Passage and Supermassive faced each other twice, with Supermassive winning both encounters. At the end of 7 weeks of the qualifying rounds, both teams showed themselves a class above the others and assured their spot in the semi-finals. Dark Passage's first challenge was HWA Gaming. They overcame this hurdle and found themselves ready for redemption. In the other semi-final, there were no surprises. Supermassive easily saw off their challenges with a thumping 3-0 victory. In the group stage, Supermassive won both contests. However, when it mattered most, Dark Passage responded in the best possible manner. Dark Passage exacted sweet revenge and took down Supermassive to claim the title. With the TCL trophy in their hands and qualification for Wildcard secured, Dark Passage will try to relive past glories and win a return to Worlds after a 2-year absence.
Always good to hear about those, the teams, kind of the stories behind them, and it's pretty much a story of dominance coming in for Dark Passage, and it's an interesting lineup overall because you have a lot of players, we have European Challenger players coming in on this lineup, we have players who used to play for HWA Gaming, of course the team that they took down on their road to get here, and the Turkish scene is pretty tight. You got a lot of players who swap back and forth between teams, but they seem to have found a lineup that works for them, and really I think this is going to be an excellent opportunity for them to show exactly what they're made of because Dark Passage, a team that we haven't heard from in a decent amount of time.
Well, this is going to be the big question for this game, is how well these two substitutes will fit in with the roster, because there has been a lot of debate as to whether or not this is a step up or a step down in the right direction for the team, given that they did have initially Caps and Xerxes on the lineup that defeated Supermassive, who competed at MSI in a 3-0 fashion. People are wondering whether or not these replacements will be able to stack up to the previous talent, whether or not they'll still be able to synergize as well as the team has in the past.
And of course, looking at the way that specifically CosQ plays in the mid lane, I think interesting to see exactly what he will opt to bust out. The mid lane meta has remained mostly consistent with what we've seen across 6.15. However, I'm wondering if we are going to see some interesting changes because it's very clear that teams have some pretty set comfort picks into what they're interested in.
It definitely seems today that the Jhin seems to be quite high on the priority list, just off the few games that we have seen. There have been a couple interesting picks, like the Brand. I thought the Maokai pick was a little bit strange earlier on as well, but for the most part, it has been very meta. We have seen things like the Malzahar, the Vladimir, and very conventional meta picks that are not too unconventional. It's a matter of where we're actually going to be seeing the priority. And as you've already mentioned, CosQ, I'd be surprised if they look to get something early, but if it would be anything early, it would be something like the Vladimir.
Well, of course, we are now into picks and bans, so we're going to have to see what they're going to put the priority on. Elise already taken away, and Chaos Latin Gamers shutting down some of those high-pressure early junglers, and it makes a lot of sense. Kire, known for what he can do in the early game, and additionally, Talia, standard on the patch, Nar next to follow. So what do you think we're going to see the first pick priority on? You mentioned the Jhin. It's not always what the Fox wants to play, but we have seen that kind of utility focus coming from Zeitnot in their recent games.
Yeah, certainly. It's... You also have things like the Echo still available from things like the bans as well. Looking at some of the other junglers, possibly Rek'Sai is something that we in Europe have seen a rise in popularity rather significantly. So whether or not teams want to try and prioritize something like the jungler will largely depend on what is left still to ban away. Because with the bans still available on each team, there's still quite a lot left open. Things like the Nidalee, even after the changes. Remember, this is 6.16, so she did experience a couple nerfs on 6.15, but a lot of junglers still saying, hey, she's still pretty valuable.
Still getting some of that damage back into the queue, even if you are losing that auto attack reset. So most junglers still saying the clear is still fine, but of course, as with most, highly mechanical junglers, got to be able to execute on it. A lot of focus going down into the top lane, the jungle pool as well, but Gangplank, Shen, Gnar all taken off the table. Of course, Gnar rising in popularity as a power pick, but we asked about the Nidalee, and there it is. KMV getting that for Julio Stito very early in the pick ban phase.
So it looks like KMV wanting to have that early game pressure because because you're running the Nidalee, you are going to have to be wary of the fact that she has very little crowd control. So if you want to actually set up a lot of ganks, you're going to need laners to help facilitate that. But with the Nidalee being taken away, as well as the Elise and the Rek'Sai being taken off the board too, you have to wonder whether or not, or what Dark Passage you're going to fall back on in terms of jungle priority, because you could go for something like the Olaf, but Gragas seems to be more on the priority list, and one of the big issues that Gragas has is his early wave clear cannot match up with Nidalee, and it's very easy for him to get bullied out. So it seems like KMV's whole pick and ban priority was very much about putting Dark Passage on something uncomfortable in the jungle.
Interesting to see, of course, with Gragas still up and available, may not be the best option for them overall, but 5 seconds left, and it looks like it will be the Echo and the Ashe locked in. Now the Ashe, of course, a relative power pick on this patch, great tool for initiation. And the Echo, I mean, without Gangplank, Shen, or Gnar on the table, he does feel like pretty top tier in terms of mid lane picks. Or in terms of top lane picks, rather.
Definitely. I mean, you can flex him down to the mid lane if you want to.
I think that might be... Well, actually, I don't know. I suppose maybe it is ambitious.
It very much depends on what is picked up, because it's not something that I would say is unbelievable that Cosq may pick up, but it's more likely going to be in the top lane given how many top laners have been picked away. The Ashe as well, something that we were a little bit surprised we didn't see more priority of earlier on in the day. Other than that one unfortunate game that happened earlier on with the Ashe did struggle up against the Jhin Tahm Kench lane. But other than that, it's something that hasn't really seen much popularity, largely because of how effective Tahm Kench is in the meta right now. And remember that he is still available on the board, which means that KMV could look to pick it up, but it looks like they've decided to switch things up.
Yeah, Alistar going to get locked in alongside the Kennen. Now, Kennen, long time considered that counter matchup to Gnar on the top side, but I mean, there's a lot to, we haven't seen too much of this patch internationally. I feel like there's still a lot of opportunity to kind of innovate, and wondering if this Kennen could go into the mid lane. It's been a long time since we've seen Kennen
mid lane Kennen. It's not especially efficient because he works better in longer lanes due to his skill set, and it's much easier to land the Qs if you put him in a longer lane. And in the mid, because it's a little bit awkward to actually set things up like that, it's just better overall if you can just put him in a side lane, especially if you can put a teleport on him too. So, but the Alistar into the Ashe. Typically fairly strong pick, low mobility, 80 carry. He can also act as a body blocker for the Ashe arrows because he has his ultimate to remove that crowd control, and it's quite easy to lock her down. So the Alistar, I can understand the pick. I do feel as though that the Tahm Kench would have been a stronger pick though, because of how effective it is against these Ashe arrows.
Interesting, of course, because not locking it on the side of KMV means that Dark Passage are going to get the opportunity to pick it up. Now, Gragas and Tahm Kench, the quick second rotation coming in here. And honestly, looking at these two comps, KMV, they have a lot of strong picks in terms of the Nidalee early jungle pressure. Kennen looking a little bit more like a comfort pick, but Dark Passage, this is standard 6-15 to the T. We've got the Gragas in the jungle, the Ashe, Tahm Kench bottom lane, Echo in the top. I mean, they're waiting on a multitude of mid laners to balance this out.
Yeah, they're holding on to their mid laner to the last pick. They want to make sure that Cosq can have a lane that he can succeed on. But for Dark Passage, as you rightly said, they have a lot of pick potential. They have good engage. They have great disengage. You also have great setup on the side lanes because you have the Tahm Kench roaming. You have the Ashe arrow to set up for the engagements on the sides. There are so many options right now for Dark Passage. They're picking a very well-rounded comp. They have reasonably strong laners, and the fact that this Ashe is going into a Kalista means that you're almost guaranteeing a very solid lane in the bottom already.
Interesting selections coming in. Malzahar, of course, one of the picks that did receive a bit of a knockdown on that passive, but still absolutely a threat now. Kennen for sure going into the top lane, but really the interesting pick coming in here is going to be that Kalista backed up by the Alistar. It's been a long time since we've seen this bottom lane combo, but maybe we can say that because you're pretty much guaranteed to get those 2v2 lanes at 6-15, that a lot of the adjustments to Kalista we've seen in the past might not be as big.
Well, I mean, I still think there are better AD carries in the meta right now. If we just look at what's been banned, every other AD carry is available. You could pick up the Jhin, you could go Caitlyn that we've seen earlier on in the day.
You could go Sivir as
well. You could go Sivir, Tristana, especially if you are going for a teamfight composition and you want Engage, which is what the Kalista provides with the ultimate. A Sivir will do a perfectly good job as an alternative. She scales better, she has a better laning phase, especially into an Ashe. I feel as though there were better picks, but as you rightly said, it's more likely to be something comfortable. I'm excited to see how well it does. Personally, I'm not a fan of it, but perhaps KMV can prove me wrong.
Of course, final comps now locked in as the Cassio will go into the mid lane for Dark Passage. Overall, this is going to be an interesting game coming out because the Kalista lane, one that we haven't seen in so long, we have to wonder how these lanes are going to match up. Ashe, the potential to push early has always been a relatively big threat, but KS Latin Gamers already down a game in the group stage. Really need to find a win here in Dark Passage. Probably happy to start this one off, but you can see now some of these players we got to watch. Keep your eye on Elwind, one of the native players of this team. Absolutely a threat, known for sort of a solo carry style. Echo, you know, if he gets ahead, definitely can bring that to the table, but Blugo in the mid lane on this Malzahar. I mean, once again, I feel like both of these guys have excellent snowball-y picks that could potentially win them the game.
Quite excited to see this Echo into the Kennen matchup. Something that we haven't seen at all over in Europe. And even though we've seen Kennen in isolation, we've obviously seen a lot of Echo. The fact that we're going to be seeing these two match up against one another will certainly be exciting. Kennen very well known for being a lane bully, especially against melee matchups. So you can really push around this Echo. But once you get out of the laning phase in terms of what Echo can offer, it is a little bit more diverse. And if Kennen does fall behind at all during the early game, then he really does struggle to have any sort of impact in the middle of the late because of how item reliant he is. So that top lane matchup will definitely be one that we need to keep our eyes on.
Well, exciting as it's going to seem, it looks like we are going to see the SKT Kalista coming out 6-16, a wonderful place. The STC skins, and both teams leaving the base. Pretty standard setup so far. It doesn't look like anyone's looking for anything too crazy, but of course, if you're just joining us, KMV versus Dark Passage. KMV playing their first game earlier today, already dropping down to INTZ and Dark Passage. Two new players on the lineup, CosQ and Kire. Pretty big question marks overall.
So in terms of the early game, we need to take into consideration what we could expect from the junglers. Because remember that when we were talking about the Nidalee pick early on during Champion Select, something that you always have to be mindful of is the fact that you don't have any hard crowd control, or you have no hard crowd control as a jungler. So very much reliant on your laners to set you up for success, and then you come in for the follow-up with the additional damage and anything that you can provide. So in terms of lanes that are great for him to actually gank, the bottom lane is a fantastic setup because the Alistar, you have the QW combo, and once you hit level 6 on the Kalista, you have the Fate's Call to set up for an engagement. Kennen has a lot of crowd control as well, and you have the Malzahar level 6 ultimate. So there are actually a lot of options for Nidalee and where she wants to gank. Her priority should really be in the top half of the map, though, and making sure that this Kennen's laning phase can snowball into success.
Yeah, and we've seen exactly what can happen if Kennen is ever able to get a lead. You can see him giving the leash to Julio Stito right now. But really wondering if the pressure will go top. It has been pretty good for them overall in the past when they've been able to snowball that top lane. But as you mentioned, top lane being the focus, I feel like not only because we have a very potentially snowbally matchup, but looking at the bottom lane, you never really want to gank the Tahm Kench lane. Does not always feel good.
Yeah, and it's the fact that DP got an early push as well after getting themselves the Gromp is really going to hurt the Kalista Alistar lane. You always want to try and get that early shove as much as you can because now what they're going to aim to do is try and deny as much farm as possible. And Element is going to be doing exactly the same on the top half because he has that range advantage, because he's playing on the Kennen. He's just relying on his poke to just force that Echo back and just do as much as he possibly can to try and deny farm. And it's very much about control, getting into the lane very early on, getting that early push, and not necessarily just shoving it under wave, but just slowly having it push in your favor means that you can posture up aggressively and just force your opponent away from that farm.
Yeah, looking to get those small advantages slowly, incrementally over time. Nothing major quite yet. Gonna have to wait for the junglers to do that. Kire, as well as Julio Stito, moving into the bottom side of their jungle, clearing out. Right now, things not looking very good for Blugo in the mid lane, although does still have that pressure advantage. CosQ doing his best to trade aggressively, but you're not really going to win a trade against that many Voidlings. You're going to just kind of have to respect the Malzahar here in the early game.
Thing about Cassio is she's actually very good against Malzahar because of how well she can clear out those Voidlings early on. Remember that they stack up quickly based on how they attack the the blueberry pie. And then every time you're hitting it up and every time you kill a minion as well, you're spawning a new one and a new one and a new one. So if you kill the initial one, you can actually stop the spawning of the rest. And Cassio is actually very good at that because you can just lay the poison down, use your Twin Fan to kill them very quickly, and then that stops his wave clear very efficiently early on, which just makes his life difficult. And this is how you'll see a lot of the early matchup because Malzahar's wave clear early is actually really weak. He has to expend a lot of mana for very little base damages. He's very reliant on scaling. And so what you'll often see is CosQ will have a lot of control over this lane. And it's often a good pick into Malzahar because of how easy it is to break his passive as well. You can throw down the poison, one tick will be enough to remove it, and then you can just go as aggressive as you want. So CosQ just taking full control of this lane. The thing that he has to be mindful of is this level 6 mark. Because once Plugo has that ultimate, it makes it for an easy setup gank in the mid lane when you have the Nidalee coming in for the fight.
Yeah, of course, Nidalee with more than enough damage to back that up. Now shifting our attention to the top lane. One taking control as well. Right now, Dark Passage's laner is just doing incredibly well across the board. You saw a bit of aggression on the bottom side. Alistair going for that headbutt pull combo, but the reality of that bottom lane is that you're just not going to get past that Tahm Kench in terms of early damage. And it just seems an unfortunate set of circumstances for KMV right now because a lot of potential for early aggression here, but nullified out by some of these lane matchups. And CosQ in the mid lane, going back there, 19-36, the CS differential. We're only 5 minutes into the game.
Yep, and this is the nature of the matchup. Early push is the name of the game right now, and very impressively, even though Elwind was being harassed underneath his turret, he's actually done a fantastic job of maintaining the farm. He has decided to go back, changing up the build path a little bit. He went for an early Corrupting Potion. Sometimes what we'll see is the Dark Seal as well as the Doran's Ring because it will give you a lot more sustain. But given as to how the matchup is going so well for Elwind, he's just decided, you know what, I'll pick up a second Doran's Ring, get that extra bit of damage rather than sustain, and increase my ability to trade back and forth with this Kennen. And so far it's working out for him. It's going to help him a lot that Kennen actually hasn't had an opportunity to back yet. Likely he wants to work towards that Protobelt as soon as he can. He wants to go back on the 1200 gold so he can pick himself that Hextech Revolver working into the Protobelt.
Yeah, of course, a little bit of additional burst there for the Kennen, and building towards that Protobelt, always a smart choice. Extra mobility on that ultimate, so crucial. But CosQ now level 6, Plugo not quite so fortunate as he heads back to lane. We'll be getting it shortly, and this is when we need to start focusing our attention on the mid lane. Malzahar with the ultimate, Nidalee with the potential for backup, but at the same time, CosQ, he's getting the opportunity to back here, and you can see 52 CS means easy tier pickup, grabbing pretty much everything that he wants on that first back to just make it easy to scale up on this Cassio.
Yeah, something that you will often see is you get the early tier, you want to be stacking that up as soon as possible. The variation you'll see is whether or not CosQ will go for a second Rod of Ages to stack up on the mana, or whether or not he'll go for an instant Rylai's. Typically, Rylai's, in my opinion, is the better option because you want to have that extra bit of utility to just stick to your targets. Your base damage is incredible, especially when you actually poison a target, which will dramatically help your ability to trade in lane. You can go in side lanes as well, and you're just going to make the Malzahar's life that much more difficult if you also have the Rylai's as well. And it just naturally increases your ability to trade in the 1 versus 1. So
across the board, it just seems like an excellent choice, but once again, keeping our focus here. Bottom lane still seems relatively balanced out. Bear and the Fox consistently getting pushed in, though. A lot of that due to a lot of aggression coming in for Rogu. No fear when he walks up for those tongue lashes. Knows that he's relatively safe to an all-in. Zeitnot, of course, hasn't had an opportunity to back either, so neither bot lane picking up their first set of items. Callista itemization, I think we still have to assume Runaan's Blade of the Rune King, same as it's ever been, or do you think we might see something different here today?
You would imagine Blade of the Rune King, Runaan's would be the priority. Sometimes if you are going for the Blade of the Rune King build, you want to try and get it early on. But given the state of Blade of the Rune King right now, it's not the most... there's no real optimal build path for Callista right now, because you kind of want something that'll scale or well into the mid game. And while Blade of the Rune King is pretty good in terms of a dueling sense, when you look at the lineup of DP, even if you have a Blade of the Rune King, I can't see you winning in a 1 versus 1 against any of those champions. Even a Tahm Kench, I think, has the potential to beat out just because of how ridiculous he is. And so I'm interested to see if he does change up his build path. Something that we saw from a few Callistas a while back was actually the Hurricane into Infinity Edge. So you actually go for more of a scaling build path. But it wasn't something that caught on. It was usually just something that we saw in LCK and seemed to be there for a little while. But then all of a sudden the Blade of the Rune King build came back. What we could see is an early Ghostblade. That might be a shift that we have seen on champions like Twitch. Ghostblade into Ruin's Hurricane is something that's been very effective, but we'll have to keep our eyes on the Callista and see how she shifts up. Given that she's currently 66 farm, what I would like to see from the jungle right now is help them shove up this bottom wave, enable them to just get the push back towards their tower, and then they can go back to base, pick up their items. They'll be able to return to lane sooner, and then they won't actually lose that much because of how much harass the bottom lane of DP is putting down.
Looking for support on just those smaller advantages, not kills, nothing greater, just the opportunity to go back here to look for items, to maybe look to snowball into something bigger, but not given the opportunity quite yet. Of course, level 6 is coming across for every lane. Ashe, Arrow, the Fate's Call, everything available for these teams in terms of engage options, but both sides seem very content to just keep farming up. Now, if we continue to see passive game, who do you think has the advantage? Well, Kirei, maybe not so hot on the passive game. Going forward, Cask knocking him back. KazQ is on the way in. Down goes a little bit of poison. Julio Stito running for his life. Alistair's looking for the way in. Tom Kench delivering him to the backline. Flash over. There goes the Petrifying Gaze. First Blood. Bear moving forward. First Blood already dropping. Bear potentially in a tough spot here. Should have to ult soon. No holding on to that. Good patience coming in from the support there, but nice First Blood pickup for DP.
Yeah, great collapse down onto the Nidalee. Note that Kirei was expecting this play. He'd moved into the Dragon Pit, waiting for the Nidalee to overextend in the river. He came in from the flank. KazQ was already moving down, and this is that jungle mid lane synergy that we were discussing earlier on. The play was already being set up by both players. They saw the opportunity to get the collapse down onto the Nidalee. They take advantage of it. They get themselves First Blood, and now they should be able to pick themselves up an Infernal Drake off the back of it.
And that's pretty much the perfect Drake to pick up in this scenario. Of course, Kirei relatively low, but the team is more than happy to back him up, and that Cassio sustained damage is insane, as it always has been. So not only the First Blood pickup, but additionally the first Drake. Of course, first tower still up and available, which could be a massive swing if KMV do get the opportunity to get it. However, not seeing an opportunity quite yet, and things continue to look pretty grim. A 30 CS differential in the mid lane, as well as Ashe starting to pull ahead. But here comes a fake call. Ashe gets swallowed up. Rogu potentially in trouble, knocking him back into the team. Tom Kench being the focus. Nidalee on the way in. Ignite ticking down. Rogu finally going to use that thick skin. And Julio Stito trying to find a way into that back line. But Tom Kench more than happy to just back out of that situation. This could be some pressure in favor of KMV, though.
So it looked like Julio Stito trying to pull back some of the deficits that his team has experienced in the early game, moving into the bottom half of the map to try and set up a collapse. We talked about how the engage setup in the bottom lane is actually very strong because you had the Callista Fate's Goal into the Alistair Headbutt Pulverize combo. But unfortunately for them, DP read the play. Rogu picking up Xenox very early on. The moment the Fate's Core came out, he was there protecting his AD carry. He was quickly able to retreat from a very sticky situation, and even though he had to force his flash himself, his AD carry still has both of his summoner spells. So overall, great setup, and now we are going to get to see that replay from earlier on. So note that Kirei was waiting for this opportunity because he noticed that Julio Stito was clearing out the pink ward. He set up the collapse from the back end. You have the Tom Kench cutting off one escape. You also have the arrow cutting off another escape, and then KazQ, he has to burn his flash to get the kill, but I think he's going to be pretty happy exchanging his trade for all that First Blood goal.
Oh, I mean, not only does he have the lead in terms of farm and individual laning, but we're going to have to hold that thought because Elwind is getting aggressive on the top side. Stun's coming in for Element, but he's going to have to flash to safety, and just across the board, DP are demolishing these lanes. Julio Stito going to make it up here to maybe soak some farm, but it is not looking like an easy road for KMV.
A very early Merc treads into the double Doran's ring is actually making Element's life extremely difficult right now in the 1v1. Very little that the Cannon appears to be able to do, and even though he should really have the AP advantage, just the sustained damage coming out from this Echo is something that the Cannon cannot deal with, and this was something that we were discussing earlier on. The Cannon needs to get the early edge, and even though he accrued a pretty significant CS advantage, that has now been completely demolished because of the fact that Echo's now starting to scale up. He can now work towards his Trinity Force because he knows he can come out ahead in the 1v1, and this is where you're going to start to see that Kennen really fall off in the 1v1 match.
Not where you want to be. Once Echo gets on top of you, he's just so sticky, so hard to get rid of. And KazQ in the mid lane, it's a similar story for him. Malzahar may have that ultimate, but he's going to need some support from Julio Stito if he wants to grab this kill. KazQ starting to scale out of control. Abyssal Scepter backing him up compared to only the Lost Chapter and the double Doran's Ring coming from Plugo. I mean, honestly, things look very grim in this early game, but despite all this conversation about the CS differentials, it's only about a 1k gold difference between these teams. Just that kill, just a bit of CS, and that Infernal Dragon as well. So KMV are definitely not out of the game, They definitely want to start coordinating as a team. Kyurei goes in, Cask knocking him back, Element in trouble, does have the Protobelt available, dashes, tries to make it to safety, gets the stun down, is ticking down. Who's going to get this one? Kyurei backs off. Quick donate to Elwin, but now there's a fight in the bottom side of the map. They're looking for a little bit more. Fox in trouble. He flashes, but that's not where he wants to go. Zeit not getting cut down. They're going to make it a trade back and forth, but in comes the TP. Elwin on the way down. Hungry for Bud. Julio Stito in trouble. Tongue Lash maybe going to come out, but then Italy is too fast. Elwin has picked the wrong target and is now running up, realizing his mistake, an acquired taste. Is he going to get a bite? Doesn't look like it. The Catfish going for the cap, but Elwin going to grab it in the end. And Dark Passage running away with the game.
We talked about how that gold lead wasn't very big, but now it's snowballed to 2K as Dark Passage picked themselves up all sorts of advantages all across the map. We have to start off by discussing what happened up in the top lane because Kyurei, he read the map well. He realized the Element did not have his flash. He was pushing the lane up. Elwind had the superior 1 versus 1, and all Kyurei needed to do was basically set Elwind up for success. So he comes in, he gets the flash body slam into the cask. That is more than enough damage to get themselves the kill, but KMV, they try to respond on the bottom half of the map. They know they have the numbers advantage, but this is where you're seeing the weakness of the Kalista. She thinks that with the very early Ghost Blade, she's able to trade back with the Yash, but because of how well Tahm Kench can just buy time and reposition that AD carry, it results in a very, very poor situation for the AD carry of KMV. He ends up dropping. Nidalee has enough damage to be able to get the kill down onto the Ashe, but overall it just isn't enough because Dark Passage, they have the teleport on Elwin. He comes in from the flank. They use the Tahm Kench ultimate once again to cut off the escape, and now you've got an Echo with 2-0. You have an Ashe with 1-1-1, and then you've got Coscu in the mid lane still sitting in his healthy advantage. So just DP, even though the gold lead isn't that big, it really doesn't represent how strong DP are over their opponents. Right?
Absolutely not, but it's still extending from 1K gold lead to a 2K gold lead, and DP looking very comfortable here. KMV consistently kind of getting the back end of these trades, don't seem to be making these proactive moves. Instead, just falling into the waiting hands of Kyurei, who has been all over the map in terms of aggression. But Elwind in trouble. Are just going to back off, throws down the parallel convergence, and walks his way out of that one. And I think the Gragas just proving to be a little bit stronger pick than the Nidalee in these exchanges because the Cask has been crucial in getting these early advantages.
The thing is, early on, the Nidalee just needed to be exerting more pressure across the map. We talked about how she had laners at level 6 where she could set herself up for success. There's very little that really DP could have done if Nidalee had just come into a lane. The Gragas was there as well, and they could have just forced a fight. The Kalista, a little bit weaker in the 2 versus 2, but when you look at the mid lane, the Malzahar ultimate, the Kennen ultimate in the top lane too, there are just so many options for the Nidalee to set up, and he just didn't really take any of those opportunities. He waited far too late, and he was the one that ended up giving First Blood over to DP in the first place. So if your jungler, who's all about early pressure and early skirmishing, doesn't actually force any early pressure or early skirmishing, as something's going wrong and the communication is now there trying to force a play.
Rinse and repeat for the Tahm Kench. Every time the Alistar goes in, he just picks up the Ashe and walks her out. Now, big concern for KMV is the second Dragon Spawn is that Infernal. Giving over to Infernals is going to make these scaling picks even more terrifying, especially in the case of the Cassio. Kyurei taking a bit of damage. A little bit of a 2v1 here. Infernal Drake backing up Julio Stito in this case, but DP just going to start this one up. They take it, take a little bit of a leash for the Nidalee and just looking to hopefully grab this. So Julio Stito is here. He might want to look for the steal, but Kyurei with the body block and DP going to grab that one and walk away.
So right now, Infernal Drake going to go down. DP feeling pretty happy with the fact that they've gotten themselves a fair number of advances. We see another fight.
Oh, the Fox, this is more than he wanted. Ashe now delivered in. Fate's Call comes out, but he's only saving Barry. Cannot save himself. Catfish has got a taste for the cow. A little bit of beef for dinner here, and Kyurei on the way in as Bear is just going to get cut down. My God, DP at every corner are just finding an advantage.
DP doing some hunting down in the bottom lane. They pick themselves up 2 nice targets, and they're looking for more.
Oh, Julio Stito set to get cut down. Coscu does so much damage. He turns back for the spear, but that may be his biggest mistake. 2 more Twin Fangs, and he closes it out. DP 7-1 in the kill score.
Continuing to push their advantages. We had a little bit of a slow moment at the 15-minute mark, but DP suddenly switching things on. They come in to the bottom lane, and the action still continues in the top.
Oh, Echo skipping out, dodging out, but is he going to look for the snapback here? Nope. Plays patient. Elements happy to use that ultimate. Plugo goes in. This is what we wanted to see. Gonna get that kill. Plugo finally putting that all to good use.
Good roam coming out from Plugo, trying to get something back for KMV. Unfortunately, is it too little too late as DP As you mentioned earlier on, Sifa, sitting at 7-2 in the kill score, 4,000 in the gold. Things looking so positive right now for DP.
Not only 4,000 in the gold, additionally the double Infernal Drakes to back them up on the scaling Cassio, on this Ashe, who only has the pickaxe and the BF sword here. But we can watch this 2v2 one more time, and you can see exactly why the Tahm Kench is just so good.
So the setup itself is pretty promising, but initially, the Fox just takes so much damage. Bear trying to provide peel for his AD carry, but he's just too little too late. Zeno just does way too much damage on this Ashe. This was the Ashe-Kalista matchup that we were talking on. This is why I wasn't particularly a fan of it, because right now Kalista just isn't that strong in the meta, given against especially Ashe, who is considered extremely powerful in the meta right now.
And
top
extremely
tier.
good against Kalista. The slows coming in from those arrows make it that much more difficult for Kalista to really do anything, and unfortunately I feel like KMV maybe have overestimated their ability in the spot lane. They picked a potentially strong duo, but not respecting the potential for counter picks to come in here.
I feel like we have to just go back to the draft, because this is where KMV had so many opportunities. They could have picked the Tahm Kench for themselves. They could have, it seemed like they had a plan, but Bear now.
He's in trouble, does have the Unbreakable Will, and is walking away. Doesn't stop KOSQ from throwing down a bit more damage, but maybe this is the opportunity to group for the team fight. Kennen is making his way up, and DP are very grouped. Element, though, does not want to take the risk here. Fate's Call available. Kirei stepping forward. He's going to get ulted. They throw the Alistair into the backline. Tahm Kench can only save one. Bear, no ultimate. He knocks Sight back in, but no, he gets picked up by the Tahm Kench. Beautiful ult comes in from KOSQ. Kennen gets the ult down, but the stun from Echo onto 2 means a double kill in favor of DP, and no matter what KMV do, DP just seem to be one step ahead.
KMV tried to force a fight because they did not want to lose that mid-tier 1 turret, and DP respond in kind. So much damage coming out from this Cassio. She has the Morello completed. She doesn't need the Raleigh. She's just focusing on this damage-dealing build, and it is working out beautifully for the Cassio right now. DP, they're going to pick themselves up another turret. And I mean, that was just overall a great play. The problem that KMV is struggling with right now is that they just cannot match the itemization. Trinity Force is finished for the Echo. He got a great flank off, setting up for the nice stun. And when he's just sitting and beating down onto the KMV members, there is very little that you can do to turn that one around. And when we saw the Element ult come in, there just wasn't any damage. And this is just where, again, we have to backtrack to the draft. They had so many options available. Let's just see how this whole setup. So you can see Kirei is the target, which is not really the guy you want to be forcing down, but it actually cuts him off away. Bear goes in for the engage, but there is no follow-up whatsoever. Ooh. If he'd gone in for that engage and then you have an immediate follow-up with the Malzahar ult, it's just, that would have been a better setup to get the kill down onto the Ashe. But unfortunately, there was no immediate follow-up. Rogu was able to provide support for Zaytnot, and then they're able to get out scot-free. So, yes, Kirei ends up going down, but I think DP can be pretty happy with what they gained on the map.
And one of the biggest issues, too, of here is that there's just a lot of sustained damage on the side of KMV, but not a whole ton of upfront burst. Malzahar, of course, ultimate not nearly as strong in burst damage. Kalista more about that sustained damage. Even Kennen, you know, the ultimate doesn't tick for a whole ton over a period of time. So there just doesn't seem to be enough CC to chain where you can really stop the Tahm Kench from saving someone, from resetting the fight, from backing out. And additionally, the cast coming in from Kirei just makes it so difficult for Element to really find his way into the backlines.
Well, I mean, the thing for KMV is they haven't even attempted to focus the Tahm Kench once. He's the one that's been sitting on the backline waiting for one of the damage dealers of DP to be targeted, and then he's just coming in, gobbling them up and getting them to safety. And now that DP have so much control of the map, they've taken so many turrets, they've taken so much vision, and because they have a Cassio, they just freely walk up and they get themselves a 22-minute Baron. This play from Dark Passage is just very clean and very effective.
Yeah, started out slow for about the first 10 minutes, but then turned on the switch, and they've been going ever since. 3-10 the kill score, and you can see the massive gold differences between the lane. 3K just in the mid lane. And, I mean, it does not get easier from here, especially as they're going to start to pick up these inner towers. You can see Echo pushing on the bottom as well. KMV doing their best to force a fight, but you can see an act of desperation. Bear tries to taxi his way into the backline, but gets off a little bit more than shoot. Element jumps forward, but there's no team with him. He's all alone, and he just gets popped in an instant. Tahm Kench now delivering to the front lines. They're trying to lock down Elwin. They will get him. They trade it back, but Rogu is here. Kirei suddenly in the middle of the team. Bear doing his best. KMV, they're trying to get something back, but it is simply not enough. They will grab the Gragas, but how much is it worth as KOSQ runs forward, quick ult as the Kalista tries to throw out the auto, grabs another kill. KOSQ on a rampage through this team as he just cuts down member after member, the triple kill coming through.
So a little bit of a messy fight, but Dark Passage is still the team to come out on top. They have the Baron buff as well. They're going to break into the base of KMV. They're going to pick themselves up an inhibitor. The death times are still relatively low, so the smart play for Dark Passage is to now back away. There's no need to continue forcing it. They have so many options now that inhibitor is gone, and I mean, what a play. You're just really seeing the difference in itemization right now. Kennen did a great job of getting onto the backline, but he was there by himself. The exhaust came out from Rogu to mitigate a lot of the damage, and then the flash as well from Ash to create a gap after the Kennen had used all of his gap closes, meant that Zeitnot was just easily able to shred that Yoru to bits.
And unfortunately, this is just the position that KMV are in. As we watch this one more time, you can see the desperation here. They're trying to make a play. They're trying to find a fight, but the team just not on the same page, unfortunately. The CC does not chain together, and it's just one at a time into the back line, and KOSQ has no problem burning him down.
Elwind did get collapsed on, which was a good setup from KMV, but it was fine because you're just buying enough time for the rest of DP to come in for the collapse. At this point, KMV felt confident that, hey, we can just disengage. They're not going to dive. No, honestly, guys, they're not going to dive. Oh, no. KOSQ's just way too bad. He easily shreds through the turret.
Solid insight into the comms there, Vedius.
Why does this snake bite so hard?
I mean, it's a rough story, too. The Mountain Dragons, they're pretty much getting everything that they could want as a scaling team. And really for KMV, I think it's not entirely a lost cause, but there's, short of DP really making a mistake, there's not a whole lot of opportunities for to come back. And they really have to start to think about what they're going to be doing in their future matchups, because clearly these picks that worked so well for them. Ooh, maybe finding an opportunity here, though. Just swallowed up. In goes Kirei, breaks up the team. Julio Cito now set to fall. The fight continues. Bear getting pulled back. Fox looking for a way in. Does use the cleanse. Bear pulled in. Rogu on the backside. He doesn't bring anyone else with him. He's knocked into the team, but it's the double kill for KOSQ. He's looking to make it a triple. Tries to get more. Gets locked up. Looking maybe for the quadra. The kills just keep coming in. Gragas takes one away. DP, one final chance to cut down KMV, and they're looking to close the game.
Great final fight for DP, utilizing the massive gold lead that they have to close out that final team fight. KMV just tried to find one every opportunity they could, but it just was not enough.
No, and they're going to close it out here in one final instant, but that's all it's going to take. Dark Passage putting on a clinic to shut this team down, and KMV a very rough first day here in the group stage.
Well, we wondered how the synergy would be with KOSQ and Kirei in a lineup that they don't have much experience with. Looks alright to me. Looks okay.
Looks KOSQ, to be fair, and I mean really across the board, it feels like maybe there's something that they could change in pick bans, but they were outclassed in the laning phase. And
oh yeah.
KOSQ, we didn't even see much synergy in the early game. That man just got a 30 farm lead in the lane phase.
A lot of this was a result of KMV's draft. That made it very easy for Dark Passage to build themselves up the leads that they did, because you had a winning matchup in mid, you had a winning matchup in bot, but for KMV, they had the winning they had the stronger jungler in the early game, they had the stronger top laner. All they needed to do was concentrate their efforts into the top half of the map, snowball this Kennen into succeeding, and then you can set up all sorts of plays around the map with that Kennen. You can go on a roaming duo lane with the Nidalee, looking for opportunities in the mid lane on the low mobility Cassiopeia. Remember, she can't even buy boots. Or you can go to the bottom half of the map where you have a very easy engage with the Fate's Call with the Headbutt Pulverize, and you could quickly shut down that target.
But the issue that we saw there is that there were some attempts to move into the bottom lane, but the Tahm Kench just made it so difficult, and almost obscenely tanky champion in the early game. And you can see as we run through the first blood here, the passive play coming in for KMV in the early game just set DP up for success as their scaling picks continued to get ahead. And this one fight where Alistar found the engage simply was not enough.
No, it certainly was not. It was just a matter of a lot of these fights were a result of the Jarvan effect, where you have Jarvan going in, EQ, flash, R, gets onto the backline, and he turns around and he's like, team, I've got the AD carry. And then you realize, team? Anyone here? And it's because you've created such a massive gap that it's so difficult for the rest of your team to follow up on. And in this situation, the focus was onto the front line, and it's another instance.
And this is the thing you see, yeah. Kennen dashing forward, uses his E, leaps into the backline, ults, but he's the only one who's been able to make it that far. Alistar has already burned all his CC, already ran in. Just not finding the opportunity. So it felt like there were some opportunities for KMV. They just need to sort out a little bit in their pick ban and a little bit on their execution here, because Dark Passage just seemed to be one step ahead at every stage of the game.
I do want to give praise to Dark Passage for being able to capitalize on the advantages that they had. Mad props to the bottom lane as well. Multiple times they were able to turn a lot of 2 versus 3 scenarios in their favor. And overall, just the play coming out from Rogu to keep these primary targets alive with the Consume was just very impressive. His positioning was always very good. If he was on the front line, he was soaking up damage and getting down the important CC. But if he was on the back line, he was always there providing utility, getting good exhaust down. And it was just a very impressive performance from really all the members from DP. But we will have to see how they perform in later teams, because I feel like KMV just made it easier for DP to succeed.
At the end of the day, I think that it was simply a matter of once that pick ban had gone through, once we saw the power of this Tom Kench, you could see KMV really struggling to adapt, and maybe that's the difference in regional meta there. But at the end of the day, Dark Passage also just showing that they were a little bit more experienced with some of these picks and a little bit better in terms of individual laning prowess. It was a real struggle there, but I think still opportunities for Chaos Latin Gamers to adapt a bit of their strategy, maybe make up for some of those deficits that we saw in the early laning phase by shifting their jungle pressure or adapting their draft.
And these are things that they're going to have to pay attention to, because they're starting day 1 at 0-2. That's not really the way you want to kick things off when you're trying to compete at a spot at Worlds. You're already displaying very strong signs of weakness, and you have a very short space of time to be able to turn these issues around. So they're going to have to go back to the drawing board very quickly and rectify these issues as soon as they can.
Well, curious to see exactly what they are going to do, but we're going to toss it to a quick break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Chaos Latin Gamers. Now, I think when we look back at this, we talked a lot about the draft phase. Let's really run through it. Let's run through what went wrong on the side of Chaos Latin Gamers, and maybe not even what went wrong, but what did not work out for them.
Yeah, so in terms of what they're banning, at least not in Rek'Sai, right? There was a clear game plan. Let's shut down Kirei. We want to make sure that he cannot get something that he's comfortable on. And the plan itself is not that bad. But you're leaving a lot of power picks open. Things like the Echo, the Ashe, the Gragas. All these things are still readily available and work in the vast majority of your team compositions. And you can even go ahead and blind pick them. And funnily enough, that is exactly what Dark Passage decided to do. In their first 3 rotations, they go Echo, Ashe, Gragas. They have no fear. And because you're early rotating an Ashe, the natural response should always be, we want to get a Tahm Kench. Because Tahm Kench just is such the natural counter pick into Ashe, because her arrows are so good at setting up picks and engages, the Tahm Kench consume completely denies that. So there's really good setup, and instead, they choose to give it away. They choose to prioritize the Alistar. And this is really not something that you want to try and go for, because even though the setup itself, if you think the all-in lane onto an Ashe, hey, that sounds pretty promising. But if your AD carry is going to get chunked out before you really have an opportunity to force that all in, then it's really not a promising situation for you to be in. So there are so many small issues with the draft, and then to make things worse, they go, hey, let's pick Kalista. I mean, there's I'd love to see a Kalista work out. We've seen fantastic outplays for Kalista, and it looks like we saw new itemization in this game where we saw the Ghostblade come out, but it just didn't work out against an Ashe. There was just very little you could do.
No, and I think that was one of the things that was so rough about it overall, was that it was just, it never felt favored for them. I think it all just comes around to that Tahm Kench pick. We saw early priority on the Nidalee. Excellent pick, right? Offers a lot of good early pressure. Definitely something that you can run with, but when you run that early Nidalee priority, you kind of need to be prepared with at least a few lanes that she can gank. They try to set that up with the Alistar, but unfortunately, I think that they just don't see the Tahm Kench coming, and as a result, all of the potential early aggression that the Kalista Alistar lane could offer is just nullified the second Tahm Kench hits level 3 and has access to that Devour and that Thick Skin, because they just do not have enough damage to burn through it.
And this is one of the things that we're starting to identify with the International Wildcard Tournament, because how much experience you've had on the patch varies very much depending on your region. And so teams like INTZ had been scrimming in Europe. They're already very familiar with what is strong, what is weak, or at least from Europe's perspective, what is very strong and very weak. And other regions may have not had that sort of opportunity or experience. And so now you're starting to see a new meta evolve in this international tournament, and the teams that pick up it faster and get those early wins are going to be in a better position moving towards the semifinals and securing that spot in the World Championship.
But of course, this is only day one, and teams are still going to have a lot of chances to adapt. But overall, we're going to have to see what happens. We're going to head it over to Brazil for a live interview with Hingers, who's standing by.
Thanks, guys. I'm here now with the jungler for Dark Passage, Kirill. First of all, congratulations on the win. That's a dominant performance. Were you guys worried because of the late season roster swaps going in? Were you worried about team synergy going into this game?
Well, we actually started practicing since we came to Brazil, so I was a little bit worried because, like, in Turkey you play like on a different way, like a style, than Europe. So I was a little bit worried, I guess. So,
but it obviously, dominant performance. So you're feeling all right. You're feeling good. Yeah.
It's good for the morale to win the first game. If you lose, then it sucks a bit, So I'm glad we won.
And did that game go? Did it play out how you expected it to, or were there kind of hiccups along the way, or did you feel like you were in control the whole game?
I had a feeling we were on control the whole game because we just played the map well, and if they don't follow us, then they will lose objectives. And I wasn't sure how the enemy was going to be because I don't really know the opponents that well. But yeah, it went good.
So obviously it's a very strong performance. Before I let you go, let me ask you, who are you worried about in this tournament? Are there any particular teams who you kind of unsure you'll be able to take down?
We haven't scrimmed all the teams, but judging from scrims, I would say INTZ is probably the best team here, maybe. So it will be INTZ, I guess.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you so much for chatting to us, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Let's back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much. INTZ, potentially this team that they're scared of, and after that dominant performance from Dark Passage, it's surprised to hear that they're scared of anyone, but going to be interesting to see how those teams stack up as we move forward in the matchups. But speaking of INTZ, that brings us to our next matchup. INTZ on the table fighting Lion Gaming First chance we're going to get to see Latin America North. Now, Lion, of course, a team with a lot of fans behind it. And for those of you who saw IWCI earlier in the year, you know that they had a rough performance. But one of their all-star performers was Seiya, 80 carry at the time, now shifting into the mid lane. I'm really excited to see what this guy's going to bring.
Hey, as a mid laner, I'm always excited to look at potential mid laners that can surprise me. I want to see interesting picks. We've already seen some cool stuff. Vladimir is something that's very powerful right now, something you can blind pick, especially with the current limited options that you have up against him. So that could be something that they look to prioritize. Something we also need to mention is the introduction of Oddie. A lot of people that may have heard of Lion Gaming in the past, Thiad was their former jungler, someone that you and I have had experience with before. And to be honest, the fact that ever since Oddie has came in, it just seems like they've had more and more success in their region. And coming into this tournament, it looks like that they're hoping to have to continue that success.
Yeah, and of course, it's a shame to see Thiad go, but Oddie stepping up as a younger kind of player, it's really good to see. And I'm really curious if this is going to be the spark that this team needs to have a better performance than last time around, because we know that they're a strong team, but last time they really did not get the opportunity to show it, and it was honestly pretty grim for them, getting crushed out in a lot of those games, even though, to be fair, they did have 1 or 2 strong early leads, and it just never seemed to transition well. But I imagine new mid laner, new-ish mid laner, obviously Seiya transitioning over, new presence coming in from the jungle, and that seems like it would be a good setup for the team overall, but they're facing up against INTZ, and that does not look like an easy matchup.
Oh, definitely not. Already, they've demonstrated a dominant performance earlier on in the day, controlling the map very well, setting up their lanes for success. And we already know that they've been scrimming a lot in Europe. They've been understanding the meta. And as we heard from the Dark Passage interview, it seems that they also adapted a very similar European meta. It helps that they did have 2 Europeans on their team, but this seems to be something that teams are establishing very quickly. They know what's strong. Things like the Tahm Kench, things like the Gragas in the mid lane. They understand what to pick. Champions like the Jhin seem to be the priority for them. So understanding the meta is the first key to success. And because this is the first appearance for Lion, I wonder how much of an advantage they'll have, because now they've seen a lot of the picks today. Now they've seen what INTZ look to prioritize and what they look to value, and will that dictate how Lion approach this first game?
And of course, I'm personally really curious to see how the priority on Nidalee changes over the course of this tournament, because we've seen it prioritized in a lot of these games, and yet it hasn't always had the necessary impact compared to the Gragas. We saw Revolta, fame for Nidalee, fame for these Lee Sin, these early aggressive junglers. He picks up his Gragas, does just as well, has an even greater impact. And I'm just wondering where the priority is going to be for Lion, where they're going to shift their attention. Will we see more, Nidalee first picks coming out from Latin America as a whole, or are we going to see more of an adaptation, more focus onto the bottom lane, onto the mid lane even?
Well, I mean, that's one of the big questions right now, because Jhin seems to be one of the big focus points, very much getting an AD carry that has a good laning phase and scales very well and fits into a lot of compositions where he doesn't really have many bad matchups. And if you compare that up with a Tahm Kench as well, you can have some incredibly strong presence in the bottom lane too, because of just how dominant that Tahm Kench can be. So I'm looking forward to seeing what teams prioritize. I'm looking forward to seeing how much shift we have and where laners do choose to prioritize. Because Lion, you talked about Seiya being a former AD carry, moving into mid, and also Oddie coming into the jungle, whether or not they just want to make sure that these 2 players get on something that they're comfortable with, or whether or not we're going to see more of a shift towards playing around the other lanes.
And Oddie, I'm excited to see him play, but is anyone really comfortable against Revolta? This man has been an all-star, and if the jungle is where we turn our attention, are they going to shift their attention to the mid lane? Because Seiya, a very strong mid laner, probably the strongest player on this team overall. I mean, he's shifting so that he can have more of an impact in this mid lane, and now matched up against Talkers. Talkers kind of hit or miss in international performances, so I'm wondering if that's an opportunity for Lion to really potentially expose some of the weaknesses of INTZ.
Well, I'm looking forward to finding out whether or not that is the case. And again, a lot of it is going to be very much based around the draft. This is what we saw in Game 3 of the day. And to be honest, a lot of what we've critiqued some of the teams for is just very much picking a composition where you have strong laners. That seems to be the name of the game right now, where you have laners that come out on top. As long as you can exert pressure, it means that your jungler can set up for invades, they can easily set up for objectives, and you pretty much have so much more control over the map that you're free to do whatever you want. So pressure really is what you want, and to do that, you need strong laners. So champions like the Vladimir, like the Malzahar, we saw the Cassiopeia come out, Echo, Gnar up in the top lane. Jhin Ashe down in the bottom lane. You could even come out with the range supports. Hell, we saw Liquid bring out the Brand earlier on today. If you want lane dominance, then you can easily get it from bringing out some of these niche picks that very few people know how to deal with. And so as long as teams can quickly understand, let's just make sure we have successful lanes, you can worry about the macro laner. Because as long as you come out of the laning phase with a lead, that is your first step to success.
Now, I'm curious to see Lion specifically what they've adapted in their prep over the last few weeks. They've had a decent amount of time since they qualified. Now coming into this tournament, INTZ, a team that we hadn't seen in a long time, but we saw what they brought to the table. Very meta standard. They said they didn't really feel like they showed too much. And the question is, what's going to be the adaptation here coming in for them? Do you think that we're going to see more aggressive picks coming out in the jungle? Revolta seemed comfortable on the Gragas.
Well, it's tough to say because we haven't really seen anything come out from Lion Gaming, and it's very much about what they prefer, what they decide is the most valuable pick in their draft. And to be honest, INTZ don't really need to shift anything because they've demonstrated what they've got on the table. Now it's up to Lion to say, hey, we have answers for what you've got. We know what you're going to pick. We know what you're going to prioritize, and we have a way to deal with it. And when you're going up against a team like INTZ on day one, you have to wonder how much pressure is actually on you because obviously teams want to be able to come out with a win on the first day, but at the same time, you have to think of strength of schedule and how things go moving forward. And if you're going up against the strongest team at the start, for me personally, that would be something that I would prefer because then you can identify your weaknesses very early on, and then you have a greater chance to pull it back throughout the rest of the tournament.
What I would really be curious to see is how that mentality plays on the players. Because, I mean, they're playing in Brazil. not IWCI, INTZ, this is home turf for them. But at the same time, when we look at the older format for the World's Qualifiers, it used to be, Latin America North, Latin America South, and Brazil. And now maybe there's some regional rivalry going on here. I think it would mean a lot to the Lion Gaming fans and to Lion Gaming as a team to shut down INTZ, to show that they can go toe-to-toe with this team who has historically beaten them on the road to Worlds.
Well, I mean, that's everybody's goal, really, to beat everyone. But that's definitely the case. There's a lot of national pride on the line right now. They want to be able to come out ahead. You can see the lineup on your screen right now for Lion Gaming. White Lotus, player that we didn't mention, but formerly played for the Latin America South team of KSG. And he has moved over, and this is a name that we are actually very familiar with, somebody that we have cast in the past, and mixed performances, I would argue, but we'll have to see how well he can stack up in the standard lanes, because this was something that we've seen a lot from teams around the world, where now you get forced into 2 versus 2 matchups. You don't have the safety of the lane swap, where you can avoid, even if you are weaker mechanically, quote unquote, you can't avoid it anymore. You have to demonstrate your stuff.
Yeah, so I'm really curious, do you think this is going to be one of those games where we see a lot of those larger advantages come in? Because Macau and Jockster, of course, you can see them on your screen now, already with some amazing KDAs. Of course, only one game to show for it, but that Jhin Tahm Kench bottom lane put in good use, 20 KDA coming in, 12 for Jockster, and these guys were terrifying. But a lot of those advantages weren't built in the laning phase. It felt like INTZ...
I don't know about that. They built up a fair amount of advantages in that laning phase. That Jhin Tahm Kench combo was pretty disgusting.
Yeah.
It's,
I mean, it's just, it's a lane that seems so frustrating to play against because if they ever get a jungler down there, there's just not a whole lot of hope for you to get out.
But you just have to focus the Tahm Kench. Like, this is why I actually quite like the Kennen into the Tahm Kench, because even if he consumes the AD carry, he is usually stuck within the range of the ultimate of the Kennen ult. And so as long as you time it well, you can still get stacks of the ultimate on top of the AD carry, so that the moment he comes out, you can still get the stun off, and you're still just slowly chunking down the Tahm Kench while he's running away. And so you have a huge amount of threat. You just have to invest your resources there. And so you can go for like level 2 ganks before you actually have the grey health up on the Tahm Kench. You can also just send all of your members. You can say, hey, let's have a party bot lane. Roaming mids, something that Kozku demonstrated very well on the Cassiopeia in the previous game. And again, that all comes from pressure. You have to be able to control your lanes accordingly and making sure that you constantly have the shove up onto your opponent's towers.
I'm curious to see if we're going to see... I really just honestly don't know what to expect from Lion Gaming, because I feel like last time we saw a disappointing performance, but they always look so dominant in their own region.
Cats is what I'm thinking. Why not? They're called Lion Gaming. It seems to be their niche. Why not just stick with the branding and go, hey, guys, we need to pick as many cats as we possibly can?
I don't think that's a good strategy because
No?
I'm thinking of every cat in the game, and we got Meowkai, we got Nidalee, and I mean Nidalee's not been doing good. Meowkai's not been doing good. I mean,
but is that down to the player or is that down to the champion? Because a lot of debates have been around whether or not Nidalee is that powerful, and I'm of the opinion that if you have the laners to support her, then she can still be a very strong jungler. And for branding Rise, it's fantastic for Lion Gaming winning on a Nidalee.
I think Lion Gaming is more worried about winning than they are worried about winning on cat-themed champions. Although I appreciate your marketing strategy. I think maybe you picked the wrong career path here. Clearly, your destiny was to come in and really help these teams sort it out.
If you need success on social media and a way to brand yourself, then come to me because I can give you all kinds of like INTZ. You could like brand the random names like I'm nearly top zebra. Like, and how great would that be if then your brand suddenly became a zebra? Like, everyone loves zebras. I love zebras.
All right. Well, luckily, praise the Brazilian tournament coordinators. We are finally in Champion Select, and we do not have to talk about your plans for Lion Gaming's branding or for that of INTZ, which I'm sure you've horribly offended some INTZ fans. So look forward to the tweets to come, my friend. But Nidalee actually taken off the table. Rek'Sai as well, Olaf. So Olaf potentially a flex between that jungle and mid, but so far a lot of jungle focus coming in here on the side of Lion.
Oh, certainly seems to be the case. So they are going to take away the Nidalee, already hurting their branding. But nevertheless, it looks like that they just want to make sure that Revolta isn't on something aggressive. He did play it earlier on in the day. Sorry, he played the Gragas earlier on in the day. But it's clearly something that they are aware of and that they do not want to allow through the pick and ban. You also see the Vlad being taken off the board. Shen has to be taken away from the red side too, along with the Olaf is actually a surprisingly interesting ban. Because something that we haven't really seen much of seems to have randomly fallen out of favor for no real reason. But other than that, it doesn't seem like anything too unconventional. You have to take the Shen away if you're red side. He has too much global pressure right now. He's very good in lane, very safe. And that Stand United can just set you up for so many plays around the map.
And of course, going to be very interesting to see what they do with that Gnar, because it did look like that first pick got confirmed. We'll keep you guys updated as we move forward. But Gnar has been an absolute powerhouse across the regions. Now, when we saw him in Europe, we thought, hey, you know, Wonder's super good at Gnar, and then we started to realize as we saw him across the globe being picked up that Gnar is just an insanely powerful pick right now, and no disrespect to Wonder, of course, or to any of the people who have picked him up, but he just feels unstoppable if he ever manages to get that lead.
It certainly seems to be the case because he is just naturally powerful in the laning phase. He has the range advantage. There are very few top laners that can go up against him. One of the common picks has been Echo. We had a chat with some of the casters here for LPL where they said, no, Gangplank, counterpick into Gnar.
No, counterpick into Echo. They did not say that. They were very clear that like nothing beats the Gnar.
Yeah, that is very true.
We talked a little bit potential for Aurelia there, but with her most recent set of nerfs, it just looks like a rough road. But we are now back into Champion Select. You can see into the second rotation already for the side of Lion, but INTZ getting the Talia here as well as the Gragas. But I'm really liking Lion's draft so far. They have some early aggression for Audi in the jungle on this Elise. They get the Tahm Kench for themselves. Gnar as well. This feels a lot more standard than the draft we witnessed in our previous game.
Yeah, I really like the draft a lot more. The value on the top lane, Gnar is great for Lion. They seem to have a good grasp of the meta as of yet. They've also paired it up with an early game jungler in Elise. To be fair, it is the only jungler left, given that Gragas was taken off the board, and then once you move away from the top 5 of like the Rek'Sai, the Nidalee, and all these, then you start to look at slightly more obscure junglers. So going for pretty much what is available, but you do still have good early pressure. You can set up your lanes for success. Tahm Kench going to be taken away from INTZ as well. And we're yet to see the Jhin come out. So this could be something that INTZ look to prioritize in the next rotation.
Really taking their time. 8 seconds left and still haven't decided what to hover for the mid lane. But looking to take what it could be a losing matchup here. Gangplank locked in alongside the Jhin, but something we had a nice long discussion about the guys here with between Spawn and Raz is that Gangplank, you know, no matter what happens, you hit late game and Gangplank's going to do some work.
Like losing lane is better for Gangplank is the words that they use. Because sometimes the late game Gangplank is too terrifying. So you have to die to compensate for that fact. You have to donate your gold to you know, to the pirate gods, I guess.
The blood sacrifice for what is one of the most insane late games possible.
Exactly. But now we have to look at what's left on the table, because mid laner is up for Lion. They're struggling to figure out how to deal with the Talia. Kassadin, I feel like, would be the best pick here, because it struggles a little bit in laning phase, but the moment you get out of it, once you hit that level 6 mark, you have so much kill pressure in the mid. You can put it in a side lane. It works really well with the Gnar, and then all you just need is a well-rounded AD carry that can scale very nicely along with that.
Oh, but this is an interesting adaptation. Echo going to be locked in. Now, we've talked about Talia a lot, and we've said pretty much agreed. Echo could be a viable option against her.
It's very much about the assassins into Talia, because something is, she's very good at kiting, and she's very good at wave clear. And one of the champions that will struggle in laning phase is an assassin against all that sort of wave clear pressure. But once you hit the level 6 mark and you actually have that assassination potential, there's actually very little that the Talia can do about it, because she has no innate dashes. There's no real way to escape from these assassins, and her disengage tools are not actually that reliable. A mobile assassin can find it very easily to avoid a lot of her abilities, especially with the proto belt now available in the game. So Echo mid still works, not as great scaling as the Kassadin, but his laning phase is better because he has a little bit more wave clear, and he can actually get that early shove to avoid any real deficits from the Talia early game.
Of course, waiting on the final pick here for INTZ, really taking their time on the support. It looks like it will, in the end, be the Trundle. A little bit more zone control, and potentially an option against that tanky Tahm Kench or Gnar. But looking at the team comps here, Lion with the Sivir, an absolute power pick in the late game, may balance out a little bit of that scaling that Gangplank brings to the table. But really excited to see how exactly this Talia is executed. A rough performance from what we saw from the Chiefs earlier today. Wondering if INTZ can show us a little bit more.
So it's actually really interesting what INTZ have done, and you can see how both teams have actually got a great grasp on the meta, because these are actually both very well-rounded comps. The Trundle has been picked into the Sivir specifically because we know how well the Trundle does. The Pillar works fantastically. You can't spell shield the Pillar. You also have no way to get around it, and during the laning phase, it actually sets you up for success. You can also steal a lot of the innate stats from the Tahm Kench, and you can make him just a squishy pile of mud. And overall, it's just this just really interesting draft. But then they early rotated the Talia. They felt like that with the Vladimir gone, there were no really strong picks, as well as the they were also challenging the Malzahar, and to be honest, it's very impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one shakes up.
And you can see Seiya and Revolta on your screen, both legends in their respective regions. Seiya, of course, an all-star mechanical player, former AD carry, now mid laner, busting out the Echo here against Talkers, and Revolta, showing us a fantastic KDA, some excellent team play in the previous game. And when we look at these compositions, Revolta getting the Gragas again, Audi remains the big question mark here. If this man can match Revolta's early pressure, it's got to be intimidating going up against him, but if he doesn't let it get to his head, I feel like he's got some early game opportunities with this Elise.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what they bring out as we jump into game between Lion and INTZ. INTZ considered the favorites. We have heard it from Dark Passage. It does seem that a lot of teams have respected them, and after their early performance in game one of the day, there's definitely a believable statement. And now we're going to get to see how Lion stack up against them. I'm very pleased with their draft. It does seem that they are fully aware of what they needed to pick, and they seem to have strong counter picks. Now it's a question of execution, because they have a strong top laner. Early in the mid, they will struggle. But also down the bottom lane, they can definitely get that push advantage. So there's a lot of room for Lion to work with.
Yeah, and of course you see the early invade coming in here from Macau, maybe looking to get control on the bottom side, stop the early attempt on Krugs. Tahm Kench and Sivir should be able to do that pretty easily, but not quite so easily, with the Jhin threatening at any moment here. But as always, our attention has to remain on the jungle. Elise versus Gragas, potentially a little Elise favored early on, and Revolta, I think one of the top junglers in this tournament, going up against Adi, who has shown some great domestic results, but not quite as experienced internationally.
No, definitely not. But the interesting thing about this matchup is, if we think back to the Nidalee Gragas matchup, the great thing about Nidalee into the Gragas is because she can wave clear better, and once she gets a couple levels under her belt, it's very easy for her to go into the enemy jungle, steal away all the camps, and just basically deny Gragas as much as possible. Speaking of denying, it looks like INTZ trying to deny these early Krugs from Lion. And now what they can actually do is they could path in a way that would actually deny or delay Lion getting to the laning phase, but because they have the Trundle, they're a little bit wary of trying to start that fight off. They feel like they would have taken more damage than would have been worth. But both laners going to get to lane at about the same time, and now it's very much a race as to who can get that early push as quickly as they can.
Yeah, Macau throwing down some decent damage. White Lotus kind of taking the back end of these trades as RC starting with that Devour just does not have the tools to dish out damage, but the bot lane pretty even so far. But looking back into the mid lane, as you mentioned earlier, you know, Echo doing a decent job of keeping up with the early Taliyah pressure.
But he is taking a lot of punishment as a result. Already having to burn his health bot just because of the poke that's been coming out as we see double exhaust in the bot.
White Lotus in trouble, does get snared up. They're trying to lock him down, flash forward, but he's just going to flash out. He eats up the Trundle, delivered into the tower range. Jockster takes so much damage. White Lotus fails to fall. Jockster flashing to safety. You know, a relative bloodbath here in the bottom lane. Both teams burning out summoner spells, but RC with the one summoner spell advantage. However, White Lotus forced out of lane.
Wow, going toe-to-toe in the bottom lane already, and a lot of summoner spells were burned. Everything gone for the bottom lane of INTZ, and the flash still available for the Tahm Kench. So, I mean, we hadn't even had an opportunity to get to the Keystone Masters. We've already got a 2v2 on the board.
And we were expecting aggression in the mid lane, aggression from the jungle, but it's the bot laners who are just going toe-to-toe, and it's, you know, a matchup I like to see. This Tahm Kench versus the Trundle. These guys just duking it out here, and Macau and Jockster already so aggressive, and White Lotus and Arson just not afraid to go toe-to-toe there.
No, definitely not. I mean, we didn't have an opportunity to see the full setup. All we know is that exhausts were thrown down, the gauntlet was challenged, and then it was just, it was very back and forth. Initially, the setup for INTZ was great because Jockster was able to get the initial bite down, which reduced the damage of White Lotus, which means his ability to trade back was actually very weak. He then had the root being followed up from Macau, and then White Lotus was forced to back away. You think at this point Lion have already lost, but then Arsa comes in with the consume, throws Jockster underneath the turret, and now Oddie, he's found Revolta.
He has the level advantage. Revolta going to have to make his way out of here because Gnar is on the way down. This is a great setup for Lion. They're going to grab first blood. Excellent early play.
Revolta just trying to provide some support for his top laner. He realizes that the gangplank is being pushed underneath his turret. A possible dive is going to be coming out from Lion. So if he can get control over the Scuttle Crab, then he should be able to provide a little bit more security for Yang. But by trying to provide that security, he ends up falling to the prey of Oddie in the setup. And now, here comes the dive that we were just talking about. Oddie already setting up, just waiting
but there's
for
some action on the bottom side. White Lotus, he's not quite so fortunate. Jockster is terrifying on this Trundle, and RC may be looking for a meal, but that's not one that he wants. Looking hopefully to get a kill here. Thick skin, will it be enough? Macau trying to body block. Flash for one more auto attack.
No.
The trades continue. There's a double creep wave. Macau is in trouble. He's taking his time to fire out. RC, oh, the Tahm Kench double kill coming through. You gotta respect the tank. Ooh.
Oh my word, I cannot believe he ends up getting the 2 versus 1 outplay. This was the power of Tahm Kench that we were talking about. And remember, in the game before, we were comparing Kalista to Tahm Kench. Well, screw that, because it looks like Tahm Kench can just straight up be anyone that he so pleases. That was just fantastic. We do have to give a bit of praise to the minion wave as well, though. They did help out a fair amount.
You're the real MVP,
yeah,
double
you guys,
minion wave.
Yeah, you are the real MVP, but that was just a big overstep from the side of Lion Gaming. This is the power of that Trundle pillar. He cuts off the escape of a no summoner Sivir, and they just go for the all-in. They have the damage that they need, they get the kill, and they feel like they can just go for the cleanup, but then Arsa just says, no, this is my time to shine, and he gets himself the double kill, already picking himself up the Sightstone.
Laying
Fantastic
down the
play.
early vision as well, looking to support his mid laner, make sure he stays safe. This is a big lead coming in for Lion already, you know, setting expectations on their head. 1.4K, 6 minutes into the game. This is the team that was down and out last time we saw them internationally, but they are stepping up here in the early game. No fear in these skirmishes.
The thing is, in terms of the actual 2v2, and we're going to get to see the setup
this is
now.
great. This
so
is
here we are,
wonderful.
right. So you can see the overstep from White Lotus, and this is the power of the Trundle pillar. So you lock up your AD carry. He takes so much free damage from Macau. And then this is where Arsa decides to turn things around. So he has the grey health. He's going to pop it relatively soon. There it is. So he's still going to have a lot of damage. And this is where you have the minion wave doing so much work onto INTZ's bottom. Macau is just slowly waiting for the reload. He's just about to get the crit. And then it isn't enough. He gets a 181 crit. The shield is enough to buy enough time for Arsa to then get the Lickitung lip slap, and they end up getting the kill. Just fantastic play overall.
Yeah, cancels an auto too. Just rough life from Macau. The one moment of panic costing him so much. Now they're getting aggressive. Cocoon not going to connect. Revolta going to dash his way out of that one, but you can already see Lion feel like they are in the driver's seat. They're already looking to make these proactive moves.
So we wondered whether or not Lion would be aware of the patch. Would they be up to date? You know, would they be able to respond to what INTZ were bringing out? And to be honest, I feel like they're doing a great job so far. The mid lane Echo is working out, putting a lot of pressure down onto Talkers. At the bottom lane, sort of even right now because Sivir did fall behind, but then the Tahm Kench got ahead. And right now it's a matter of how well Tahm Kench is going to be able to use that advantage, if he can whatsoever. And then the Gnar still applying that relentless pressure up in the top half of the map. And Oddie, he doesn't really need to do anything. He just has to play around his laners that are at the greatest risk of Revolta setting up a gank. And it looks like he's going to go for a dive top.
Oh, Yang going to have to back off this tower as they start to pressure in, looking maybe to get the tower first blood, but Yang should have more than enough wave clear to stop this gank in its tracks. Revolta debating where he wants to go as Talkers makes his way down to the bottom lane, not respecting the pink ward, however, will get spotted out. In comes the Weaver's wall. They're looking to start a party. Isn't going to connect, though. Quick Tahm Kench going to pull out. Is it enough? Grail ticking down. They want one more. Macau is so low. INTZ going to walk away, but walking away empty-handed.
So the disengage from Lions was fantastic. It was enough to avoid the roam coming out from Talkers. And thanks to that pink ward, they were able to deny any sort of setup. The Gangplank ultimate also came out to just try and add a bit of extra damage. And if it had come out a little bit sooner, it may have very well been enough. But now Sayah, he's on the hunt. He realizes that Revolta could be in his jungle. Or maybe he's just trying to provide some support on the bottom.
Oh, Revolta want to play safe here. Waiting for Talkers to come down. They think they might have an opportunity, but Secret Agent Revolta just going to swing around the bend. Maybe look for an opportunity to go back into the mid lane. No, just going to take this time to counter jungle, but it's a similar story for Audi on the top side, and he's looking to make a repeat appearance on the threat into this tower dive. Yang, are the oranges going to be enough to make it K? He's really got wondering it. Yang knocked into the tower, is going to eat the oranges immediately. Wallop still up and available. In goes Audi. They're going to be able to close this one out pretty easily, trying for the outplay, but it is not enough. Audi setting up the dive. Jaral making sure it happens, and Lion completely taking control. If they get this tower as well, their gold lead is going to explode, and they're already 2K in the lead.
Great pathing from Audi, and honestly, this is the best play for Lion to be able to make. They know that their bottom lane is doing well. The bottom lane is drawing so much pressure from INTZ, and INTZ are not getting anything off the back of it. Gangplank is still struggling in the top half of the map, and there is a big minion wave being pushed underneath his turret. Note that Audi, his pathing was very much through the jungle of INTZ. He didn't go up through the river. He didn't go through his half of the jungle. He made sure that he took a path that he had control over to increase the likelihood of success. Yang had no vision in the brush because of the relentless pressure that Jaral was able to throw out, and that means that it is a easy kill for the side of Lion Gang. They get themselves the first blood tower, and now you can just see the goal difference between the two top laners.
3K gold at 10 minutes for the team, and the difference between the top laners, almost all of that in the Gnar. Oh, I mean, this is just an insane performance from Lion. I feel like after watching them at IWCI, I honestly did not expect much, but they have seriously leveled up their gameplay, and you can see why they were able to so easily dominate their region. They are such a strong team.
They certainly are. But the question is now, can they continue this pressure? Because we're at the 10-minute mark. They have a great setup initially, but there's still a long way of the game to go. And we have definitely seen teams throw away bigger advantages than this. We have to make Lion have to make sure that they don't get too overconfident, because their setup now is very much around playing around this Infernal Drake. It's a big objective on the board. This is around the time in which you want to try and force it. Some big items are being completed, like the Frozen Mallet. You also had the jungle item completed for Oddie, and we're working towards the Proto Belt for Sayah. Once that Proto Belt gets completed, Lion, they need to then play around this objective. But INTZ, they're going to try and force it first, and I think this could be a very risky play for them.
Yeah, coming in, they still at a massive deficit. Talker's throwing out a bit of poke, but taking a bit in return. White Lotus shoving in on the bottom lane as well. Gnar with the TP available. Gangplank, though, TP and the Cannon Barrage could potentially offer a little bit more, but if INTZ do go for this dragon, they are taking a big risk. Macau now left alone to try to defend this tower against the pressure of Sivir. Should have enough to make this easy, but Sivir not going to get over-aggressive here. Knows there's a lot of members playing around the Dragon Pit.
So this was actually a good response from INTZ. They realized that the next play for Lion is to go for this Infernal Drake, and so they wanted to make sure that they can just get as much vision control as they can. They force Lion back by shoving in the bottom lane. White Lotus goes to deal with it. They shove in the mid lane. Sayah has to go and deal with it, and that means they can get themselves a Scuttle Crab, which is a guaranteed set amount of time where they now control the river, and Lion can't just walk up and take that Infernal for free. They're going to have to deal with an INTZ sitting on their back, waiting for an opportunity to strike. And so the response is very good. So Lion, they've just now returned to standing laning. They're going to continue to apply pressure, but they need to look to try and force these objectives. And that's why Arsa, he's now moving up aggressively. He's trying to get these deep wards in. And now that Tokas has been forced back, Lion are free to really do whatever they want.
Oh, and the wave clear stopped. Revolta, though, going to come in and back up his top laner. Trying to stop a bit of the pressure that goes down here, but it's just so difficult. Giral already with a 2-level advantage, already doubling the CS just about of his opposition. The Frozen Mallet finished as well. Gangplank, we expected him to lose in the early game, but this is so much worse for him.
I mean, it's made even worse by the fact that the dive came out from Oddie, putting Yang at such a massive disadvantage that there are very few options that he actually had available to him. But if you're just speaking of advantages, just look across the map. The AD carry is very equal, which is absolutely fine for the Sivir up against the Jhin, who should typically be coming out ahead in this matchup. You remember how hard this Sivir will scale through the mid game, especially once she hits that 3-item spike. The Echo as well, 20 CS lead, completed the Proto Belt. He also is working towards what looks like the Abyssal Scepter. And he now has so much kill pressure on this mid lane, especially with no flash on Tokas, because he was able to burn it out earlier, and this is the power of Assassins as well. So Lion just have a number of options. They can go for the 1-3-1, they can keep Gnar in a side lane while they try and force the Dragon, because they have the item advantage, they will win a team fight. They could look to play around the Rift Herald, they could look to extend their vision. The best play, I feel, for them right now is to set up around this Infernal Drake. 30 minutes, a little bit late into the game to actually try and contest this. But, we're going to get an opportunity to see this outplay in the mid. So that is an Echo mid lane. That was just an E in the initial Q. And, he uses the ult to snap back and just to force the flash out of Tokas. That was nice. That was just Assassin into Talia, really. That's why I like the Echo. It's a good pick.
Yeah, and you would think that, the Unraveled Earth would provide a little bit more zone control, but it's just, I think, just not enough.
No, because he's a blink as well, because you can literally just blink over it, so you take damage from the minefield.
Yeah, if you dash at the start,
yeah,
right?
if you dash, it'll do damage, but you can dash just before it and then blink over it, so it mitigates a lot of it. It's also why Kasten is such a great pick, because you can just rift walk or rift jump, whatever, over the minefield. So they're good picks.
Rift step.
Rift skadoodle,
little fancy footwork to make your way into melee range of that mid laner. But we can see it going on now because Seiya does not hesitate to push in that advantage. The quick 1v1 pickup, we're talking about it. Maybe we'll get to see a replay of it because it was pretty easy coming in. But Audi now caught out, does have to flash to safety. Actually hoping for a little bit more here. We're just backing away, but INTZ getting just crushed out here in the early game. 5-1 the kill score. Gold lead about 5K now approaching in the favor of Lion, and Audi just making it that much worse as he steals away the bit of jungle that Yang is desperate to get.
And that is what a boop looks like, ladies and gentlemen, because that is one powerful Echo. He just walked up and deleted Tokas in the mid lane. There was no response available, and now we see more action in the bot.
Hoping for a little bit of trades here. Arce taking so much damage. Jockstar an absolute threat on this Trundle as he pushes forward, but Macau still so far behind. Out comes the curtain call. One shot going to go wide, 2 shots connecting. Eats him up and walks away. INTZ looking for an aggressive opportunity, but Lion Gaming saying no.
Now Revolta trying to ward up his own jungle through fear of Audie's pressure. And it is working very nicely because Audie, he's going to have to back away now. But the actual setup in the bottom lane. A bit of an overextension once again from the Lion Gaming. Note that Arsa took so much damage initially, and then White Lotus pathed away from him to try and draw attention away from the Jhin, because Jhin realized that Arsa could just easily walk out of range. And so, we're actually going to get a replay of this mid lane fight. So he actually ults back in, uses the Proto Belt to get the burst, and because he's already closed the gap, it's so easy to then
most of those Proto Belt rockets did not connect either. I mean, that was mostly alt burst damage and combo. That's just brutal.
Boop, ladies and gentlemen. That is a boop. So now the setup for the Rift Tower is going to be taken. Going to try and steal it from Revolta. And that was a cheeky play. I like that a lot. He's like, no, this is mine. Claims it for himself. And as well, advantage is gained in the bottom lane because you also trade the exhaust for no summoners. So summoner spell advantage pressure still being exerted by the Sivir. She's now finally accrued herself a CS advantage. She's got herself the Essence Reaver and hasn't suffered greatly as a result of the very early Ghostblade.
I mean, it's 17 minutes and we're witnessing a 5k gold lead. Lion are in absolute control of this game, and we look back, we got so excited about the Tahm Kench double kill in the bottom lane, but it wasn't even the Tahm Kench double kill that brought this ball rolling. It was the Gnar in the top lane, and Adi, who has been an absolute monster across the map. Now, he got this team through the early game, but now Saya and Jaral are just stepping up individually in their lane matchups.
I mean, the thing is, the thing that makes me happy about this game is we're not critiquing the draft. We're not saying these players are just giving free lanes over to their opponents. It is very much very minor outplay opportunities and just not playing the map properly. Because the risk you have with the Gangplank into this matchup is it is naturally a losing matchup, right? They willingly pick this in, expecting the fact that Revolta could relieve pressure in the top. But after that play that happened in the bottom, Revolta's attention suddenly got divided. He wasn't sure where to set up. I know he is 0, 1, and 0. He hasn't done anything in this game. He has not been able to set up any successful ganks. He hasn't provided any support for his top laner. And now you're going up against a 1-0-1 Gnar who's gone for a GA second. You've got an Elise who's well on her way to working towards either the Abyssal or the Rylai's. Seems that she has a bit of both. And then you have also an Echo who can now quite comfortably solo kill your mid laner. And now he's going to do it again.
To try to do it again. Talkers goes pop. Jockster goes in, but it's too little too late. And Jockster could be next on the menu. They are going to back off as he uses the subjugate. But ask and you shall receive, VODS. Instant 1v1 coming out from Saya. And you can see, I mean, despite the success, he's still got a pretty calm look on his face. Feeling pretty good about this game.
How to boot, ladies and gentlemen. You engage thrusters, and you go into hyperdrive, and you just delete that mid lane. There's nothing that Talkers can do about it now. He's trying to build himself an Abyssal to mitigate some of the bursts, but at this point, it is just too little, too late. You can easily put that Echo in a side lane. There is no one that can deal with him. Gnar is exactly the same. I don't agree with the GA pick. I think a Black Cleaver would have just snowballed your lead even further, but there we are. You can't argue with someone who's 1-0-1 and has a 40 CS lead on their counterpart. So
no, or 2-0-0 and has a 40 CS lead on their counterpart. I mean, this is Lion. I thought Dark Passage were putting on a clinic. Lion are putting on a clinic here. These guys showing us some clean, confident play. I mean, built from the jungle, built from this mid lane confidence coming in for Saya. And I was skeptical about how the Echo mid would work out, but clearly comfortable in the matchup. And Talker's looking a little bit lost here.
The thing is, we have to backtrack to how this all really set up because, again, we talked about how the play in the bottom lane, it didn't really dictate the game, but it alleviated a lot of the pressure. What could have been a great setup for INTZ just ended horribly. They got a kill onto the Sivir. There was a minion wave pushing underneath their turret. They could have accrued a massive XP advantage, a CS advantage. They could have just shut down the bottom lane of Lion Gaming. And then that could have resulted in Revolta focusing all of his attention top. Talkers could have just pushed mid and roamed. He could have also tried to snowball this Gangplank. But instead, because the Tahm Kench gets himself the double kill, INT's bottom lane is forced to now play on the back foot. He's really struggling to deal anything in the bottom half of the map. Revolta now is scared as to where he should be putting his pressure. And Oddie is now the free one because he can just sit top. And that's exactly what he did. He got Jaral ahead. And then White Lotus is just free to outscale his opponent in the mid lane. So Lion, after just, to be honest, not falling behind in the early game has resulted their comp to just straight up outscale, and now INTZ is struggling to find any answers to come back.
I mean, not just going to outscale, but it just gets worse than that. 7k gold lead in the advantage, Infernal Drake backing them up as well, and I mean, Elise is building AP, Gnar's got AD, almost every single member is benefiting from this Infernal Drake, and it only gets scarier as time moves forward. Talkers, he's having a good time surfing up that mid lane, picking up what farm he can, but Saya's already on the bottom side applying that pressure, and really, INTZ are running out of options.
Their next best bet is that Lion go for a very early, like 22-minute Baron, which they screw up. Baron play is really the best one for INTZ to find an opportunity to come back. You also have the potential of the late game Gangplank. We talked about how once you get 3 items, you can never really underestimate him. No matter how fed your Gnar is, he's still someone you have to respect. But now it's on Lion to just keep the pressure up. They have to break into the next line of defenses. The tier 2 turrets are their next options on the board. And it's going to be a matter of how well they're going to be able to do that really determines how strong of a team they are. Because when you have this much of a lead, taking these turrets should be a piece of cake. We're going to see if they can find that opportunity.
Oh, Saya maybe looking for a little bit more aggressive opportunities here, but Macau sniffs him out with that ward, is just going to back off. However, Lion are now moving to the bottom side, maybe looking to break down some of those tier 2 towers. Adi moving forward. Sweeper will spot out Jockster. With brief visions of his silhouette running through the jungle, but Adi just going to be happy to take this jungle farm. They're going to watch him take just about everything that they own on the bottom side. Lion with complete control here, but Gangplank getting some free time to farm on the top side and are pushing him in, but he's more than happy to pick up those waves. All comes out. They're getting aggressive. Saya runs forward onto Macau. He is going to use the snapback. White Lotus in trouble. Out comes the curtain call. Tom Kench says no, but Jaral is here, and he's looking to make something happen. Does have to back off. Saya jumps forward once again. Has it been over-aggressive? INTZ find the kill. Suddenly Lion are in the pinch, and damage is being dished out. The Gangplank hitting like a truck. Not quite enough, though. Yang flashing forward. Flash out from Audi, looking to make it out. Have Lion overstep. Jockster throws down the pillar. Yang trying to keep the ball rolling. Adi in trouble. He's going to get cut down, or is he? Can he make it to safety? Leaps up, leaps to the minion, makes it out in the end. Swallowed up by the Tom Kench as well, but a nice exchange coming in the end for INTZ.
I mean, that's the best they could have got in that situation, trading 1 for 1. They wanted just a couple of more kills, but given how big the goal difference is, they should be grateful that they didn't lose any more. And to be honest, that was just an over-aggressive play from Lion Gaming. I was so concentrated on what Saya was doing, I didn't even see how White Lotus ended up getting chunked out, because it looked like that he had a full health bar and then he didn't have a health bar. So you can see the initial setup. Lion Gaming want to contest the blue buff, and then Saya, he didn't want to continue committing because of the exhaust and because he was forced underneath the turret. And then White Lotus, I believe, he ended up getting chunked out by a very nice combo from Talkers. And then the problem was that now you've already used your ultimate if you're Saya. You try to go in again for another dive. INTZ have already regrouped so they can quickly focus you down. And then, I mean, at that point, Lion are just forced to run away from an unfavorable situation. And these are the situations that ITZ are looking for, because they need Lion to over-aggress. They need them to get these shut-down goals so that they can slowly work their way back into this game.
Yeah, INTZ making small moves to come back, but the gold lead still stacked against them. 42.8 to 36.1. 7-2 the kill score, and another dragon on the way. Yang doing his best to farm up, is building towards that Youmuu's. 2 items, a decent spot for the Gangplank to be, but may need a few more before he can be that late game carry that INTZ can rely on. But Oldie continuing to set up on the bottom side, and it looks like Lion going to continue to apply pressure here, utilizing Saya's Echo.
So the 1-2-1 big setup right now for Lion. Just keeping an eye on where the Sivir is moving through the jungle. So looks like jungle Sivir is going to be the plan for Lion as they make their way round to the dragon. They have good control. It's why you have the Gnar in the mid and the Echo in the bot, so that they make sure that the 2 closest lanes to the dragon are being pushed towards INTZ. And note that Saya has his TP and the Gnar does not, so it's better to have the Gnar as close as possible for the time being. But this is also something that we need to backtrack, because remember that Jaral was one of the big snowballers. In that last team fight, if he had the Black Cleaver, could that have been something that's turned the fight around? If he'd had more damage, if he'd been more of a threat to the backline, perhaps he could have dived in along with Saya and guaranteed that kill down onto Macau. But unfortunately, we're not going to be able to find out. He is now working towards that Black Cleaver, but I just have a lot of reservations about this GA, especially when you're snowballing so far ahead. Building defensively is such a big risk.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like it's costing him too much at this stage, as Macau has to Ghostblade his way out of that exchange, and also forced to build the early Mob Malmortius just to stop this Echo from getting on top of it. But here comes the Baron. Revolta, can he steal it? Curtain Call coming out as well. One shot
they
can
get this.
Second shot, he can just leap in. They can just take this INTZ. Are they going to be able to get it? They're going to have to throw Revolta away. He's just waiting for the Baron to get low enough. Can they stop him? Elise is going to get it in the end. Great contest coming in for Lion. Arce trying to run this one in, taking the Elise into the backlines, trying to deliver it to the team. Saya moving in as well. Talker's in trouble and backs off, but Lion, they get the Baron. What a close contest.
Oh, that could have gone horribly wrong for Lion, and that really was the play that INTZ were looking for. You had so few members in the pit for Lion. That Baron was so incredibly low, and the damage from Macau's ultimate could have been enough to guarantee the Baron in favor of INTZ, but unfortunately they were just a little too short. The combo from Audi of the Smite plus Q was enough to do. It did about 1100 damage, so the actual execution was great to guarantee that objective. But that play was just so risky from Lion, something that they really shouldn't have tried to do.
I mean, it works out well for them in the end. The coordination paying off, and Audi continuing to prove himself a worthy replacement for Theok. This
that
man
doesn't
is
make
a
it good.
monster.
Just because it works, Sifa, doesn't make it good.
I don't care if it's good. It works, and that's what matters for these guys as they push to a 10K gold lead. That Baron making it easy to break these tier 2s, and now it's on to the inhibitor towers.
Oh my word, that's a wizard's hat. Seiya has achieved full wizard status. That is a very greedy build. Deathcap, while I respect it, it's definitely not something that I would recommend you do at home. Typically, it wants to be your 4th or 5th item after you've got something a little bit more defensive, like the Zhonya's, or maybe a bit of HP. But looks like that Seiya is saying, hey, I just want to kill people. I want to get onto the backline and make sure that they die. And it does a lot for the shield.
Obviously, yeah. So you're getting the best of both worlds here. Getting extra tankiness, getting extra shields. In this case, Jarl looking for extra kills. Trundle, not a Tom Kench, not going to get the opportunity to save him out here. GA going to get triggered. Are they going to look for the backup here? No, they're moving into the mid lane. They're just going to take a tower. INTZ going to get a consolation prize, but it's going to cost them so much. The Gangplank ult, not enough. Inhibitor set to fall for Lion, and they are just making this look so easy. White Lotus, though, he's hungry for blood. He does so much damage. Revolta getting cut down. Jockstar running for his life. In goes White Lotus. He's flashing for more. Talkers, not enough damage. Yan goes forward. Tom Kench says no. Lion picking up a couple kills to back up that inhibitor.
And this is the 3-item power spike that the Civet does have once she reaches this point in the game. Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, going for the Static Shiv, a bit of a variation, but definitely impressive to see. And you can just see the late game power that she has. Seiya, though, he's not done yet. Remember that tower that started off all this action earlier on? He's going to pick that one up to guarantee an extra bit of gold for his team. And now Lion are back in full control after what was a very dangerous Baron.
I mean, you go back to the dangerous Baron, man, but these guys are just too far ahead. I feel like no matter what, there's just not a single mistake that can cost them the game at this point.
3 more Barons.
No, yeah, consecutive mistakes, yes, but they are just so far ahead. 11K, approaching 12K, only 28 minutes into this game, and I am still just stunned, but it's very clear that this is a different team coming to the table, and you can even see here, White Lotus, this man is a monster.
Crit, 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 crit. This is the power that you have once you've completed 3 crit items. And he would have got that kill onto Talkers if he didn't flash. That was actually a really good consume from Master because there was a great risk of him dying to the Gangplank barrels. Fortunately, he was able to get away. Did burn both the summoners. Could be a bit of a risk later on. But we have to give all the credit really there to Gerald drawing 4 members down from INTZ. And not only that, he was able to get the kill down onto Macau as well. So impressive stuff coming out from the side of Lion Gaming as they look to continue to press their advantage.
12K gold lead, pushing in for more inhibitors. Gnar pressuring the bottom side. It took 4 members to take him down last time, and that was backed up by a tower.
And just want to reference something that we were talking earlier on. Strength of schedule, Sifa. Going up against INTZ, some consider to be the strongest in this tournament. Getting a win right now could be massive for them as Lion look to try and close out their second inhibitor.
Huge confidence booster potentially because they also are just styling on the opposition. But Revolta sees an opportunity to go in. Isn't going to get anything further, and there's a inhibitor dropping on the bottom side. INTZ are being pushed and pulled away. Lion playing them like a fiddle, but Talkers is moving in. Seiya just going to hop it out to safety. Does get pulled back into the team, but the Gnar goes in, and INTZ are going down. No GA this time to back him up, but in comes Audi, in comes Lotus, and Seiya does so much damage. The crits ripping through the front lines. Macau now set to fall, is going to make it out, or is he? Seiya leaps forward, looking for a little bit more, doesn't have ultimate, trades his life for a little bit of glory there on that kill, but now Lion Gaming have to back off. INTZ holding on to their base, looking for more.
Seiya, that was a little bit greedy. You had a great opportunity to try and end that game right there, and instead you chose to go for more kills. This is something that we have started to see from Seiya for the second time now throughout this game. And to be honest, it's the risk that you have once you complete this Wizard's Cat. You know, it's called the Death Cat for a reason, and it drives you to constantly search for death. And in all honesty, this is why it's such a risky pick, Sifa, because going for its 3rd item, it can drive you to the brink of destruction, where you're always looking for kills, always looking to pad out that KDA. And to be honest, like, it's fine for Lion because of the lead that they have. They've taken 2 inhibitors down. They can now just group up as 5. They can either look to play around the Baron, or they can just group up top lane and break into the base of INTZ and then use the super minions to slowly close out the game. but it's still, you can see ever so slight weaknesses in Lion's play, and this is something that the other teams will be keeping their eye on, because when you have such an incredible performance against one of the strong teams in this tournament of INTZ, you just have to try and find and punish whatever weakness you can.
And this is just insanely dominant. I mean, at this stage, we're really just wondering how Lion are going to close it out, because with 2 inhibitors down, only 1 left standing, and this many members with massive leads, it should be pretty clinical from this point out. Maybe they're looking for one more Baron. Maybe this is the point of weakness that we talked about previously. If this Baron gets stolen, INTZ can stall the game out for so long.
Yep. And so INTZ are trying to get some vision for themselves, but it is so risky for them to even move anywhere near their jungle. As Oddie, he's just going to get this red buff for his top laner, and they're just going to extend their vision line so deep. At least 2 members of INTZ have to stay in the base, and it's looking like INTZ are going to have to concede this one.
I think there's not a whole lot of opportunities in here, but maybe Revolta, we've seen him be the miracle man for this team before. But with Seiya waiting in the brush, I mean, even if most of the team backs off, the issue is he's just not going to be able to make it past Seiya or Giral or whoever they leave behind to stall him.
Now I'm keeping my eyes on the positioning of White Lotus. He is fine because he has his team to support him. Baron going to be, well, it has now spawned. They've actually put Seiya in the mid lane as well, just to make sure that those minion waves are keeping that pressure up. And because of the risk... Oh, never mind.
Down goes Gragas. That was instantaneous. Audi happy to pick up that kill, backed up by the Sivir, but Tahm Kench now delivered into the lane. They're just going to take the last inhibitor. They're just going to take this game. Lion Gaming, 1 pick should be all that they need, but INTZ, they have so much damage. This is going to be enough for them to hold. 2nd inhibitor now going down. The final inhibitor, actually. 3rd one moving forward.
Could this be the late game gangplank, Sifo? We've talked a lot about it. If he's going to shine, this is his final opportunity to do it.
Oh, Seiya, though, that massive shield. Macau already so vulnerable. Weaver's Wall just trying to buy time. He's split up the team, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Curtain Call coming out, buying Seiya, taking so much damage. Gangplank moving forward. 1 shot, but the Elise goes up. Has to come down in the end. Knock back. Great play coming in, but Arce denying it out in the end. Lion Gaming, they're not going to be able to close this one out. INTZ are able to hold. Lion backing off. INTZ, excellent play to hold on there.
Fantastic use of the Talia wall to just buy so much time. Lion could not get around it. They didn't have the super minions to buy time. And because it split up the team of Lion, you then had great poke from Macau as Revolta...
Oh, no, Revolta, that's not what you want. He died there just moments ago, and he looks set to fall again. But Audi may trade his life. GA now proc. Revolta finally going to down, but Giral is on the front line. Meganar on the way, but he's not even going to need it. Mininar will close it out. The Sivir double kill, more than enough. Maybe looking to throw an ice block here. Jockster running away, but that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Lion Gaming, the representatives of Latin America North, take down INTZ. 34-minute game with an insane gold lead and an absolutely masterful performance.
Very impressive to see. Definitely not what I was expecting coming out from this team. We felt like that they would certainly be the underdogs, but then this is also their first performance of the tournament. And after INTZ had such a great performance earlier on in the day, just so many questions were on our mind. What were they going to prioritize? What was their draft going to look like? And we were happy with the draft. We were happy with the play. The initial setup for INTZ was promising, but then they just couldn't really get anything from that early game.
No, and I think that what we saw there was just Audi showing up in a way that we may not have... I mean, Audi was a monster that game on that Elise, but additionally, just the winning lane matchups won so much harder than I think anyone expected. The Echo playing, as you predicted, very well into the Talia, and additionally, Gangplank and Dinar. Yes, you can afford that small deficit, but not when every other lane you have is losing. I mean, I felt like INTZ were down and out 6 or 7 minutes into the game.
I mean, for me, the players that we have to highlight are Arsa, because of his 2 versus 1 outplay in the bottom lane, already making a highlight reel on day 1 of the tournament, and against INTZ. But on top of that, you also have to give big praise to Seiya for just drawing so much pressure in the mid lane, getting 2 solo kills, just being able to sit in the side lane and relentlessly outplay his opponents. And you can just see this 2 versus 2 once again.
I still can't believe this happened. I am absolutely stunned. It's just so good. It's so good. And we're going to watch this Baron attempt. And this is where it got really messy, and I think we were both kind of worried that the game could go south, but you can see the patience coming in from Lion. They're not going to do any damage to that Baron until they absolutely have to. They want to make sure Revolta has no chance here to steal, and felt a little risky, but they are able to pull it out in the end.
Yeah. that was a risky play that they should avoid doing in future because of the lead that they had. They didn't have to set it up that way. They had other alternative options. The moment they were spotted, they should have just disengaged, but instead they committed. And on the one hand, I like the fact that they just said, guys, let's just go for it, and committed to it. And they just stuck to their game plan and knew that, like, if all 4 of us attack it now, we will be able to get ourselves this Baron. But at the same time, against better teams, you could arguably get so much harder punished for a mistake like that. And it was just very risky overall from the side of Lion. But you can't fault them because there were so many strengths in their play throughout this game that we just have to praise them for.
Yeah, it was, once again, just an absolutely dominant performance coming in from Lion, and this is clearly a team that we did not respect enough when we were doing our initial predictions, and we really just need to, I think, reevaluate. And I think a lot of the teams coming to this tournament need to reevaluate because it's very, very clear that Lion are here to play, that they're going to be able to execute well. Their draft was good. Their early game was good. Of course, still a lot of questions. How are they going to be able to execute if they don't get those early leads? But I think a very good start to the tournament for them, showing up for their first game, winning out, and INTZ, 1-1 now in the tournament, and maybe not where they expected to be on day one.
Now the game that I'm most looking forward to is Lion Gaming versus Dark Passage, because we had a very convincing game from Dark and another convincing from Lion, so I think that there's a lot of exciting games left to come out throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. But as we wrap that one up, we're going to toss to a quick break. We'll see you guys back here in just a couple minutes.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Qualifiers. My name is Max Rogi for Fogalier. Joining me on the desk is Burrito Raz Muhammad. We got there. And if you guys are just joining us, I feel bad for you because what an epic game. Lion Gaming completely shutting down INTZ. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. And Lord Giral showed up big. So that was fantastic to watch.
Yeah, it was a really epic showing by them. Really looking forward to seeing them. But we have an interview with Hingers with the winner of Lion Gaming. Send it over to you, Hingers, in just a minute.
First of all, congratulations on the win. Did you go into that game with confidence? Because Brazil, a lot of people were saying that INTZ are the favorites.
Yeah, we knew we had what it takes to win, definitely, and we knew that they might have underestimated us. I mean, we went last in the last wildcard, so it's kind of normal. So we kind of had that going for us. Maybe they didn't expect us to like be as good as them. And I don't know, the draft went really good, and we pulled off the game.
So you kind of led throughout the entire game, but at what point did you guys feel confident that you had it under control and you could take it?
From the start, we had control of all the lanes because we had the push on all the lanes. So the towers, the first towers will eventually fall. So the point where all the inner towers fall, like that's pretty much GG unless you throw. So we just had to take it slow, pretty much, because we also outscaled their comp. So the game could have ended a little bit earlier, but we didn't want to throw because, you know, it would suck like a lot. So
yeah,
we played safe and we ended up winning. So.
I also felt like you guys were playing very aggressively during that game. Was that part of the game plan, or was it just kind of opportunities arose and you decided to take dives and stuff?
I just guess we had a huge lead. We knew we had a lead. And like we just had to see the numbers, the farm, and all of that, the champions, and we knew we had what it takes to dive them or like play aggressively, and we did it. Sometimes we went too aggressively. Yeah. We died a few times, but in the end, I don't know, you work out.
Yeah, sure. All right. Well, lastly, for the rest of the tournament, now you've beaten the home team. You must be feeling pretty confident. I mean, how do you think you're going to stack up? Are there other teams you want to face or don't want to face for the rest of the tournament?
Yeah. I mean, it's only the first game after all. We have to play every other team now, so we can't get too cocky, I don't know. But the game tomorrow against Dark Passage, I think it's probably the hardest, and we have to prepare a lot for that. Then, yeah, whatever happens, we just have to focus on all the other games. And we really want to go to the playoffs stage.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for talking to us. That's all from us now. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much. Hing has been doing a great job over there, but we just want to quickly wrap up the last game we saw. I think the guys did a good job, especially some of those replays, but there's a few things I really want to touch on. Lion Gaming had a 3k gold lead at 10 minutes. How did they get so far ahead against what was looking like a very dominant INTZ squad?
I mean, you saw it right there. That confidence on Seiya showed throughout the game.
Yeah.
We saw every matchup really do incredibly well. They counterpicked the mid lane matchup, so we saw replays constantly in which he was just so 1v1ing him or just forcing flashes off of the Taliyah. And at the same time, bottom lane, Tom Kench went mad. Like he did. Did you see it? With the help of the entire bot lane minion wave, the horde of waves coming at him, he just got that 2v1 going for him. So like that was a great show from the entire team, and you can see a bit of disrespect coming out of the Brazilian lineup too, because that early moment where Revolta did get killed out, he had flash, he had E up,
yeah.
he just there was a bit of disrespect coming out of there.
Look, I feel like that whole game for Lion Gaming was a highlight reel. Constant 1v1s coming out of, say, the massive damage on that Echo ult, really just carrying him through that mid-game trough where Taliyah can usually bully out those mid laners. So do you think the Echo pick could be maybe a bit of a sneaky counter to this Taliyah?
Well, there are a few counters going in there, and it really just depends because you get the first rotation Taliyah often, so you do see the few Dianas, maybe a few poke matchups. So it depends on the confidence of the player, and we saw confidence on that pick.
Yeah. Once again, great stuff coming out of Lion Gaming. We are going to move on to game number 5. We have Rampage taking on the Saigon Jokers. Now, this is going to be a good one because, Raz, we've watched a few of these games, and we kind of came to the conclusion that these guys are polar opposites from one another.
Yeah, 100%. We see a lot of, I guess I want to say, temperament in Japan.
Yep.
A lot of they take their fights slowly. And Rampage, honestly, is a team that they broke the mold in how they take fights. So they do look for the dives, or they do look for opportunities. Not as much as, let's say, Saigon Jokers. If you look through GPL, there's a lot of scrapping. There's a lot of fighting. So, yeah, there are a lot of differences between both regions.
I think that's a fair assumption, and both teams actually making it here. Rampage winning out against their rivals, Detonation Focus Me, in a very close 3-2 fashion. So impressive stuff, and we kind of bring up that rivalry with Detonation Focus Me. Every single time Rampage, they look to be the dominant squad in their region, then somehow DFM always clenches the playoffs and steals that global stage away from them, but not this time. They're making it here, and they're looking to make a name for themselves on that global scale.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, Detonation Focus Me showing like a great amount of strength through and through. And so the fact that we're seeing a much different roster coming out of this Rampage lineup, we've seen a few constants, of course, with Dara, Tussle, also known as Doad, I believe. Yeah. And so we've seen, and Marin at the same time. So like we see constants, and they've finally shown that they are the top team in their league.
Well, they're showing great adaptation to the meta. A few of the games we watched, they've been picking up that Kog'Maw, a bit of the Tahm Kenshi, really making some of the teams over in Japan fear a few of those strong picks.
A little bit too much. Like, it feels like, I'm going to be honest, when you see these games, you're like, all right, they played one game of Kog'Maw, and then the rest of the games are like, Kog'Maw banned, don't want to deal with it. It's like, well, maybe did the Kog'Maw do too much in that game? And he's like, nah, actually, he just existed.
Yeah, so. I think it's something along the lines of 7 bans coming out of Detonation Focus Me after they saw that Kog'Maw. But, of course, on the other side of the bracket, we do have the Saigon Jokers.
Yeah, Saigon Jokers are a team that we've seen, like, here's the thing about GPL. It's incredibly scrappy, and on top of that, incredibly competitive. Mm-hmm. They come in from their own regions, like Vietnam showing strong here, where they've had, not this season round with Saigon Fantastic 5, but the last time we've seen Saigon Jokers were, of course, in Season 2 World Championships. And ever since then, they've been in their region, fighting hard to get to this point, and now they're back, and that's fantastic to see.
Yeah, speaking of fighting hard, they won a 3-2 victory against the Bangkok Titans to make it all the way here. They did represent us in represent SEA in IWCI, so they're back on that level of play. So it's good to see them kind of continuing that solid performance.
Yeah. The thing is, every single time we see Bangkok Titans show up, it's the same Bangkok. Like G4 is always aggressive and with his echo picks, and it's great that it's a great segue, quite honestly, because of the last set that we saw, the last game, really, where Echo's going big. But yeah, they came out hard in the finals, and it just showed the stronger team of Saigon Jokers came out.
And one of the things we've got to keep in mind with these guys is they do have that flexible mid-lane roster that can either swap out between Levita or Warzone, depending on what suits their strategies here. But we were having a look at some games earlier, and it seems like Warzone is the go-to guy for this squad. Can you think of any scenarios they may want to flex that, especially in the first day, first game?
Well, there's always a question of the champion picks, right? I think that's not really an issue. We've seen a lot of flexibility coming out of Warzone. He does like to play the Vladimir, the Karma, if they have the composition, so he can immediately flex from being that main damage source to being a full supportive idea.
Yeah.
So, and his roams are incredible. He plays the lane well, and the last time we saw Levita in the finals was, it was quite honestly a bad game, a performance from him. And so if there is an opening, an opportunity to really, for him to show some good games, or just like have that experience internationally, this would be a moment. So there'd be, perhaps if there would be a time, it would be this time.
Well, that's the thing, right? We checked out this Saigon Joker squad, and what we kind of came to the conclusion of is they like to play fast, and like fast to a whole different degree. So if the other teams can't play to that pace or fall a little bit too far behind, they really can't stand toe-to-toe with the Jokers. I think one of the VODs who are looking at the Vladimir's running through Tier 1 tower, taking some shots just to make a fight happen at the red buff. So maybe when they have Levita on there, their pace slows down a bit, and it's not really what they're looking for. So Warzone might be the right fit. But it's kind of funny when we look at Rampage as well. We quoted that they're passive to the state where they may be reactive. So it seems to be this highly versatile skirmishing squad versus guys that just wait for the mistakes to happen. It's going to be an interesting game, to say the least.
A smarter focus versus just absolute brawling. And
chaos.
So there are moments where you're trying to figure out, okay, they're going for this skirmish, they're going for this buff. Is it worthwhile? Can they honestly take it? But it looks like they just go for the outplay, right? And there'd be moments that it can work out, especially in wildcards. If you come out with that level of confidence in your own play, your own mechanics, it is a winning factor.
Look, that's a great point to bring up, that all these guys are coming from their own separate regions. And when we're talking about regions, we look at Southeast Asia. They've been around since Season 1. Saigon Jokers, the organization, actually going to Worlds in Season 2. Then comparing that with Japan, who are a relatively new region, it's got to beg the question of the infrastructure of esports. We know that Japan has quite a solid one from console, but I wonder if it can match up to that SEA already has in place.
That's a good point, but at the same time, a lot of these players have always been around, although in NA, on the NA server, which has to be an awful experience. I gotta be honest, like I can't imagine that coming from NA in general. Like
we played a bit back in the day.
The 200 ping. Oh yeah, you see, they got the brothership between Australia.
I've experienced that 180 ping.
Yeah, so that's interesting. But yeah, you get those players, and they've been through it. So they've been on the same teams, though they haven't really got. Finally, this is their moment that they're actually getting recognized. I know Detonation Focus Me, they have been on this level. They've never gotten out of group stages, and I think this is time for Rampage to really start to make their presence known.
Look, I'm really looking forward to seeing, because what we normally see with these international events where all these kind of smaller-esque regions come together, they form their own ecosystem of a meta, which tends to stand true throughout the group stages and sometimes even onto the finals. But I want to see if these two guys who have very prominent styles of play can kind of hold true to those traditions, or do they adopt what is strong at the current time?
See, this is what I love about international competitions. Yeah. Like, you see MSI, it's always like the battle, like the last MSI was a battle of just which culture, or like the style of supports. The melee support versus the range support, which one's correct? NA versus like the East in that terms, and really we saw a lot of teams adopting that style. This time, for the entire day, we saw the brand support randomly, right? And this time now we see style clashing of, well, one team is a little bit too aggressive versus the other team. I was like, actually, you have an opening where you can actually look for those fights. But they see, okay, well, you have a lead here. We can pack it up and wait for the neutral objectives where we can actually look for those controls and fights. So both teams, both regions, interesting styles.
No, that's exactly right, and really looking forward to seeing what's happening throughout the rest of the day. It is the last game, but we have seen a few games already, like you mentioned, that brand support really taking the stage by storm. Blue Creatures absolutely dominating. Unfortunately, the Chiefs, it did hurt a little bit, but we got there.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we're taking a look at the lineup here, actually.
Yeah, you got, playing for Rampage, you got Paz, Tussle, Roki, Marin, and Dara rounding out the lineup. Of course, it is their first game, so don't have too many stats to fall back on at the moment, but surely that will change with time.
It's a good introduction nonetheless, because Tussle and Dara, the Korean players of this team, they are the major source of control. They play off of each other incredibly well, and Tussle, great name for him because he likes to tussle. He is a skirmish type player. He's a carry type jungler. We see him on Lee Sin making those interesting plays that do work out for his teams. And it looks like once we're talking about aggression, this team knows it best here.
That's exactly right. You got Saigon Jokers, Ro in the top lane, Hanyan in the jungle, Warzone going to be the starter for their mid lane, Celebrity as the AD carry, and Su rounding out the lineup on support. And you mentioned aggression. Nobody does it best in the Saigon Jokers, right?
Exactly. And Hanyan's positioning as a jungler, if he's playing Hecarim, doesn't matter if he's playing Hecarim, doesn't matter if he's playing Gragas, doesn't matter if he's playing even just an aggressive jungler in Rek'Sai. He's aggressive at every point. When he moves, Warzone moves, they get those dives working properly. And so that's something that we should expect. If they ever have priority in their lanes, they will look to abuse it.
Well, I really want to see how that falls into play with kind of that jungle and support that Rampage have going for them, whether or not they can pull off that aggressive Gragas against something like a Lee Sin, or will it end up coming to bite them?
That's a good point. It really, there are so many interesting similarities.
I know,
between
I can't wait
teams.
for this game, really.
Boy. So that's what I love to see, how both junglers really do interact, because I do think that Tussle as a jungler is a little bit more cerebral in that approach.
It'd be great stuff to see. I really want to see if they can pull out something like the Lee Sin. Like we mentioned, we've already seen the brand, and the damage coming out of that was just enough to really swing the lane in their favor. So maybe we will be seeing a little more of these carry-oriented picks throughout the remainder of the day.
Yeah, exactly. And one big point that I actually do want to mention is the carry, like the top laner of Rampage, Paz. He is a new addition to the team, or at least newer for the rest of the one. He was the jungler much earlier on in the LGL for Salvage Javelin. There you go.
I love that name.
Yeah. I oftentimes I actually mess it up and say Savage Javelin. That's just not going to work.
That's still a good name as well.
That works. Any name works if you have Javelin. So that he was not doing so well on that team. Actually, winless, almost got relegated.
Ouch.
So he ends up finding a new team, new role, new slate for him, and he's doing incredibly well. Probably one of the best, if not the best, top laner in the region at the moment.
Well, that seems like a story to really drive home here, and that's great to see because transitioning from role is never an easy task, and then kind of rediscovering yourself and finding out, hey, wait a second, I'm a pretty good top laner here. I'm going very good on one of the top teams in Japan. They're making it all the way to wildcards. I really want to see how this guy performs on an international stage.
Yeah, so this is 100%. This is the game to really make yourself known, especially if you're going up against a jungler, a top laner who does get that pressure from his jungler, who does get that pressure from the mid laner. So his performance is going to be interesting to see, especially with the odds technically stacked against him and how the enemy team is going to be playing with one another.
Well, that's the thing, right? We've seen the odds kind of fall in the favor of some of the favorable teams coming in here, but last game, of course, Lion taking it to INTZ kind of proves that anything is possible if you just play well enough.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is the thing about the wildcard tournaments is that you really honestly do not know how it's going to work out. Especially in that last matchup where you have the top tier team versus the bottom tier teams. You really don't know who is going to take it at the end.
Alrighty, guys. As we are jumping into the Champ Select, Rampage taking on the Saigon Jokers. Looks like the first ban will be that the Nah. No surprises there. We've seen him wreak a little bit of havoc here and there. If you guys watched the last game, you know exactly why. Following up with the Sivir.
Especially in Ro's hands. He is a fairly carry top laner. If he gets that Gnar pick, it's generally comfortable in any pick on that top.
Definitely.
So you really want to take it off of him.
Following up will be the Gangplank ban. Haven't really seen Gangplank used to quite some success, but it's still a worthy champion to note and not really want to go up against if maybe you're not as confident.
We're already seeing quite a bit of top lane bans. So question is now, what is open? Irelia is open. So you might even see Rampage or Saigon Jokers looking to early rotate certain picks that are, I would definitely say Irelia.
That's a great point, Shen, following it up here. So kind of following suit with that top lane ban. There's the Karma ban, so they know that Warzone can play that as well as I'm sure Su. So getting rid of that one, there's the Echo. Going to be hovered over for Rampage Gaming. And when so many top laners, the Vlad following as the last ban for Saigon, when so many top laners have been taken off the table, seems like a logical choice for Rampage to go with.
Yeah, exactly. Echo does get the early shove in just about every matchup. Of course, he has a poor matchup into Irelia, but of course, jungle matchup can tilt into any which way. So if they do end up locking this in, you could generally see focus towards Elise.
Oh, looks like they end up going with the Talia pick here, so favoring that mid lane shove pressure that she does bring to the table over a safe top laner here. Let's see if Saigon Jokers can answer with maybe taking away the Echo, but hovering the Jhin and the Rek'Sai. Have seen Jhin do quite well throughout the day so far, so wouldn't be surprised to see Saigon Jokers get that one, and there it is locked in.
So for Talia, she has not had a good day today. No, win percentage not really working out for her. But great matchups into most lanes. Just had kind of a freak day. So a first rotation on that is always solid. But yeah, Jhin is seeming to be the primary focus, has been doing quite well. Jhin, Ashe, great into the meta currently. But at the same time, Jhin has just been the pick to go here.
Looks like Saigon round out their jungle pick with the Rek'Sai. So going to see what RPG end up going with here. They still have that opportunity to pick up the Echo up in the top. And the Alistar actually getting locked in here. Another champion we haven't seen had too much success today. But regardless, Rampage seemed confident. Getting in a very early rotation here.
Yeah.
There's the Echo to follow.
So the Alistar pick, fairly good into Jhin. If they can get a shoving 80 carry, you should expect perhaps the Ashe. But with that being said, Tahm Kench is still left open. If they get Tahm Kench into this Alistar pick, kind of disastrous. But yeah, they did end up locking in the Echo top side. So right now I'm liking how Rampage is working this out.
Look, after the last game, I think anyone's going to be scared about going up against a Tahm Kench. So we'll see if Saigon Jokers go with that in the end. But still a few seconds left on the clock here to decide what they want to end up going with. Judging by the Rampage comp, not really giving too much away, but still taking away two high priority picks for Talia and the Echo. Saigon might have to play a reactive here, go for a control mage in the Victor to avoid really getting just shoved without any answer.
Well, the beauty of this is Saigon hasn't shown any of their solo lanes, right? And at the same time, Rampage have shown their solo lanes, and on top of that, the Alistar. So as I said, you get that Tahm Kench going for yourself, and you know what matchup you're going into in the mid lane. So you get the Victor for you, the constant wave clear. Sure, you're going to be getting shoved in by Talia initially, and so there is going to be that bit of a worry. But hey, if you have Tahm Kench working for you, I think they're going to be quite comfortable with themselves.
Well, Tahm Kench stole the show last game. Let's see if Sue can match up with similar results here. But Warzone going for the safe pick in the Victor, especially against a lane bully like Talia, going to have a reasonably safe time just farming out that wave. But you said we might be seeing a Lee Sin here, Raz, and there it is. Rampage locking that one away for Tussle. He's going to be tussling in the jungle throughout this series and also getting Marin on that Ashe.
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to be fun. The Ashe pick expected. Ashe does generally shove into Jhin, has a great shoving power, has a great poke power. But with the Alistar pick, it's not going to be pretty. He's not going to have much of a presence within the lane. It depends on how Tussle does look to pressure it out, because of course you still have to respect the flash, pull, and push into your team. So if the gank power is still present, but the Tahm Kench is always going to be relevant. Early lane should be a good safe pick, so I do like what I see from Saigon Jokers.
They banned away the Shen, a few other top laners to boot, so they may be forced into that Maokai pick, who historically doesn't do too well up against the Echo, but along with the Rek'Sai does provide a reasonable front line here. Going to have to be keeping the immobile carry safe.
Yeah, while it was talking up Saigon Jokers being able to pick up their lineup, or at least their responses, it hasn't been, to be honest, quite successful. They know that they're later on in the game they're going to be sweet, right? Later on in the game they're going to be fine. It's going to be perfect. They have the damage, they have the tanking capabilities. But Rampage gets their composition as well. They have quite a bit of shove in their lanes, early skirmish. So at any point you have to be worrying about this bot lane dive, because sure, you have a Tahm Kench, but if they get it going, you are going to get crushed.
Well, you got to keep in mind that with that Kench as well, any time that Ashe wants to pick someone off with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, she's not going to have the opportunity if Kench is just sitting around the corner, because that goes from bad to worse very quickly. When cooldowns are expended, Kench just eats up whoever gets stunned by it, walks away, and they can reset the fight without really wasting too many massive cooldowns.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be a lot on how it plays out, how both teams end up playing it out, because of course you have clear late game strength versus clear early game strength. Now, of course, if the game works out as planned, it's favored for the strong Rampage team. They have a lot of strengths going for them, and at the same time, they do play towards Dara and Tussle, really doing it. They can really control the early game, control later on in the mid game as well, and really get it working for them. So we're starting it out there.
All right, guys, we are jumping into game number 5 of the International Wildcard Qualifiers. Rampage taking on the Saigon Jokers. And if you just have a look at these team compositions, you'd think we were talking about Rampage as this hyper-aggressive skirmisher SWAT on the side of Saigon's, all about that reactive counter-initiate play. But here we are. We've got the Lee Sin, we got the Talia, we got the Echo and the Ashe and the Alistar. Pretty much everything spells all in here, Raz.
Yeah, see, you know what? This is going to be the proof. The proof is going to be how they play these comps, right? How they play. If Saigon Jokers take this composition and start just going in for those early skirmishes, we have already lost. It's gonna be beautiful to watch.
Great stuff here. Just some typical line of scrimmages coming out from both teams. Saigon getting some wards down the squad of Rampage, trying to deny any vision they feel that the Saigons aren't entitled to here.
We should not be expecting any invades. What we should just be expecting is standards, and it's going to be great. So already, one big point is that bottom lane should be a focal point for both teams. Ashe and Alistar, sure, Ashe gets a good amount of poke and shove just with her volley. That's going to be great for her. And it looks like they're going to be looking to stop, but Saigon Jokers are expecting this one.
Yeah, has been spotted out here. Tongue Lash comes down onto Marin. Dancing Grenade hits too, but Marin does return with a volley, so a little bit of an equal trade here. And I do like Dara. He did pick up the Thunderlords as well as the Ignite, so look for this Alistar to really make some of these plays early. And I feel like this Rampage squad, to what we watched, to what they're going to be, kind of what their strategies looks like it's going to be dictating today is day and night from anything that we've seen before.
Well, good thing about this is that, of course, both teams are only playing one game.
Oh, wow.
95%.
That's a...
all right.
That's a swing vote if I've ever seen one.
All right, what happened to Vietnam? Where are you guys?
Maybe it might be a little bit still too early in their time zone.
One big point is that both teams only really have one game to play tonight, and it's the last game as well. They must have had a lot of time to just do a bit of research. So it looks like both teams have done too much research to really counter each other out.
Not only that, you get a good amount of time to size up your opposition, especially watching out. Looks like Hyun going to get spotted out by the ward, takes that one away with the Raptor buff, so no real troubles here. Early level 2 from the bot lane of Saigon Jokers, allowing them to get the shove onto Marin and Dara.
That's the beautiful thing about Tilia, is that she gets that shove, especially against Victor. Not only is she going to get that shove, she's going to get the vision and just translate her time well.
Oh, Twisted Advance comes in with the flash. Paz, he might be in trouble because Hyun's made his way top. Does get the flash on Burrow, but Paz flashes in response. Can he get the double stun? Did level it up quite low. Doesn't get the shield portion either. The time winder slow enough to keep him safe.
Yeah, it was a bit risky for him to walk right back to perhaps get that stun. But at the end of the day, he's safe. He doesn't get killed. He's going to end up to TP back in that lane. Should be all right for him. But of course, he doesn't have his flash. So Hanyan could just end up going right back top.
Yeah, Hyun going to go for the blue buff steal here. Not going to be contested. Marin does get stunned up by the deadly flourish. Hit by the 4th shot. Looks like Sue did a good job of devouring him when any of that Alistar damage did come in. So we've seen this Tahm Kench be a very valuable asset to these immobile bot laners.
Yeah, so they should not be going in for the skirmish. That should not be happening. Rampage, they should be going in for the shove. If they ever go in for a skirmish, they will lose simply because Tahm Kench will completely nullify the all-in attempt by just eating up Jhin, as we already saw, and the trade back will just be that much more impactful. So they have the shove, and on top of that, the heals that we're seeing from Dara could do just the same, so they should just be building up the minion wave and shoving it into tower.
As we saw just before, looks like Roki was, with the help of Tussle, able to steal away the blue buff, knowing that Hyun was still around that top side. Took the blue buff of the enemy Rampage team, but they answer with their own. Now both junglers going to be doing those scuttle crabs, but looks like Tussle maybe making a detour down to the bot lane. He was sighted out by a nice ward, so the squad of Saigon Jokers know to keep safe. Tongue lash at range. Let Celebrity just reload.
Yeah, we're seeing different priorities. Rek'Sai is going to be playing towards topside because, of course, the flash down on Paz. He does have an opportunity to even help out the Maokai. It's going to be great for him. Meanwhile, Tussle is just going to be playing towards his bot side, and he has that opportunity. Flash is available on Alistar, so if there's ever just 1 second in which Sue or Celebrity are playing far too forward, then we can see that engage going for him.
Keep in mind that Paz didn't actually use that teleport to get back up to lane, and Ro did, so now Paz with the teleport advantage, but that gives a huge item discrepancy, and you can see the damage that Maokai is able to dish out when he's even the slightest bit ahead, has that double Doran's, a little bit extra health from the Ruby Crystal. Paz only a dagger and a corrupting potion to his name. Not going to be finding the favorable ends of those trades anytime soon.
Yeah, that tree is just going to be smacking him. He really does need components of Trinity Force. Once he gets Sheen, at the very least, he can start bullying this matchup. Maybe just components of Fate. Either way, right now it's not working out too well for him because of the double Doran start. So you might even just need Tussle to come and help him out.
Good dancing grenade. Does proc 2. Not going to do too much damage. Didn't have any minions to execute on the way. Tussle is on the top side of the map, but ganking for Pez may be out of the playbook at the moment, considering he's only got a dagger right now. Hyun making his way into the jungle, trying to find something, but as we can see with our God Vision, there are no camps left for him to steal. Might find that out sooner rather than later and turn his attention bot, but looking at Rampage, they're in a pretty decent spot. Teleport used by Paz to get up to the top lane.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, they still have good shove, and Talia, once she gets to 6, you still have more options available to you. But, as I said, it looks like we're seeing Rek'Sai with his eyes towards this bottom lane.
He really wants to go for a gank down here. Tussle also trying to make something happen in the mid. Exhaust goes down onto Marin. He flashes instantly, does get knocked up by the Unburrow, but now Dara seems to be the focal point. Can the Tongue Lash go for the stun? Doesn't hit so low. Can the burning from the Mastery get him? No, a health potion enough to keep Dara safe, and there's Tussle in case they needed the safeguard as well.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Kench must have had his W on cooldown. Otherwise, that should have been the target. Is like Dara, 100%.
Trying to go for a cheeky Prey Seeker. Not going to find anything, though. Dara starting to heal back up. Does have the heal on the Triumphant Roar as well. So, should be safe for now. But Celebrity, he is but he is nearly 6. Had he had a bit of a higher mana pool, could be in danger from that ultimate. But Tussle level 6 now, so doing well in farming up. Look at the CS lead, almost 10. And when it comes to those jungle minions, you've got to think of the gold and XP as quite a considerable amount more than just your average lane minion.
Yeah, 100%. And since we are on 6.16, a big point right now is, Celebrity and Sue cannot let Merton and Dara back. They're in such a poor position that this is a great opportunity to get as much chip damage on that tower. Hanyan should be making a second appearance to just speed up the process and force Rampage into a difficult decision of priority. Either defending that bottom lane or looking to make a play topside, which is already not working out so well for Paz.
Warzone forced to use the Chaos Storm there, just to maybe go for a recall, but the pushing power from Roku is just too strong right now that he has to stay in this lane or risk falling behind. And good pink ward spotted out Tussle, allowed for Ro to avoid a potential gank here. Pez maybe going for a recall now. He's got a little bit more gold, should be able to finish off some of these components of the Triforce.
Exactly. And it feels like the aggression we talked about with Saigon Jokers, or at least it feels like a lot more calculated aggression. And on top of that, Saigon Jokers have the composition that outscale. So the fact that they're only losing lane right now is a naturally losing lane, and Victor versus Talia is a great sign for them that they can get past this point, still have an amazing composition to work for them. Hanyan is outplaying Tussle currently. And generally, this is a bad matchup for Lee Sin. If Rek'Sai is ahead of you, once he does look towards getting that some damage right now, because he does end up going towards the... what's the item name? It's killing me.
What, for Rek'Sai?
Yeah.
Tiamat?
Tiamat.
There
you
you go.
See, it's the easiest item name. Forget it all the time. But yeah, once he does go towards the Tiamat, he's going to be out skirmishing the Lee Sin. And on top of that, he's going to be a much tankier force to deal with.
Well, you mentioned that they're losing out in the mid lane, but I think that's... he's going in. He's going for the Void Rush. Not going to find anything so low. Can the burn hit tick? There's the flash. First blood for Tussle. Warzone quite low on mana, and Chaos Storm not available just yet. Can't answer, but that's going to be the worst Void Rush I think I've ever seen.
I mean, that's just... he did not expect that.
No.
As we talk about him getting that one, like a 1v1, it's going to be awful for Lee Sin. He finds himself immediately in a 2v1 situation to get out of. So really a bad start.
Look, he's taking face checking to a whole new level, Raz.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
But look, before that took place, I was just going to mention that Roku, Saigon Jokers, they are losing out in that mid lane, but they're making it up by the top and the bot lane CS discrepancy. Look how well that Maokai is doing just with that early pressure that Hyun was able to do. But in the mid lane, Roku forced to flash Warzone. Doesn't look like he has the mana. Used a ghost of his own to keep himself in range, though.
Of course, he's shoving him quite a bit, so Warzone did have to utilize his ulti. We're just going to check this one out again.
Heartbreaking.
To his, to be honest, there was a pink in that ward. They didn't, in that bush. They didn't get to see it.
Oh, Tussle might be in trouble. Ro with no flash available. Can't chase him over the wall, so good heads-up play. Ward hops into the Baron pit. Get himself to safety.
Yeah, we're getting a back and forth between these two junglers right now, which is a great thing to see.
Yeah, look at Tussle. He's gone for that Tiamat before anything else, so he wants to go full-on aggression, full-on jungle clear. And we can see why. Getting himself that early first blood when you're on Lee Sin, you're kind of against the clock before when you fall off and are really just an ult bot, so he really wants to make his presence known throughout the map, it seems. Oh, Tussle, he may have been caught out here, and there it is. Saigon answer with a straight 1v1. He was quite low, should have recalled after maybe getting chunked down to about 10% health, but really not respecting Saigon Joker's presence.
Yeah, bad timing, bad catch. It looks like right now Rek'Sai is going towards the Sight Zone build, so he's going to be that tanky utility type. He's not actually looking for any types of high skirmish play. He's trying to help his lanes out since they already have that natural lead going for them.
Yeah, this is where he got chunked out quite early and just kind of refused to recall, was walking around on that much HP, easy for a Rek'Sai to track down.
And that's just a great roam from Ro. He's in he's in an interesting position where he's so far ahead in his matchup, unnaturally far ahead, where he's just he shoves in and he looks outwards. Right? He shoves in, he has a, or at least had a pink, and he's going for it.
Oh, Roki might be in trouble. Actually uses a wall to try and defend himself. Not going to happen as 4 members of Saigon Jokers converge and take out the poor little Stoneweaver.
Yeah, TP cancelled on Ro. Doesn't matter. They get the fight, and it looks like mid tower going to be challenged.
It looks like the side of Rampage going to try and come and answer this. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Actually hits Warzone, but Su picks up the wrong target. A nice ulti from Tussle, knocking them all up. Now Warzone in the firing line. Poor Jin taken down. He's not safe yet. Ro making his way down. One more auto attack should do it. That's a double kill for Tussle. The fight's not done yet. They're trying their best to take out this Lee Sin. He's still living by some means. Marin, full health, half a pool of mana, does get the kill onto Su, and Rampage, what looked like a bad fight, answer back at themselves. 3 strong kills.
See, Saigon Jokers were in a great position. They were challenging that tower. They have a Tom Kench on top of that, so if someone gets picked, then you just eat him up. He ate the wrong target.
Yeah.
Victor was the one who was just out of position. He was the one who got stunned, but I guess he was just left out to dry.
Yeah, the Dragon Rage hitting all 4 members there was a sight to behold. So Rampage off the back on, like we said, what looked like an unfavorable matchup. Slight blunder on the side of Saigon Jokers ends up costing them quite heavily.
Yeah, exactly. So that was really a great execution coming out of our Rampage, and we get to see it again. So we just look at it. Right now, it's Su's backing away, but he eats the wrong person. Really unfortunate, because then Warzone is set up for that kick
as well.
But once again, that wombo combo coming through, and it was really excellently played, but really unfortunate for this lineup on Saigon Jokers, because if he had eaten up the target, they would have been in a much better position to take this fight, because that kick setup really start to really take it over.
Look, not only did he eat the wrong person, he ate the tank as well, so Rek'Sai couldn't even body block for anything. But 13 minutes in the game, Rampage find themselves a nice 1,000 gold lead here and there with some change. 4 kills to 2. No towers falling just yet, so that first tower bounty still up for contention. Ro might be in trouble. Paz trying to take the fight here, but this Mount guy is still quite strong. But Paz, he has the red buff here, so he's starting to get the burn down, looking for something. Has the ulti should it turn unfavorable, kind of trading blow for blow right now.
Yeah, this is best case scenario for Rampage. So even in this matchup that should be great. Oh, it looks like...
Oh, no, Paz might be in trouble. Can he get the ulti off in time? Not going to happen. Ro just straight up 1v1s him.
He doesn't even have ulti, so he really couldn't get it off.
There you go.
I mean, it looked like it because he was channel W, so he got that Phantom going for him. Maybe Roki can get the pick? Nope.
No, going to try and answer, but not a wise tower dive move against Ro. Is healing up as well.
So, yeah. It should have been a great situation for Paz, but it looks like right now, since Talia went for that top lane pick, that top lane opportunity that didn't show itself, right now Saigon Jokers get a chip on this mid tower.
Yeah, they're really trying to go for this one early on to ensure they get that first tower bounty. Hyunum wasn't going to back off just in time before Roki gets back to lane. We can see that Tussle making his way up as well. They really don't want to give over this bonus gold to anyone.
The worst thing about it is we talk about this first brick gold coming on both side lanes. Usually we get to see it from top lane. We get to see it from bottom lane. We get to see it... we never get to see it in the mid lane. If you lose mid lane tower, that's pretty much inexcusable. But at the same time, you lose so much map pressure. Essentially, both your side jungles you forfeit them in terms of just once your team starts to shove out mid, they can really start to invade any jungle they really just do choose.
Yeah, we can see that Su is in full babysitting mode right now. Dario not even having to use a single move, and he just eats up Celebrity and walks his way on out of there. So does not want any of that damage being traded back. And he's doing a good job. 30 CS in the lead is Celebrity right now. But Marin does have that kill and 2 assists to his name. Still yet a completed item where Celebrity does have that Ghost Blade. So a lot of raw damage coming out of the Jin Snare. Not going to land. Marin safe for now.
Yeah, it's a mechanic show in the bottom lane. Of course, Jin does not have ulti. He is in a poor position now because all he can really channel at this point is he does not have mana, is what I was saying. So all he can really channel now is his ulti. So he is technically in a bad spot. Probably needs to look to back at this point.
And once again, the focal point really seems to be this mid lane tower down to about less than a quarter of health right now. And we can see Rek'Sai really just hanging around here, making sure that Warzone can constantly exert pressure, which really deducts from Roki's kick because he wants to be going for the roam, using that Weaver's Wall to kind of pin people up against it. And he can't do that if Rek'Sai is constantly helping the Victor push in.
Yeah, and so right now Saigon Jokers are playing it incredibly well. They did make that one blunder that really started to hurt them, but ever since that point, even before that point, they've been they play towards their side lanes where they're now incredibly far ahead, and now he's playing towards his mid lane, really locking down Roki.
Looks like Dragon has been started. There's the teleport. Rek'Sai coming on in. Marin, he's caught out with nowhere to go. He might be in trouble. Does get the heal off in time. Su eats him up. Can he devour him? But he gets taken so low. There's the kill over onto Ash. Rek'Sai still living. Burns down now. Paz in the thick of it. Celebrity, though, doesn't have enough mana to channel anything like we said. Hadn't gone back just yet. Ro in the thick of the fight. Can he get the kill? There's a deadly flourish. And there's the kill. Ro takes out Paz. And one in the mid lane. Warzone between the towers finds the kill onto Roki, but Tussle may have found one of his own. Does get the channel off in time. One more auto attack should do it, but there comes the Kench. Can he get his teammate off in sight? No, there is the Sonic Strike from Tussle, but the fight just never ends. Now Su and Ro in a 2v2 versus Tussle and Dara. Dara is going to get the kill over to Su, but Ro answers with one of his own. Now support versus top lane and Dara. He still has that mid lane tower to back him up.
Yeah, we're in a scrappy game, ladies and gentlemen. This is ridiculous, but Victor just chased down the Roki. But here's the biggest point was that was a great call from the very beginning from Han Yan to really get that. They called out that dragon buff. They knew they could take the fight. They got straight to the back line, and Marin demolished him. And from that point forward, it was their win. They had that win, and especially they had the mid win. So once they chased a little bit too far out for Tussle, Tussle's got more kills to his name. So right now he's sitting pretty well for himself. 4 kills, 3 assists. So right now he is their sole, I would have to say, savior.
Yeah.
If Rampage, right now, sure, they have the gold lead, but if they cannot fall farther behind, especially in this competition.
And look, this game couldn't be any closer right now. 7 kills apiece. Gold lead in the hundreds at the moment. No towers either, but that mid lane tower, it is an auto attack and then some from a few minions even from crumbling. So Rampage, if they don't want this to swing in favor of the Saigon Jokers, they need to prioritize defending that, it seems.
Yeah, exactly. So it looks
judging
like
by the
Rampage.
positions. Paz does get spotted out, knocked up. Tussle will be the first one to answer. Warzone's there as well. Roki can't seem to find his way in, but look at that. Celebrity and Su already making their way up. But Dara on a pink ward, spotted out by the Tremor Senses as well.
Already looking to take the fight.
And Chilling Smite goes down. Deadly Flourish not going to land. Does get knocked up, but it's an Alistar with ultimate. He turns the fight around. Has gone in on both the tanks. Now Celebrity gets hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but they're funneling into a field here, and Roki just getting destroyed by the Chaos Storm forces Rampage to back on out.
Really well played from Dara. Is Roki going to...
He's got the potion. He's fine.
Yeah, he's got it. But you know what's not fine? This mid tower.
Hey!
So really unfortunate for RPG. That was probably their best situation where they were like Dara played out of his mind to really disengage off of that. So they don't really lose much off except for that mid tower. But perhaps now that they're pushing this mid wave in, they could look for a response.
Dara and Tussle might be in trouble. Rift Herald goes back to the Void. Paz is there as well. Twisted Advance comes on in through. He's just getting bursted down. The Deadly Flourish does land. Snared up for a couple of seconds. Ro pops the ulti for that damage reduction. Hits the slow on the Q. Goes for Marin. He's found the carry. He's in the back of it. But Dara gets a 3-man knockup. Victor gets eaten alive to save himself. Celebrity gets the kill onto Paz. Another one falls. Tussle trying to find something. Can't. It is a 3v4, but Saigon Jokers there on the run. Gravity Field comes down to kind of stop the aggression. Roki getting the slow with the volley. Can he hit it back onto the mines? He gets 2 of them. Tussle, he follows through, gets one. Now Celebrity is so damn low. Weaver's Wall coming on through. Can't get it as he does get knocked off by taking damage.
So really, if Celebrity had ulti, he used it much earlier, that would have been a good fight for Saigon Jokers. Unfortunately, they didn't have their cooldowns. RPG were really able to weather the storm that was coming down with Ro just constantly looking for those engages. They didn't really have the proper follow-up coming in there. And Warzone at this point in time, not doing the most amount of damage. So yeah, right now RPG, Rampage, they have a lot of fight power, and it's working out for them.
Unfortunately, Tussle does pick up that blue buff, so Roki going to have to get their own side of the map. One shouldn't be too much of an issue here, but Dragon's still up. It is the Mountain Drake, so high priority on it for some of these teams. 9 kills to 9, 35 gold apiece, 1 tower apiece. Raz, it feels like we're back where we started. This game could not be closer.
And I'm going to be honest, extra CDR on that Lee Sin, I'll give it to him, especially with how he's been playing.
That's a great point.
He's been playing out of his mind, so yeah, I'll give him that.
Going for the Dragon now. They're just going to be clearing out the wards. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be answering. There's the teleport from Ro. Tussle. He might be in a little bit of trouble. Should have that safeguard to get himself to safety, but doesn't actually just get snared up. There he is, gets himself out, but now Dragon should be going over to the Saigon Jokers. Can Rampage fight for this one? There is no smite, but Hyun has made his way on in. Victor picks that one up, and Marin, ooh, very low by that Jin ulti.
Yeah, he wasn't going to die with the last tick, but with that being said, it was a great disengage ulti. He was trying to shove him off so he can get the free Dragon going for them, and now they're looking to group up on this bottom lane.
And it seems like every time that Rampage try to go for something, Celebrity answer and answer fast, and Paz, he has a teleport available, but he's chosen to stay up in that top lane and maybe trade tower for tower.
Yeah,
Four members bot.
They only really want to commit to this one. So once he can get this trade on this tower, they must look to commit on this tower here.
That's a great point. They still have 4 members hanging around bot. You can see Warzone has to defend that mid tower. Ping's coming down to try and assist here. They are able to get it
TP
to
coming
safety.
Down in Dragon.
Yeah, they really want to fight for this one. There's the Weaver's War. How many members can it break off? They do get the stun onto Jin. He does get eaten up. Rose in the thick of it. Here comes the Rek'Sai going for the knock-up. Roki, he's quite low on mana as well. Tussle in the back. He's found Celebrity. He takes him out, but Ro onto Roki, looking to take out this Marin, doing a great job. The tanks just butting heads right now. It's all about, can they take out Ro? Can he get the CC in time? Su, he eats him up, but there is the Echo back in the thick of it. Warzone, he's trying to look for some. Everyone is so damn low. Ro, how are you still alive? Finally gets taken down, but now Saigon Jokers, they have to run away, but the health bars on the side of Rampage are low in their own right and can't afford to chase against the Victor.
This is a highlight reel. Like, we talked about the two Koreans in Tussle and Dara, but they actually won that team fight for them. Like, Dara with multiple man headbutt pulverizes, and Tussle really getting that assassination for his team. Like, I mean, look at his damage right now. He's doing quite a lot for his team. It's was quite a good carry, outplay, really. So right now, Rampage are really pressuring.
Look, the term thread to needle comes to mind, but in that stage, he was the needle. He gets through the entire fight, finds the backline, kicks Celebrity into his death, as we're going to see right now.
But yeah, they contested. They had the TP coming in, and even though he met Victor, he just chased right through. Echo, that is, just eat through the wall, so he was able to meet his team. So yeah, looking through this fight, the fact that Tussle found that 1 inch, that space that he can get to the backline and get a kill on Jin was fantastic for his team. That's a lot of damage down. They don't have much damage other than Victor. So they were able to really just do as much damage to Su and Ro that was just free damage. Nothing really being push right back onto them. So especially since Hanyan is building primarily tanky, he does have the Tiamat now, but it's fairly late, especially with this one team fight. So right now they are definitely relying on Jin and Victor for their damage.
That's exactly right. And rewatching that fight, Ro, he did a great job of staying alive, but even more props to Dara, just not allowing any of the damage dealers from Saigon Jokers to break in on and make use of the CC that Ro was putting down. But Rampage, they find themselves a lead. 1,000 gold once again. 2 kills up, 11-9. Tower's still the same. Saigon do have that Mountain Dragon available.
And I was talking about scaling, but if you're playing this damn well, especially on Lee Sin, there is no such thing as scaling. You scale well with skill. So if you can keep finding that backline in Celebrity, he is going to do just as much damage. It's on Saigon Jokers right now to protect their backline well. Warzone has to get to the fight early. He was fairly late to it. Echo got there first. He needs to get to the fight, and his team needs to protect both of them.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Once Saigon Jokers can get up that wall and prevent Tussle from getting in on the backline, might be a little bit difficult for Rampage to do anything else, because we saw just how long Ro can stay alive for, especially with the likes of Roki and Marin only focusing on him. So Saigon, they still have the potential, it seems, to go push these fights to the brink, essentially.
Yeah, definitely. So anything really goes. Any next fight really can go in Saigon Joker's way. It just comes down to execution at the end.
So there will be not setting up for the Baron, but de-warding it at the moment. Vision, very valuable resource.
I mean, they're going to Baron, but you have to expect Saigon Jokers to really respect the top lane tower. It's the only outer tower available to them right now. They must look to take it or dive it at some point. Otherwise, there's going to be too much protection for Rampage in defending this Baron.
Celebrity just popping the Ghost Blade, I guess, to get to the farm quicker. Wants to push up that top lane outer. Like you said, it's the last one on the map for Rampage here, so got to put priority onto that one, Tussle. Going to take this as an opportunity to clear out the pink ward in the Dragon Pit. lucky for him that Tiamat is not proccing the Baron, so he's a very happy man.
Yeah, it's a good experiment to see. Is that going to proc it? No, we're good. But you have to expect that Rampage are also going to look to defend that top lane tower with their life. Even though probably it's something that they can just give away. But it does, especially 26 minutes into the game, it does have implications on Baron. As long as Saigon Jokers have vision control of that Baron area, that means that your top lane outer tower has much control as well.
If I recall correctly, that bot lane inner for Rampage was quite low, so Ro constantly threatening that one forces Marin to answer the call, has to go down there and kill off the minion waves. That should give Saigon Jokers a chance to maybe get a little bit of vision control inside the enemy jungle, clear out some vision of Rampages in their own, but Rampage just feels like they're answering Saigon Jokers' calls right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at the screen right now. Tessel and Dara, both of them, they did well in looking to clear out anything and everything in that Baron side in River. So they did well in just mitigating any of the vision control that Saigon Jokers already had. So, I mean, they've been playing the game phenomenally on two fronts. On the first front, mechanically, of course, and on the second front, just really on a macro basis of just being able to clear out and help the rest of the team do well, succeed.
Infernal Drake has spawned, and remember, both teams are still quite close in terms of gold, so it's going to come down to, like you said, the drop-off point is how good are they at the champion, and for Tussle, it seems he knows no limit on this Lee Sin at the moment, so maybe they're both going to fight for this, Raz.
I mean, I just love the fact that the dragons coming out right now are all influential dragons. The last one was the Earth Dragon. They looked to fight for it. Rampage had to concede, and now we're looking to fight for A, the tower, but B, at the same time, the Infernal Dragon that just appeared.
And keep in mind, this is going to be a tower trade because Ro having some free time up in the top. We can see Paz making his way there. Probably won't get there in time, but Rampage are able to get the bot lane tier 1, so tower traded here, but now they have the positional advantage on the Dragon.
Oh, they won't look to get it unless if they have a good shove in mid and bot. They're going to probably look to the back, refresh on some pinks right now. Their inventory seems pretty empty in that regard, and just look to go back onto the map and see if they can get anything off. Right now, yeah, they do have 2 pinks going for themselves.
Let's have a look at some of the items here, Roki. He has got himself 3 of the core items on the Talia right now. Abyssal Scepter, Rylas Crystal Scepter, and just Morella Nomicon, not a Scepter either, but on the side of Warzone, he's got that Sheen, so maybe going for a Lichbane here, looking for a lot of burst potential off that power transfer.
Yeah, especially since you have that many tank front liners.
Ooh. Oh my lord, Tussle just steals that one right under the nose of Saigon Jokers. It feels like a recurring theme Tussle comes on in and ruins your day.
Yeah, Saigon Joker's a little mad, chasing them down away from the river altogether. He's like, yeah, get out of here. What are you doing here? You nasty. But yeah, Tussle just...
You nasty blind man.
I can't believe... Yeah, I mean, he's been playing out of his mind. So that was a great steal from him, of course.
Huge steal.
Yeah, first of all, that was outplays in general. That was an interesting back. They need to stagger their backs a little bit, especially since Roki and Marin weren't really getting anything off their backs. So just to really at least push them off the Dragon altogether. And you're looking for a pick.
Curtain Call has been used. None of the skill shots landing for the side of Rampage, so looks like Saigon Jokers should be safe for now, but both AD carries expending their ultimates here.
Yeah, we really have, like, the game right now, the tension is fairly high.
Yeah.
But Saigon Jokers are not going to give up this tower. They feel like they have the strength here, looking to possibly get a siege, but they simply cannot.
We have all 5 members mid-tussle. He might be in trouble. Has been caught out by Ro, but knocked back into the fight. Dragon kicks him under tower. Paz trying to look for something. Can't find it. Dara does get the 4-man knock-up. Ro and Marin doing work. Paz, he can't seem to find his way in. Ro, he's so low, but the wall bounces him on the other side. Now, Hyun, he might have to flash over. He's trying to get eaten, but they can't seem to find it. Can they find the Rek'Sai? Paz cleans that one up.
Oh, they're going to continue this one.
Yeah, it's not done yet. Gets the movement speed off the Echo Proc. Gets bunched back into the team across the minefield. He is quite tanky. Not going to matter. Those Marin cleans him up.
It looks like every single team fight that comes forward, Rampage are just able to take it. Every single point, they're able to divide them, especially with Roki's Weaver's Wall. It's able to just section them off, and that was incredibly well played, especially from Dara, able to get another multiple man headbutt pulverize.
Yep, they don't have what seems to be the burst anymore, but they are able to whittle their opponents down by just using the superior mobility that Talia has, been able to move around and do damage with that threaded volley. And Paz and Tussle, you just can't lock them down. Paz jumps over the wall, ults back out, Tussle goes in, also Maokai under tower, completely separates the fight. So Rampage have just been a great job of controlling it seems.
Well, with that being said, Saigon Joker they're not going to be able to siege up that tower. That's just something they cannot do. So them grouping up at that point, not for the best. Maybe if they were going for that objective, for that Baron, sure. But just look at this. Echo was actually fairly well in zoning off Warzone and Celebrity, both of their main carries. Ro has taken approximately a billion damage.
A billion trillion damage at that stage.
So he was just zoned out, and he's the Maokai. And look at Hanyan also taking that much damage. When your tank line is taking that much damage without much response, your front line is still ready to go, and Tussle is both backline and frontline damage with how much he's doing. So you have to be playing it a lot better. And at that point, it's not even so much of how you play it. You just shouldn't be looking to siege anyway. So now they're going for that Baron area.
Yeah, Tussle's always ready to go, but may have been caught out right now, forced to retreat out of this one. Dara, he's in the middle of the fight, does have the ultimate going to show. He's in the back row. He's just going to get taken down, but look how low the members of Rampage are, and Saigon Jokers, they don't want to give this one up all that easy. Down comes a curtain call, but looks like they are tanky enough to avoid the execute damage to a 1-for-0, but blinking red health bars on the side of Rampage.
Now I want to see the start of that fight, because Ro was far too forward, and the rest of his team was just not following up, and the Celebrity ulti came in a little too late. I mean, you can use that to clean up a fight if you were a little bit more forward in the fight. It just came down to the fact that the setup is important. It looked like a great ulti and fall in by Ro, but it just comes down to how you communicate with your team, how the execution went down, because they're just not in sync right now.
Look, Ro, he's just thinking back to all those times he got the 1v1 against Pez up in that top lane and thinks, hey, I can do this. I'm a pretty strong Maokai. But unfortunately, when Marin is just allowed to free hit you without anyone to kind of interrupt that,
it must be incredibly difficult for Celebrity in Warzone, especially since you're growing up against Paz and Echo. He has your Trinity Echo. You have a full damage Lee Sin, Atalia, that if you ever walk up to her line of scrimmage, like if she just flicks you right into her minefield, you're dead 100%. There is so much pick, and Dara is an incredible force. So honestly, if you're Warzone and Celebrity, it's just a bad time.
Zoom might be in trouble. Does get Seismic Shard back in across the minefield. Uses that grey health early. There's a teleport coming in from Pez Ro. He's found Dara, but doesn't really want to take the fight. Paz is quite low already. Tussle making his way in. There's a massive knockout from Dara. Knocks multiple members across the minefield, but Ro, he's still alive. Roki, he's gone down. Ro gets the kill onto that one, but Rek'Sai falls in the process. Victor, he's still doing work. Ro, so damn tanky. Look at the heals off that. There is the shutdown. Victor gets that one. Now Dara without his team falls like a support should, and Saigon Jokers, where have you been all game long?
That just comes down to execution. Once again, Ro, Su, and Hanyan, their main tank line, just lived with a sliver of health. Well, not Hanyan, but at the end of the day, they were able to tank up just enough for Warzone and Celebrity to come through. And now, of course, we have to mention at this point that Victor does have that Lich Bane going for him. So he has the Lich Bane, he has the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, so technically he can peel for himself and do as much damage as possible. So,
oh no.
So here we go.
Oh, the Q goes wide onto Celebrity, so really not able to find their way in, but you got to question Paz's teleport right in there into 4 members, and full tank Echo with a Trinity Force, yes, but you mentioned Warzone. He is quite strong right now and can dish out the damage.
Well, he's understanding his role on his team. He's trying his hardest to just zone out Warzone and Celebrity at all costs.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Ro will die just by the sheer force of his full team, just smacking him across the head. So he played it as perhaps as well as he could. The problem is, of course, his TP location, he's going to take a lot of damage initially.
That's it.
And that's just what it came down to.
Baron has been started by Rampage. Seems like maybe a desperation play here, forcing that one. They have the Kench to get Ro back into the fight. Paz, once again, he's in the backline, but his job is just to delay them enough for the Baron to be taken. But he can't. And so go for that one. They get knocked up by the Alistar. Baron has been taken by Rampage. In comes Ro into the thick of the fight. Echo, he's been forced all the way to the backline, so it is a 4v5 in favor of Saigon Jokers. But Ro, he can't seem to find anything. The Chaos Storm doing work where it can, looking for a stun. Not going to find it. Dara and Paz completely split away. Dara just going to be the sacrificial cow from this one, but Baron has been picked up on the side of Rampage.
And there we go. So they get the Baron, but
the big guys can't fit through that small gap.
Yeah, they're having a little bit of a problem. But as you can tell, Saigon Jokers right now, their strength is they're getting a lot more stronger. Their backline is simply able to deal with Tussle. Their backline is simply able to deal with Roki and Paz. So they've gotten to a point where they can handle the strength, or at least the assassination attempts at them. So Paz right now is not going to be enough to really deal with them and zone them out. He's having a few issues himself.
Elder Dragon is up and available, and remember, Rampage, they got that Baron onto 4 members at the moment, only losing it on Dara, so not even the most important one either. So maybe they can allow them to prep some of these lanes and really pressure the Elder Dragon here.
Yeah, perhaps. Right now, Saigon Jokers. Here's the beauty of Saigon Jokers. Sure, they lost the Baron. The only real way that they can really start feeling that pain is if Rampage do look to just split them out, not pick that fight, not look to just go for a straight 1-4 and try to take that one top tower. Otherwise, if Rampage look to group on it and just look to brute force, Saigon Jokers will win the fight. They've gotten strong enough, especially since Warzone is looking for a Void Staff, that they're doing far too much damage. Ro has far too much ability to just tank your front line, that their outright team fight is going to be stronger than you.
Well, speaking of Void stuff, Roki already has his one completed, so a lot of the damage coming out of this Talia is starting to really ramp up. But let's take stock of the game right now before these guys go at each other's throats once again. 37 minutes in the game, 15 kills to 13 in favor of Rampage. The gold lead back in their court once again, but it is quite minuscule. 63k plus 60 gold for each team at the moment, so about 2.5k right now, and is quite important, especially when the Elder Dragon is in contention.
Yeah, so it looks like right now they're going for that Elder Dragon, but you better believe Saigon Joker is going to contest for this.
Look, they're bursting us down to 3k health already. Do they want to fight or do they want to finish? It seems to be a little bit of an indecision. Marin actually gets it now. Su in the thick of it. He just gets deleted. 1 minute he was there, 1 minute he was not. The wall trying to block, but may have done more bad than good. They can't seem to find their way to funnel through the fight, but look how big it is. It's blocking so much off. They can't get back into that mid lane tower. There is Tussle. He's found his mark. Can he do anything about it? The front line is there for Saigon Jokers.
Oh, he's a smart man. He decided, you know what, he's far too in the back. He's far too backlining over there, so he didn't want to connect the kick. Most solo queue leads would go for it. But yeah, they got that was a great look for them. They got the Elder Dragon. They have the Baron. They can now force because they do have the stronger team fight now.
I remember, only the support is down. Looks like Ro wants to take this one in onto Tussle, but look at the damage. That's what a Void Staff can achieve. Ro just gets kicked to demise, but in the thick of it, Dara does fall, but that's only to the support. Remember, they still have Baron. They still have Dragon. Tussle, he's got a Guardian Angel at this point. He's going that full solo Q Lee Sin build.
Oh, because now this just comes down to outplay. They're trying to get this tower, chip damage as much as possible. They've had enough, though. They're going to back away.
Yeah, there's big wave forming for Saigon in the top and the bot as well. So Rampage respecting the damage that Saigon Jokers can still dish out, choosing to go for a little bit of that map control at the moment. But so much damage. We saw how fast Su, he couldn't even get off his shield in time to keep himself safe. He just got deleted, and he's got so much health and armor right now, so it's such a surprise.
That's true, but now that Elder Dragon, they've had that breath of fresh air. Elder Dragon should be wearing off at some point. Once they regain composure, Saigon Joker should have that strength. They did finish, Victor did finish up that Void Staff. They can take these fights going forward. And once, of course, Jin does get a little bit more armor pent to his name, if he hasn't had enough already, then right now he's going to be going for Infinity Edge. And then once he finishes up that Infinity Edge, going from, at that point, it doesn't really matter how much gold you have at that point. Their team fight is going to be that much stronger.
Looks like both of the neutral buffs, the Baron and the Elder, have fallen off for Rampage, so now just relying on gold lead and skill at the moment. Smites that one away. Tussle, he has been an absolute nuisance this whole game long. Saigon, he's like a fly that they just can't swat.
Oh, they're trying very hard. He even has a Guardian Angels to his name, too, so he has a few, perhaps like cat-like features.
Yeah.
Kill him once.
Has got one as well.
Yeah, there we go.
They're just going for that revive build here. So Saigon do finally manage to take down Tussle and Paz. As if Echo wasn't hard enough to KO already, they're going to have to deal with him twice, maybe 3 times with that chrono break as well. So Ro relegated to doing
Yeah.
Oh, I was about to say, this is a good position for Rampage right now. They have Echo shoving out the mid lane. They have control now. They don't have to fully commit. They're going to end up taking this tower anyways. But now with that being said, they can constantly look to rotate between towers and chip them down, especially since Paz right now is in a position where he can just does have a lot of power, shoving power into most matchups here.
They're delegating Ro the task of pushing out that bot lane. Not going to find anything. There's the Weaver's Wall trying to cut off the team. Dara somehow finds a way in through that gap. They take out the mid lane inhibitor tower and call it a day. In the back though, Ro, he's found the back line. Paz trying to do the same. There's a Deadly Fire. He's not going to find much, but Paz, he's so damn hard to kill. Ro, a little bit easier. There is a 3-man knockup coming out of Rek'Sai. Just going to fall. No chance. Su forced to pick up the Maokai and Randara just running point right at Tussle. He's in the back line, just completely takes him out, sidesteps Warzone, he goes down, a double kill for Tussle, and Rampage on a rampage, looking maybe to end this game, Raz.
Yeah, Rampage, as you said, is a great kind of name for them. They just took a game, a scrappy one at that, against Saigon Jokers. That is what I have to say, outskilling a team at their own game.
Look, that was impressive stuff. I feel like we may have got our facts back to front on this one, but what an impressive showing out of Rampage. They looked on fire all game long.
Yeah, I mean, the people of Japan, they just want their team. They want some pride going into playoffs, right?
Yeah.
They want to be going out. They want to get themselves out of groups, especially eyes towards Worlds, and this is the first step to it.
Look, I feel like we mentioned this is their first showing on a global stage that they really need to perform and kind of show that confidence and that level of skill that got them to this point. And Raz, I think they did exactly that today.
I mean, there's nothing says confidence like picking that Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Nothing says confidence like picking that Alistar, even though he knows that lane matchup is not going to be very good for him. He took the bullet in that lane. It was not a good laning phase for him. It was fairly bad. With that being said, once they got out of laning phase, it's not about that. They just look for those fights, they look for those skirmishes, and it works out well for them.
Well, I think you said it best. They were just a scrappy game where they were constantly skirmishing over small objectives, which rose in importance as the game went on. Then all of a sudden, a Baron and an Elder Dragon really to seal the deal.
Yeah, and Saigon Jokers are going to look back at that game. They're going to be looking at certain points, certain fights that, quite honestly, they just got outplayed in.
And we're going to see some of them right now.
Yeah, this is a good one. So Hanyan finds himself in a bit of a sticky situation. That was the first real opening for Rampage. They were having bad lane matchups going for them. Other than that mid lane, that was working well for them. I guess that's a perfect place to get a kill.
You can see Marin trying his best to stay alive here, but that's when they got kind of split up around that dragon, and Su can just finish him off. And without their real damage dealers, they're just a bunch of tanks where Tussle, if you can't find the backline right away, he really struggles to get through that front line.
Yeah, exactly. And so that was just a great situation for Saigon Jokers. These are just one of the fights that they do want to look to pick. They didn't get as much, as I was saying that, they didn't get as much as they had wanted. Sure, Victor had gotten that kill, but then they really committed to save Warzone here. And so Tussle was just able to get kill and kill and kill. And even though Rampage were just in dire straits, quite honestly, he was just that sole carry of his team.
Look, I felt like it's been too long since we've seen Lee Sin on the global stage, and he came in swinging, well, kicking, rather, doing a great job of that, just constantly being a nuisance, a pest that Saigon just couldn't deal with. And this was when they took the Baron, and watch Dara here for this massive play on the junglers.
Yeah, exactly. And it was just like everybody knew their role. Echo knew his role, just dealing with Celebrity this entire time. He's already half HP, hasn't even joined the fight. And so we get to this point where Rampage has all the time to deal with Ro. Ro right now just wants to be able to tank out and help it while his team deals as much damage as possible, but that's just not happening. And so they're doing well in this team fight, sure. Saigon Jokers show that they have a lot of team fight strength, but Rampage, they get the Baron and they're able to play it through.
So I feel like you summed it up perfectly when you said everyone in the squad knows their role and played it to perfection. Tussle, he's a nuisance in the back. Marin and Roki side by side, allowing any tank that came their way to be able to deal with it. And Paz constantly as well putting kill threat onto Warzone and Celebrity that neither of them could ever get their damage off on the appropriate targets.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like, I don't want to say, like, for a lot of teams, tilt is a factor, but this one, these players had bad lanes.
Yeah.
Bot lane had a bad lane, top lane especially had a bad lane. He had a bad matchup, and he had a good matchup, but Hanyan tilted that in his favor. Hanyan played an amazing game, so it's not a a mismatch in any way, shape, or form. It just came down to Rampage. They grouped up as a team, and they really took it to them. They played together as a unit.
Look, I feel like we're giving a lot of praise to this Rampage squad, but remember just how long that game was neck and neck for, constantly battling for hundreds of golds and kills apiece. I think they were about 7-7, about 15 minutes in the game, no towers down, gold dead even. These guys seemed really similarly matched in terms of skill.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it just comes down. I was just really coming down to the fact that this is going to sound cheesy, right? So this is just a warning on that factor that it doesn't matter if you're looking to get outscaled, right? As long as you fight hard, play hard, you can bring back the game. And so there were points where Rampage, they had the lead, sure, but they were losing lanes, but they had they should have been outscaled, but they just played well through and took the game out.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When you think of Lee Sin, you don't really think of that late game hyper carry who's able to get into the backline and really just run amok, but he was doing just that. Now, how does a team like Saigon, who are known for these scrappy fights, allow that to happen, Raz?
Oh, I mean, that just comes down to them. They're just going to look at the game and regret it, right?
Yeah.
Of course, there are certain points where 100%, a lot of macro points should have been pointed out. But they're going to recognize certain fights that they should have won just based off of Warzone's positioning, the Maokai's positioning in general, right? Because Maokai's tanking quite a bit, but he needs to be tanking for something. He can't be taking free damage with really the rest of his team not being able to be in position.
Well, that's the thing, right? You got to give a lot of praise to Paz and Lee Sin just constantly getting in that backline and completely wreaking havoc. I don't think I saw Celebrity or the Victor in the fight once to be able to contribute any means of damage that was on to any targets of significance.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just comes down to Paz. Like, Paz showed why he is the best top laner in his region. Like, he showed that he had so much respect, or at least, I guess, faith in his team, being able to put through damage, while the two main carries of Saigon Jokers were I guess he was taking damage from them. If he was going to be able to zone them out, he knew his team would win it out.
And look, we've seen a lot of great games today and many more throughout the rest of the week. But did any games really stand out to you today, Raz?
I think all of them stood out. I don't know, that sounds like a cop-out answer, but every single one of them did.
Look, and of course we got our boy Hingers standing by to get us an interview with the winners.
Who is the jungler for Rampage. Congratulations on the victory. And let me ask you first, did that game go how you expected it to go?
그러니까 저희가 생각보다 라인전이 상대랑 똑같이 갈 줄 알았는데 상대가 라인전이 좀 세서 게임 안에 들어가서 좀 당황했어요.
I thought their landing phase was going to be hard, but it was not as I expected. It was easier than I thought. Cool. And can I ask you, do you feel confident for the rest of the tournament now after that victory?
저는 개인적으로는 항상 여기 와서 정글 싸움에서는 자신이 있었고 제 그 무기로 팀적으로 더 잘 굴리면 좀 더 좋은 결과 볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
Since I first arrived, I have been confident. And this only helps me to keep my confidence. Well, thank you so much for your time today. And it's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you once again, Hingers. Great stuff all day long. Been doing a good job getting those interviews down there, relaying them back to us. And that smack talk coming out, he thought it was easier than it should have been.
I mean, he said it, and it just is a point for the rest of the day, right? Was just confidence. Confidence, confidence, confidence. If you have the confidence in your abilities and in your team, you can just win out in the game. So that just really comes down to the fact that if you come in with sweaty palms, if you come in a little bit nervous, that you can't get picked apart by these teams that are players who can just take it through.
Well, that's the thing, right? Rampage, they're a bit of a dark horse coming into this competition. I don't know if a lot of people expected this much out of them, but do you think potentially revealing your hand early, showing that you have this amazing Lee Sin in your repertoire might be a little bit of a mistake in day one?
I don't think so. Like, they'll just look back at his pool. I mean, they must have done at least a lot of research on in who this guy is.
Sure.
His pool. He has a lot of champions that he can do just as well in, right? So, as you said, this is something this team, this region generally gets overlooked. And so now that we're seeing, we saw Detonation Focus Me really draw glares. They've had a lot of great showing themselves. But now, perhaps Rampage is a team that you have to, a force to be reckoned with, man.
That's exactly right. And I'm sure everyone watching that game in the teams and the audience at home really going to have a little bit of a higher expectation coming into the next Rampage game. But of course, we are going to have a look at the day one results today. A lot of epic games we saw early on in the morning. It was INTZ taking out Chaos Latin Gamers, and Albus NoX Luna unfortunately decimating the home crowd's favorite Chiefs. And then, of course, Dark Passage really taking it to Chaos Latin Gamers. Unfortunately, they're going down 0-2 already in the start of it. But then Lion Gaming with not an upset, but a very good showing coming in here against INTZ. And that game we just watched, Rampage, going on an absolute rampage and taking on the Saigon Jokers.
I would say it's an upset for Lion Gaming.
Sure.
Lion Gaming, especially for Latin North America, every time they come into the Wildcard tournament, they're a team that, or at least, I guess it's just them as a team. They've had a lot to prove, that they've come in, they only really can scrape one win. Meanwhile, INTZ come in as the favorites or really getting talked up, and they get through group stages and they fall out, sure. But one team is generally seen as not the best. Is one of the best, while the other team is just kind of like looking to scrape one win. And they've shown, and you see in their interviews as well, they come in with a different state of mind, and that's really showing it.
We got to keep in mind this Lions Gaming squad in their own scene went completely undefeated, so really showing up. But we're going to have a look at the ladder and see kind of the positional where everyone is. INTZ at that number one. They got 1 victory, 1 defeat. ANX 1 victory. Down to DP, Lion, and Rampage also sitting on 1 victory apiece. KMV on that 0-2 at the moment. And Saigon Jokers and our Chiefs rounding it out on 1 loss apiece.
Yeah, looking at the standings after one day, doesn't really show much. No. We'll start to see it turn into something much more in this once we get into day 2, day 3.
Yeah.
Then we're going to have to really start to pay attention to those standings, because top 4 does mean a lot.
Oh, look, that's exactly right. And we've seen a myriad of different strategies coming out from all these teams. So as the tournament progresses, we're just going to see so much more and see if they can develop, niche strategies for one another, maybe.
Oh, well, INTZ, even though they went 1-1, right? They even said in their interview as well as that they didn't even show much. They had 1 month of boot camping. A lot of the teams had a bit of a boot camp as well. And so if they're not showing much, definitely much later on in the groups, especially the playoffs, they got to have something up their sleeves.
Look, and I'm sure a lot of teams have something up their sleeve, and maybe we'll see some of them tomorrow, because we got tomorrow's games, the schedule coming up here. Straight off the bat, the team you just watched, Rampage, versus Albus NoX Luna. Basically, both teams on 1 win apiece, both looking very, very strong. Then the second game will be Chiefs taking on Chaos Latin Gamers. Dark Passage versus Lion Gaming here. Both of those teams also on a win apiece. Then INTZ takes on Rampage as the 5th game. Then to round out the day, it will be Saigon Jokers and the Chiefs.
Yeah, so day 1 showed a lot in terms of the team's current strengths. A lot of, honestly, styles and differences that we see from either their region and now compared to how they're playing now, what their boot camp is really showing. So now day 2, we get to see, we already know what they can play towards.
Yeah.
Can they make those improvements? Where are they going to go from there?
Well, that's the thing, right? It's a whole new bot lane meta that a lot of the teams are experiencing now, so it will be who can adapt to those strong AD carry support duos and really make them shine.
Yeah, that's actually a really great point, because we saw Alistair coming in and they knew they were having a bad matchup. Meanwhile, we saw a Brand. They were like, you know what? We have a great matchup. Let's win through this matchup.
Look, that's exactly right. But that wraps it up from an excellent day. Thanks to everyone watching. We'll see you guys same time tomorrow.
How far away.
Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night. Race all of these broken dreams in flight. And we'll up here, we're free, bound only by frozen memories, lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight, and we'll
so familiar deep inside, like you were already mine. Surreal to me, how you make me feel wild and calm at the same time. Never felt so alive. Thought I was crazy until I reached out and saw your hand there waiting for mine, like the stars had all aligned. I lay beside today, tonight, your vibe, desire, our eyes on fire. And I breathe your aura, cannot leave your aura. You have me like gravity. You don't have to try it, it's just like a magnet. You have me like gravity. You have me like gravity. You have me like gravity. You just like it's like it's just like a magnet. It's just fire, and you walk all the sides. I'm drawn in desire, and you have to think twice. It's hard to keep smiling when I try to set things straight. You don't even listen. I'm just getting late, like you're on a mission. Drawn in desire, and you have to think twice. You make me weak. You're the one I seek, and I hate that I love you. I hate that I love you. If I could, and I would, carve out your heart, carve out your heart, and I reincarnate it, and I reincarnate it. It's hard to keep smiling when you're closing every door. I'm trying to open. I tell you love you more, and you say it's broken. You make me weak.